Am I clear and audible to everyone? I guess it's 9 o'clock now and it's time to start the sessions.
I think you should. You are clear. Fine. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Thank you all for being here with us today. I hope everyone's doing well and everyone's staying safe. I'm Shubha Krishnamurthy, a doctoral student at IIMB in the Information Systems area. On behalf of ISPMA and IIMB, I welcome you all to the final day of SPM Summit India 2022. I hope you had an enriching experience at the summit over the last 2 days. We continue to have an exciting set of sessions lined up, both in the academic and the industry tracks today, with eminent speakers from the industry and the academia. The theme for this year's summit, as mentioned in yesterday's introductory session, is building safe, secure, and smart digital platforms and products and platforms. The presentations and the panel discussions, as with yesterday, are all aligned to this theme. I hope you find today's sessions interesting and enriching. I now invite Mr. Tathagat Varma, the program chair for the industry track, to brief us on today's schedule. Over to you, Tathagat.
Thank you, Shubha. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the day 2 of the SPM Summit India 2022. We had such a wonderful start of the summit yesterday. I was blown away by a lot of learnings that we saw. There were so deep insights from such eminent speakers and the experts. And I can't wait to really get the day 2 started there. So I'll just give you a very short overview of what lies ahead in front of us today. We start with the keynote speaker, Debjani Ghosh. She needs no introduction. She's the president of NASSCOM, and I think she's really going to share with us a lot of very important and tone-setting context in terms of what lies ahead for us at the industry level. We follow it up with a fireside chat with Dilip Asbe. Dilip, as you know, is the managing director and CEO of NPCI, the UPI, which we all know. And we'll have a discussion with him in terms of what does he see in the coming time. This will be followed by Professor Haragopal. He will talk about the ISPMA startup syllabus and certification. Some of the folks who were there on the workshop were part of the detailed workshop, but this will help us get to little more context in terms of a broader coverage in terms of what does it really mean and how can it really add value. At 10:30, we split on academic and industry track. On the academic track, we will continue the research papers. We have 5 research papers from between 10:30 till 1 o'clock till noon. And we will have the conversation around digital products management and new technologies. And on the industry side, we have 3 sessions coming up on product-led growth strategy, platform mindset, which I think is a very interesting thing, because yesterday we also had some discussion around what is really the platform mindset, and Professor Rajgopal had spoken about some of the thoughts on that. Madhu, who's the speaker from ThoughtWorks, she is not well. We wish her speedy recovery. Her colleague Ramani, who's a co-presenter there, has also expressed that he was not feeling well, but he's much better, so he will be joining us today for the session. We look forward to their session. And then finally, we have a session on product management excellence case study by Franco from Europe. And then after that, we have a coffee break. At the noon time, we start with our first panel discussion. This is a very interesting panel discussion coming up on the security, privacy, ethics, governance, risk, and compliance. I think those are the issues that are really becoming important as we see the digital platforms becoming more mainstream and really touching every aspect of our lives. And people are naturally worried about security and ethics and data privacy. So we will have our experts talk about some of those topics. At 1 o'clock, we take a break for lunch and we reconvene at 2 o'clock. 2 to 3, we have a very interesting session coming up on the artificial intelligence, big data, machine learning. And this is something which is everybody's, either people are looking forward to that because they are so excited by the opportunities, or people are worried about it. What does it really mean to me and my business, or in terms of the impact to the society at large? So we will have our subject matter experts discuss and deliberate about some of those issues there. And then we at 3 we have a short break for coffee. At 3:15 we reconvene, and the star attraction of the summit in terms of the excellence awards will be announced. And we also have the address by our IT Minister, Honorable IT Minister of Karnataka State, and followed by that we would be doing the conference closing. So without any further ado, I would like to really invite you all to be a part of the journey today, and I'll hand it over back to Shubha. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tathagat, for the overview of the schedule. That should give us all an idea about today's sessions and how to plan our sessions for the today. Now, our first session for today will be the keynote address by the President of NASSCOM, Ms. Debjani Ghosh. I feel privileged to introduce Ms. Debjani Ghosh, the President of NASSCOM since April 2018. A veteran of the technology industry, Debjani is the 5th President of NASSCOM and the first woman at the helm in the 3-decade history. Ms. Debjani was instrumental in developing Think Digital, Think India strategy aimed at establishing India as a hub for digital talent and innovation. She has several awards and firsts to her credit. In January 2018, she was felicitated by the President of India under the aegis of the First Ladies program, which honors exceptional women pioneers in their respective fields. And the list continues. Before NASSCOM, Debjani was the first woman to lead Intel India and the Manufacturers Association for Information Technology. She firmly believes that learning never stops and a trainable mindset is the biggest strength one can have. With that introduction, we now present to you the keynote address by Ms. Debjani. Can we have the presentation, please?
Thank you very much, Professor Sadgopan and the entire team at ISPMA for giving me this opportunity to speak. Always wonderful to be here. You know, when I think about the tech industry, the only silver lining of the pandemic that I can see is that it did give us an opportunity to pause, reset, and rebuild the future. And I do believe that this is one opportunity we absolutely cannot afford to lose out on. The future, at least in my opinion, cannot be a repeat of the past. We have to use every inch of our creativity, our imagination to build something better. How often do we get an opportunity to create something new, to create a future that will impact not just us, but the future generations? We have to ensure that when we create the future has to be much more sustainable, it has to be safer, it has to be healthier, and of course, much more inclusive. In short, we need to flip the innovation lens to focus on something that is fundamentally important for all of us, but often forgotten when we start talking technology and we start talking innovation. And that's bringing back the focus on humans, bringing back the focus on improving human lives. We have to ensure that as technology pretty much weaves into the basic fabric of our lives, it's not just invisible and intuitive, which it should be, but it has to be safe, it has to be responsible, and most of all, it has to be truly inclusive. In the future, the role of technology has to be one, and that's of the greatest equalizer that humans ever created. I hope that this decade is not just known as India's decade because of the increasing role of technology in our lives, but because of the impact that we are able to create, the impact that we as the tech industry are able to create on the planet, on human lives, on building just a sustainable world for everyone. The opportunity ahead of the tech industry is absolutely unprecedented. As I look back at 2021, almost every single sector of India's digital economy witnessed a multifold growth during the year. As we watched every organization sort of relook, reimagine its business processes and systems as digital transformation became an absolute strategic priority for every single CEO, the opportunities have seriously are unprecedented. In fact, Gartner finds that ICT spending in India is forecasted to total around 101 billion plus in 2022, which is roughly an increase of around 7% over 2021. And every sector is benefiting from this tremendously urgent and strategic focus on digital transformation. The startup and product sector in 2021 attracted a record-breaking 36 billion in funding, with almost 40 plus unicorns added. In fact, we have not even completed the first month of 2022, and the unicorns have already started coming in. The tech services industry, which is known as the legacy industry of India, is expected to clock double-digit growth, fueled by the rapid transformation that this industry is going through, especially the pivot on customer centricity, domain, innovation. Today, when you look at the services industry, it is completely different from the industry that we used to see in the past. And we are seeing similar stories of transformation and accelerated growth across ER&D, across the tech SME sector. And not to be left behind, the government has also significantly upped its game when you talk about transformation, when you talk about innovation for impact. I mean, look at the work India is doing to build out the digital highways or the foundation for the digital economy. This is an area I feel tremendously passionately, I really am very passionate about, because if you look at what India has been able to do to build out the digital public goods platforms that pretty much ensures that technology innovations and solutions can reach the last mile, can reach the grassroots levels. I mean, look at UPI. Look at what COVID has done. The largest vaccine has enabled the largest vaccination drive ever. But if you think about the digital economy, every country will need to ensure that they have a foundation, or what we call the digital highway for the digital economy, that is truly scalable, truly robust, and truly inclusive. And I do believe that India has figured the maths out for doing exactly that. And this gives us a tremendous advantage in the digital era, where every country will be competing to ensure that they have a very robust and scalable digital economy. The shift towards digital transformation for enterprises, government, it's only going to accelerate. Our research, NASSCOM's research with McKinsey, estimates that enterprise tech spending will be over 5% of revenue by 2025, which is roughly around a 2% growth over 2020. And this is why, given the momentum, given the way the opportunities are shaping, given the way the industry is transforming, it's like the planets are aligning for that perfect strategic inflection moment for India. And this is why we feel tremendously strongly that it is not a stretch to say that India's tech and digital sector can reach the goal of $1 trillion digital economy in the next 5 years. How the sector moves towards this goal in 2022, the roadmap is still being developed. I do believe that there are a few trends that we have to keep our eyes on and that we have to significantly sharpen or strengthen in 2022. A few areas that must be prioritized and need to evolve much faster. These include a single-minded focus on talent, perfecting the hybrid model, the hybrid work model, investments in deep tech products and solutions, and more than anything else, I think we have to ensure that we get the design principles right in terms of how we build and use technology. Building human centricity with with tech is going to be absolutely critical. I mean, building human centricity into the mindset of innovation, into the mindset of the industry, I think is going to be absolutely critical for future success. We also have to revisit security with the zero trust lens. I think it's crucial, especially for the companies that are beginning their digital transformation journey. And last but not the least, companies have to realize that sustainability and profitability will go hand in hand. There is no either or option. This is an and story. And you have to ensure that you figure out the right balance and figure out how to enable both. I'll talk a little bit on talent because I do believe that this is the most important piece of the puzzle. It will remain the most essential resource for every organization because technology is getting democratized very fast. And as technology gets democratized, the differentiation will come from your digital mastery. The differentiation will depend on your ability to use technology better than your competition. And this is where talent becomes absolutely critical. Currently, the demand for digital skills in India is 8x more than what is available, than the supply pool that is available. And we estimate it will rise 20 times by 2024. So upskilling has to be job one for the nation. Upskilling has to be job one for each and every one of us, and of course the government. Not just focusing on technology skills, but building the mindset that is required for our industry, the problem-solving mindset, the passion for learning, becoming a continuous learner and enjoying your learning journey as new opportunities and new challenges come up. Being able to collaborate in teams with global teams, remote teams is going to be absolutely critical. And I think, for the product sector, just developing the core product management skills, a foundation, a strong foundation is going to be so important. However, this talent augmentation requires a combined effort from businesses, technology enablers, solution providers, and of course the government. We have to bring about fundamental shifts in our talent strategy, in how we teach right from kindergarten up to university. If 2021 was the year of so-called great resignations, I do believe that 2022 will be the year for massive upskilling. The opportunities for every sector is pretty much limited by our own imagination and our own abilities. I mean, you just look at what's happening in the SaaS space. It's just fascinating to see how the sectors are growing, how world-class from India is not just a service story anymore. World-class from India today is becoming a product story. And I think with the Freshworks IPO, we sent out a very strong signal to the world. 2022, I also believe, is going to be a tremendous year for India's deep tech startups as more startups mature with advanced tech solutions and move towards focusing much more on solving some of those big problems for the country and global enterprises. With the kind of projects that's coming up, National Digital Health Mission, National Language Mission that MIT is developing, our deep tech startups can build solutions that will solve some really big problems for India and the world. We have opportunities like never before. For example, in order to make healthcare a reality in India, how do we come up with solutions that will enable delivery of, or technologies that will enable delivery of healthcare solutions in low resource settings to ensure that we bridge the gap between haves and have-nots today with respect to healthcare, and so it's same for education, etc., etc. these are exciting times. There is just so much to look forward to. There is so much for all of us to do. I mean, the pie keeps getting bigger and bigger by the day. But I think there's two things that I would like you to keep in mind. One, as we look at the opportunities, status quo is absolutely not going to cut it. That's the one thing we are very, very sure of, that transformation is the only way we can stay relevant in this new ecosystem. So how quickly you're able to learn, how quickly you're able to adapt, will define your ability to play the infinite game better than your competition. Today's era is marked by the rise of tech giants, tech startups, enterprises that are becoming digital and innovative disruptors that are pretty much reimagining every aspect of collaboration, be it business, wellness, interactions, consumption, etc., etc. While innovative applications of technology is driving all these shifts, what I hope 2022 will bring is the importance of human centricity into each of these transformations. Technology, innovation, and inclusion has to go hand in hand, period. There are no two ways about it. And we have to ensure that it gets built into the core design principles of the digital economy roadmap, of India's digital economy roadmap. As the new year dawns in the shadows of another COVID wave, I remain hopeful that while the new normal will contribute to change and evolve, the importance of technology for sustainable impact is becoming more real and will continue to drive us forward. The human centricity will guide this industry in how we build and how technology gets used, will be guided by the lens of human centricity above all, because I truly believe that is what will enable us to not just build sustainable growth, but to build an industry that not just India, but the world will be tremendously proud of. Thank you once again for having me here. Wish you a very successful conference and look forward to talking soon. Thank you.
That's a great message from Ms. Debjani to start our sessions today. I think sustainability and profitability are both important for organizations, and organizations must focus on building safe, responsible, and inclusive technology. I think that's one of the key messages that came from Debjani. With that, I think we moved on behalf of ISPMA and IAMB. I express our thanks to Ms. Debjani Ghosh for the keynote address. Now we move on to the next session. The next session lined up is the Fireside chat hosted by Mr. Tathagat Varma in discussion with Mr. Dilip Asbe. Mr. Tathagat is the Vice President Strategy and Chief of Staff at Walmart Labs. Tathagat is the Program Chair for the industry track for this summit. Welcome, Tathagat. Now I introduce Mr. Dilip Asbe, who is the Managing Director and CEO of National Payments Corporation of India. Mr. Dilip has played a key role in designing, building, and managing large-scale innovative payment processing platforms like IMPS, Aadhaar-enabled payment system, RuPay, and the much-acclaimed UPI interface. Dilip has several awards and accolades to his credit. He has won the ET Award 2018 for Policy Change Agent of the Year for the revolutionary UPI. And in September 2019, he was awarded the Financial Express Award in FinTech category by the Honorable Finance Minister, Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Tathagat Varma and Dilip for the Fireside chat. Over to you, Tathagat.
We are extremely privileged to have Mr. Dilip Asbe, who is the Managing Director and CEO of NPCI, or the National Payment Corporation of India, better known for its product UPI to most of the people, most of the Indians, and most of the world now. In this fireside chat, I would like to have a discussion with Dilip on some of the things that touch our lives every single day. Before that, let me set the context of how one of the products of NPCI, which is the UPI, has been in its journey in the last 5 years. Right from its inception in 2016, when it started and signed up 21 banks, today there are 282 banks as of December last year. The volume is almost 4.5 billion, and it transacts over 8.26 lakh crore in just December alone, with 137 million merchants. And in 2021, it processed 940 US dollars of business, which is almost one third of the GDP of India. I think we have never seen a bigger success story coming out of India in terms of getting such a global attention and such an impact at India scale level there. So first of all, Dilip, our congratulations, if I can pass on as a fellow Indian to you and your team. It's a tremendous achievement and something that inspires millions and millions of Indians there. My first question to you is, how did that happen? How was this journey for you?
Uh, so thank you for having me, and it's an honor to be part of your conference. I think the 12 years, has been very fascinating, and I must say, Tathagat, that there was never a dull moment. I must accept it, and no less excitement, whether it was past, whether it is present, or whether it's future, right? So I think it has been a very fulfilling journey, right? Working, you don't get a chance to work for a public good in your lifetime, and I've been very fortunate that the company has given me opportunity to work for 12 years, not one, two, but 12 years to contribute to the public good infrastructure of India. So I think exciting time, and but a lot more to be done. I think what excites me more is whatever we would have done before. I think there is so much more to do. Right.
Yeah.
That's the way I look at things.
No,
And
absolutely.
obviously, and sorry, just to last but not the least, NPCI that way gets a lot of credit, right? But I think this is a ecosystem play. So I think one is the ecosystem contributes a lot to the to the NPCI success. Second is the we have been fortunate to be live in the country where none other than Prime Minister, Finance Minister, IT Minister of the country are interested in the digital payments. The Governor of RBI, Deputy Governor of RBI, this is payment system is like to the core of their attention, right? Not many countries do have this clarity of thought. And because of this, I think their push for innovation, their ability to look at innovation-led policies is very, very high. And I think we have been a little fortunate to be in this kind of ecosystem of vibrant banks, vibrant fintech startups, and the policymakers around us who's actually constantly challenging NPCI to deliver more and more. And I think the 1,000 employees of NPCI have been really working hard to kind of respond back to that challenge. May not be to the perfect level, but whatever is in our abilities, we are trying to respond back with the contributing back to the public good of the infrastructure of India.
No, that's amazing. Especially the point you called out about the support of the government and the regulator. I think this is such a phenomenal success factor for any kind of a change. And it's not just a technology change, it's also a big social change in how we Indians have been doing the digital payments there. So absolutely agree with you. In fact, that leads me to my second question, that if I look at overall, we talked about governance support, we talked about regulatory presence in terms of really giving a more supportive environment. I want to talk to you about technology and also talk later on about the social aspects of that. So in terms of technology, I understand you were the first employee of NPCI and you have gone through the journey as a CTO yourself. How has been that journey of yours as a technologist in terms of shaping the product, in terms of technological challenges you faced, and the breakthroughs you make? Would you like to talk some of those?
See, Tathagat, we at NPCI, while the uh, the NPCI is authorized by it started by RBI as a clearinghouse, and the large banks in the country contributed to set up this organization. It's a public good, not for profit. Banks do not get anything out of NPCI, but still they contribute back to NPCI because it's a public good, and over in the long run, the banks and the ecosystem gets the value add back from NPCI. So when I look at why our role is the clearinghouse, but predominantly we deliver that obligations by being a technology company, right? So technology is is at the core of NPCI, whatever we do, right? Whether it's innovation, whether it's trying to process more and more transactions efficiently at the best of the cost, what we could do, so that we can pass on that ecosystem benefit of economies of scale to the and the efficiency to ecosystem. The technology plays a very crucial role, right? And when any public good, there are predominantly I may not be fully right, but the way I understand the government, RBI, or the ecosystem looks at three things, right? One is, are you operating super efficiently? Are you innovating enough? Right? And are you passing the benefit of economies of scale as and when the volumes are increasing at steady level? It's a continuous process, right? And obviously, doesn't mean that you operate on a cost plus or a cost plus plus model, but what it means is reasonable price, right? So these are the three things which are very important for us, and I think all three things, if you look at it, are very tightly correlated back to the technology, right? And we have seen the technology evolution, right? The initial part of NPCI, we predominantly depend on the partners. Then we try to build the capability and capacity, and we move to the co-development approach, wherein we do some work, partners do some work. And I think last 4 or 5 years, and I'm sure you are the champion of that. But the whole cloud plus open source plus this app ecosystem has changed the technology landscape tremendously, right? Today, if you had to build something like X just 7 years back, 8 years back, now I think it's come down to 1 by 10, right? That's the kind of a impact which has been put up, and the whole the hardware ecosystem, or I must say that the servers and whatever the equipments we were getting, the biggest story was the verticalization, right? You keep on buying bigger and bigger servers, right? If you want to process more. Now with this whole, and thanks to the open source, thanks to the technology innovation, this whole horizontal scaling with the commodity systems is the part of life, right? In that sense. So I think the technology evolution has played a big role in the success of the Indian financial services. When you look at the whether it's a success of large scale platforms like public platforms like UPI, Aadhaar, both are built on fully open source technologies, or the emergence of large number of startups and fintech. I think coming back to your point, the technology is core to us, and I see that last 15 years, it has changed dramatically.
So one thing I always find with a very advanced technology solution, the elegance of a solution is in the simplicity, and I think what UPI has really achieved is a super simplicity, because in a nation with a very low literacy rates, a lot of our smartphones are probably not the most advanced ones. So you probably only have 4 or 5 apps, and to be able to really prioritize and have a UPI app on that one, and then language is an issue. Even though you are now supporting more than a dozen languages there, it's not always the right environment for a new technology to be adopted by without any prejudice by a common man who may not be so literate with the digital fluency there. What were some of the design and product considerations that you had in terms of designing the UPI product, keeping the persona of an average Indian in mind? Because that's really of a lot of interest to people in terms of how do you simplify it as opposed to complicate the technology.
Again, great question, Tathagat. And let me just tell you, so I think NPCI, while the UPI, and I'll come to the UPI design principles, but when we were doing the work on UPI, I think we were because NPCI is a public good, we get a lot of people contribute selflessly back to NPCI, right? So while NPCI employees were there, our core team who has actually worked for UPI design, like Satish, Anubhav, or Rajendran is not with us, but I think most of the people who worked initially with UPI are still with us. These people worked with the bankers, a lot of banks, ICICI, HDFC, Axis, SBI, a lot of bankers actually supported to build this as a service which links back, because finally we have to link the customer to the financial ecosystem, financial system of the country, right? So I'm just saying the bankers' contribution was immense. Then we had a lot of ecosystem players actually contributed back to the design consultation process, and obviously we worked with the best minds of the country, like Mr. Nilekani, Pramod, and Sanjay, Nikhil, and others. I can't remember all the names, but I'm just saying that all these people came together to design. RBI put in a lot of value, right? Because again, I'm telling you, the last but not the least, the interoperability, right, is such a core construct of UPI. And I think if I have to give one entity a credit of success of UPI, that will be RBI, right? Because they were very clear that whatever you do, it has to be fully interoperable. And a lot of complications came on intent call, the INAC calls, and all. But RBI stood firm. Then the Department of Payment and Settlement, while they may not be fully understanding the operating system calls, but they were very clear on the principle and the customer journey, right? And how the ecosystem should behave in an interoperable way. So I think, and which was exactly, if I look at it, not done in China. If you look at the Chinese payment system. So now coming back to the design principles, right? We were very clear, right? And while as an advisor, Mr. Nilekani spearheaded this whole thing, and the innovation-led approach for NPCI, and while many places he contributed within NPCI, the while UPI transaction is very simple for the user, at the back end it's very complex, right? So one simple paying money to you and me, the money exchange between you and me, or I'm paying to the small kirana shop outside my house, scanning the QR code, the transaction actually hits 5 or 6 entities, right? It's that complex to resolve all the addresses, go back and verify the details, and go back to the fraud risk management solution real time, go back to the settlement system real time, and then go back to the finally to the beneficiary bank, and credit back to you, or the merchant in real time. So backend is very complex, but we were very clear that the user journey has to be simplified, right? User journey has to be super simple, right? And this is where all this happens in the 3 seconds, uh, which is the average UPI time, right?
Right.
And
Yeah.
8 legs with the 8 different institutions, 8 different data centers, but it just happens, right? And it's again the technology evolution, and the speed of the 5G, the smartphone, the app ecosystem, cloud, all have contributed to make this as a reality.
No, I think it strengthens that old saying, which is like, to any onlooker or an untrained person, a well-designed product or a technology looks like magic, and I think it just works, right? It just works, and that's really been the selling point for UPI, and we have billion plus Indians who are using it now, and that brings me to a trade-off question, Dilip. While on one end, as a system designer, if I'm trying to build a system which should be extremely simple and really hiding the complexity under the hood, maybe I need to also look at the aspect of really, because it's a money, we are talking about people's money here. So you have issues about security or keeping the money secure and the transaction assured there. Now, there have been concerns that people have, and I would like to understand from you what's your take on that, in terms of, is it that in order to make things simple beyond a point, we might actually be loosening the safeguards or really creating opportunities for the cyber attacks and the frauds and the unscrupulous elements to really take undue advantage of, especially people who are not so digitally literate. What is your thought process, or and what's your efforts towards addressing some of these issues?
Uh, See, Tathagat, you are bang on. You are a core technologist and product person by yourself. You understand the trade-off between the security versus the convenience, or ease of, or the experience, right? But today, and fortunately we have two-factor authentication in place, and we adopted this. two-factor authentication guideline of RBI blindly, right? So every transaction in UPI is completely two-factor authenticated, right? And today, and that's the reason you would see that while yes, we do hear about the frauds and whatever it is, I just want to respond back saying that the frauds on UPI are much lower than any of the other payment systems what you see, right? So it is much lower than any of the other way. It is in fact less than a zero point 0.1 bips or something like that, right? So which is while the other payment systems are in the range of 1 or 2 bips, right? That's a standard worldwide reference point. But obviously it's very high, right? Because UPI is at the world at the citizen scale, so even 0.1 bips is very high. And
Right.
today, why the frauds are happening? Because the user actually surrenders the two-factor. They are not because of the two-factor authentication, but they are due to user surrenders because of various reasons, right? Various reasons such as the somebody calls for the lottery or those kind of things, and you end up in giving. You are facing some technical problem on UPI, and you search on a website. There you see a fake number, right? You see a fake link and fake
Yeah.
ads on the social media platforms. So I'm saying this is the combination of. So okay. Look, I'm saying if you really ask me, there are two things which the regulator, the government, and us are extremely concerned that we want extremely low frauds, right? While whatever right now we process might be zero point 0.1 bips, but we still don't want. We are not even happy with 0.1. We are restless at even 0.1 bips. So there, I think there is no one solution, right? I think the the point is, we will have to work with the law enforcement agencies that the syndicated frauds, right? Because this is not a one person trying to fish
Correct.
one
Yeah.
person, right? Phishing
Correct.
frauds are normally, if there are fraudsters in a fragmented manner, they can't create this kind of an impact, right? So what happens? The issue gets big because when there are syndicated efforts of these phishing call centers and those kind of things, and from certain pockets of the country. So we work very closely with MHA, very closely with law enforcement agencies to pass on the leads to get this some sort of the enforcement of law and order to curb this. Right, this is the first issue. Second is working with the social medias and other people to ensure that and today, right, there is something called verified merchant, right, verified person, right. So today this whole social media, when they are giving when I'm finding somebody, when I'm searching something, there has to be a mechanism to have that verified, right? Twitter does this with a blue tick, right? And I don't understand why this blue tick is not there when I'm on a search engine, when I'm there on a when the advertise is posted to me, right? So somewhere there has to be ownership of social media platform to show the blue tick version when I'm looking at it. And they may not do it for all, but at least they must do it for the B2B side, right? Not the small merchants, but majority of the times the search is done on the institutions which are large corporations. So there at least the verified blue tick is possible, which gives the confidence to customer that he's talking to the right person.
No.
The third and last but not the least, Tathagat, is we have to. India is a large country, and when NPCI has a dream of reaching out to 1 billion transactions a day, or reaching out to, it's a mandate to us to reach to 1 billion people. The user awareness becomes the responsibility of the NPCI and the ecosystem together, right? So there is no shortcut in this. I think the financial inclusion will not happen unless we make first financial literacy, and a lot of work has been done on this, but still not enough. And I think you will see many more activities from NPCI and the ecosystem in this direction. And this is fully supported. That user awareness, financial literacy programs are fully supported by the government, RBI at the highest levels.
Correct. No, fair point. So if I have to kind of take so as a technologist, I get the reassurance that, see, from a technology stack and the architecture, we are pretty robust. It's not really a cause for concern. But as a product designer, if I put on the hat of that, I think there is a question of social engineering, or there's a question of
Wishing frauds. I think 90% frauds are wishing frauds, right?
Yeah, so I think
where
we have
the user
to
compromises.
And as you rightly said, as an ecosystem, we have to really work towards improving the financial literacy and digital literacy, and that will really improve how we look at that. In addition to that, one more question. were there any kind of a social predispositions that you came across in terms of people being an impediment to the adoption of UPI, in terms of people saying, hey, I mean, like, maybe I don't even have I don't see the money and it is lying in some digital thing, and I'm not really the literate, I'm a migrant labor in some other part of the country, and I don't get to see the money really? Or do you think that was already done before the wallet generation, so the resistance was lower?
No, Tathagat, if you really look at it, I think this is where people surprise us, right? And when it comes to the literacy, right, while the the reading skills and writing skills may be an question, right? But people do understand money. People do understand how to operate the smartphone, right? Thanks to the 4G and the penetration of the smartphones and the app ecosystem. I think the awareness levels are very, very high, right? And I think what happened is the COVID kind of push that needle to make that shift, right? So, in a way, at least there is some benefit if you want to look at from a COVID standpoint, is that pushing that needle to make that shift for the large scale citizens in the country. And I think they understand this. I think they understand this. It's just a matter of we'll have to keep hammering that education and awareness. It's not a one-time thing, Tathagat. And if you really ask me, what is the most hardest thing? Is that in the going to a billion, touching a billion lives, or processing billion transactions a day? If you really ask me, one hard thing, what I believe is making everybody financially
Yeah.
aware, sound, and empower them with a digital financial
Yeah. No, I think
transaction system.
I would even place it extremely high, because I'm sure there is a fairly non-trivial percentage of people of bottom of the pyramid whose probably entire current life savings is stored inside either wallets or on their mobile phone there, and they are probably either sharing it, or they are remitting money somewhere or doing it. So it's almost like they are walking around with their entire life savings there, and I think we owe it to them to really give them a safe environment where they can take
No, no,
care of it.
absolutely. Goes without saying. Goes without saying. I think this is. Let me assure you, Tathagat, that this is the issue which runs on our mind, and I think this is something which regulator is also very concerned. Government is also very concerned. So I think we will have lot more work to be done along with the ecosystem to get the awareness. Otherwise, we'll fail. Otherwise, it's very clear that if the education awareness and literacy efforts has to actually be a little ahead of the migration or of the users, large scale users, onto the digital platforms. And it's not only UPI, it's everything. I'm just saying,
Right.
if
Yeah.
you look, now UPI is in front of your mind because it's a large scale system. But I think every financial system has a similar
Yeah.
issue, be it
No,
KYC,
absolutely. Yeah.
be it onboarding, be it the other payment forms, right? So all of us are in the same boat as far as
Yeah.
the issues arising relating to the user awareness and
No, I
literacy.
think the concern that people have about UPI, or in general about really managing their digital money, is a backhanded compliment, because it shows how much important it is for people now, and it shows how much mainstream it already has become there. In fact, I was reading one data point there which said that 50% of the transactions are below 200 rupees. Now, there are two ways to look at it. One is a question to say, well, how do we really make sure that we can improve and help there? But second is also, to me, like, a common man's trust so much, because maybe that's really the amount of trade that happens in the street between a pushcart vendor and somebody there. So I think that's a big deal that UPI has really been able to become front and center in people's life as far as those transactions are concerned. So that's a compliment. But let me also back it up with a question, that the average in the last 2 years has grown to about 1800 rupees is what we are hearing. How do you really see the opportunities in front of you to really make it even bigger and really much larger part of people's trade, whether it comes to personal or whether it comes to the businesses?
See, when you look at the transaction pattern, right? We have debit cards, credit cards, we had other IMPS, we have uh, NEFT, RTGS. And when you look at and you can actually look at the study of average ATS for every payment system. When we started UPI, technically the objective was not that to impact the what is the customer doing on credit cards or IMPS or NEFT or those other payment systems. So the UPI was designed to process large scale, low volume transaction, which is actually the reason of cash in circulation in the economy, right? Because today, why do you need cash? It's actually only for the low ticket transactions. Today, otherwise, I don't think anybody is doing 5,000, 10,000 rupees. So I think as far as the large number of low ticket transactions in UPI, I think that's what it was designed for, right? So I think it's a great story. It's perfect.
Right.
Now, when you dissect it further, the average ticket size on the P2M is about 700 rupees, right? And average P2P always higher is about 2,500 plus. So that's make it ATS is around 1,700 or something like
Right.
that. So when you look at this whole composition, I think we are perfect, in that sense to look at how we are put up to, but still we are a little bit far away from the to really show the impact in cash in circulation, because I strongly believe we require another 250 million customers, right? To really actively use UPI than what we are using. So we at least need 2x more users to use
Correct.
UPI, and
Yeah.
then actually you can see the linear, at least flattening out the cash in growth in cash in circulation. See, right now cash in circulation is quite high because of the fooding, because of COVID reasons and those kind of issues, right? But technically, once we have 400, 500 million users on UPI, right, we would definitely see, because all the indicators are perfect. We just have to see large number of users that use it more and more, right? That's what we are looking at now.
Do you see that there could be other use cases that might emerge out of it? For example, I don't know, for example, in escrow services, because when it's a business to business transaction, maybe those will raise the ticket sizes, because that will really create, or digital contracts in the future, that will really allow smart contracts to happen. So the payments can be held in an escrow, or those kind of things might actually help make it more mainstream for a B2B transaction sort of thing.
No, again, good question. And, if you look at, this is where, when you look at some of the things, what we did for UPI, whether it's RBI regulation on auto pay, right? Whether it's
Yeah.
which is the recurring mandates, or the pay per service, pay as you use the service
Right.
model. Right, and which is where I think it is moving towards the programmable money. Whether the IPO case, right? For example, IPO is a classic case where SEBI and RBI helped us to deliver the IPO subscription use case on UPI. So I think most of the use cases are going towards that, and I think while the smart contracts is a classic term which is used in distributed technologies, I think we still have to get that clarity or get that comfort that distributed technologies can drive large number of TPS, like what needs by UPI. So while the smart contracts is the ultimate truth, I fully agree with you, but I don't know whether they have the large citizen scale transaction processing capabilities, right? Because of the consensus and the getting everybody in sync. So those kind of things adds up the tax on the decentralized technologies to process large number of TPS, right?
Right.
And but we, whatever we are doing right now on UPI is some form of programmable money in that sense. Whether you look at auto pay or IPO use case or a block functionality, I think, see, today the beauty of UPI is it's context free, right? Today the market can innovate use cases. Market can actually design the use cases and look at what best can come out of UPI. I'm saying we don't define. We have defined the APIs now. I think it's more like a protocol strategy in that sense to the in the next world.
Great. We are coming to the last few questions now. So I want to really ask you some questions. If you were sitting with a crystal ball, for example, how do you see the growth of UPI in the next few years in terms of looking at the most critical use cases, or eventually towards the long term? People have been talking about things like cashless society, for example, and we have almost seen that maybe for a lot of low value transactions, we are already becoming cashless there. So do you see some of those converging at some point in time?
Um, again, when I look at that crystal ball, I think I see the map of India. I see the map of world also now. So last couple of years, we have started. Our PM has a vision of UPI to be a UPI which has served as a public good of India. He spoke in one of the conference that UPI now is poised to take on become a public good of the world, and we can offer this public good of the good to the world. So definitely, I think there are two, three things the way I look at on a India map and the world map. One is the India map, and I spoke some time back about these three zeros, right? Three zeros is zero touch, right? So zero touch means that the payment has to be contactless, right? Fast in very, very efficient contactless based payments. Second is it has to be zero touch, right? So zero touch, what I mean by zero time. So zero touch is the contactless. Zero time. So I think we are competing with cash, right? So it has to offer the faster payment time with the time, right? So and RBI recently released a circular on the offline transactions, right, and framework on the offline transactions. And I think if you want to do this large, and even if while you say that 50% transactions are below 200, technically now if we, I had read one Niti Aayog report and it said that 89% of the total financial transactions in India are below 100, right? So what it means is maybe 40-50% transactions are below actually 25, 30, 40 rupees. So if you want to bring those level of transactions on UPI to reach to your billion vision, you need to provide a zero time solution, right? And which is nothing but an offline solution, right? The transaction happens and then later on it passes through the financial system, the core banking systems and NPCI, all these things. So I think the zero time is required. And last and not least is the zero cost to the customer. I'm sure the banking ecosystem is super efficient and super cognizant of providing the zero cost experience on digital payments to the customer. So I think India's standpoint, I think these are the three things which is what I think we keep thinking to how do we reach to a billion a day from that standpoint. The global standpoint, I think global transaction, right? Whether it's a cross-border merchant payment or whether it's a cross-border remittance, right? These are the two predominant retail use cases what you look at. Unless the both side regulators sits together and work out a very efficient cross-border transaction, very similar to domestic payment system, right? Why? So today, why domestic payment systems are efficient? Because it is able to do the multilateral settlement. It does not allow bilateral transactions. It makes it super efficient. So similarly, in the cross-border transaction, I think the when you are doing the transaction from bank account to bank account, right? It's very similar to a domestic transaction, and maybe you could start slow, just do it with a less than for example, $500, $1,000, and raise it up to $5,000 in a due course. But it has to have the inherent characteristics of the domestic payment systems, right? Which is the instant, near real-time settlement, right? Real-time transaction fulfillment, real-time compliance, real-time resolutions. Those are the features has to come back to the global payment system. So I think from a global standpoint, the moment these are possible, right, we will see a huge shift of efficiencies from the domestic payment system into the cross-border transaction. It is going to happen. It is going to happen,
Yes.
and all RBI has already launched the pilot with Singapore regulator, which is Monetary Authority of Singapore. So I think everybody is understanding this, and soon we will see these kind of pilots coming up. And I think in next 3 to 5 years, we'll see a very efficient cross-border transaction, just like domestic payment transaction.
Got it. No, I think this sounds very interesting, and I was actually, as a technologist, my mind was going in another direction, because essentially, if I abstract at certain level, what you have done successfully at scale and maintaining the speed is really a transfer of digital token from one entity to another in a very fail-safe manner. Now, today it is a digital token of money. Tomorrow it could be something else, for example. Nothing stops it to be any other token. So the way I look at this platform as a technologist is that it could be used tomorrow for any kind of a digital transaction. Cross-border is one example, but Even for example, let's say I have a song, or I have a piece of land and I want to transfer it to somebody else. It should be possible for all, because that's a technology.
No, no, absolutely. I think the ability of token to carry information in a secure manner, and the smart contracts to process in a completely decentralized uh, fashion, allows us to reimagine this whole world in a new different way. And that's what Web3 is all about. And I think the infrastructures like UPI, Aadhaar, and some of the similar technologies can actually facilitate, take a part in a big way to fulfill the needs what the next generation needs.
Yeah. I've come to the last question, Dilip. I want to understand and I want to know what keeps you awake at night. What's your vision? What is it that you would like to make a difference in the universe?
No, I think you asked this question, Tathagat, that what, when you look at the crystal ball, right? I think the vision for India is very clear, which is 1 billion transactions a day. And now while the Prime Minister has spoken about, can we make the UPI as India's brand to help the public good and the economies of the countries worldwide? I think these are two things which are running on our mind. I just hope we are able to fulfill from an NPCI standpoint to fulfill this promise, what we see every day.
So you have the best wishes of 1 billion people, so obviously you cannot go wrong on that one. Thanks a lot, Dilip. It's been wonderful talking to you. Thanks for being so candid and so generous with your time and sharing some very key insights into the whole UPI and how you see the future ahead for us. With that, we'll be signing off. Thanks once again, and we wish you all the best in your journey.
Thank you so much.
And it's back. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Tathagat and Mr. Dilip, for the very interesting conversation. I think it covered very important aspects of how to contextualize product development and platform development to the user's context, especially like balancing security and simplicity, financial literacy, and financial inclusion. Thank you for that enlightening session. On behalf of ISPMA and IIMB, I express gratitude to Mr. Dilip and Mr. Tathagat for sharing such rich insights on the payment platforms and products. Coming to the next session is about Introduction to ISPMA Startup Syllabus and Certification by Professor Haragopal Mangipudi. I now request Professor Hara to take over. Professor Hara is the conference co-chair of the SPM Summit India 2022. Over to you, Professor Hara.
Can you hear me, Shubha?
Yes, we can hear you, Professor.
All right. So it's not easy to come to speak after such inspiring and high energy sessions. The key takeaways, as I see, of course, Tathagat is going to summarize, but which is going to set the context for is the new India, the startup, and the way we are powering the global. What in my generation, when I was taking my platform or product to 100 countries, those were global aspirations. But now we are talking about owning the global agenda. And we are talking about not just world class, but actually doing the products and platforms for planetary positions. So this requires a focus, not just on what we already, like yesterday, talked about the release notes, all the great products we built, but a focus on what we are going to build. So, Kotresh, can you just put a poll on the topic of introduction of ISPMA startup syllabus? Shubha, can you see my screen shared?
Yes, we can see that, Professor. We can see your screen.
Perfect. So here is a quick question to the audience poll, because this is what we hear in the industry, product management, and we need it for startups. So let's see how many of, this looks like I didn't write any algorithm or I didn't set up anything, guys, to boost up my session, okay? So I think, the jury is out. Essentially, you all feel that the product management, in fact, that's a key. You all feel that product management is essential for startup. Let's look at, from an ISPMA point of view, when we as a community and a body of professionals in academia, when we looked at what is that ISPMA should be doing proactively, if not proactively in some areas, reactively. I can wear my hat as a member of the board of ISPMA. I feel that, and I told as well that, we are being reactive, that we need a definitive framework for startups, considering that almost 80-90% of all the touch points, digital touch points, which everyone, not just in India, but on the planet will be using, would have been of the vintage of last 5, 10, 15 years. It is not okay for us not to be definitive about the startup world. So that's where, in fact, we went to the board and asked the questions. What are the things we as an ISPMA should do in terms of the syllabus? We are, like what Debjani talked about, focused on skill enablement and deepening. So we'll look at next 25 minutes about the introduction to the framework for startups, and also highlight some of the important elements of the framework. So this is the data from CB Insights, which is a no-brainer. You can see, no matter, whenever we talk about startups, many people would want us to believe, yes, that 82% or 85% of failure rate. Many of us want us to believe that they ran out of cash, they couldn't raise funding, etc. The real reason is a lot more deeper than that. Look at those. The first one, no market needed. I created a product which was not needed, as blunt as that. Or I created a product for which the business model is not yet established. In the sense, my cost and price, the market is ready to pay 9 rupees, and my cost is landing at 18 rupees 25 paisa. I have no reason to be in the business. Or user don't feel comfortable using or adopting my product. So these are the underlying issues for many of the failures, if you will, in the startup world. So first of all, let us understand what is a startup. And you all know the answer, but it is important that we reflect on this fact, because this gives us many answers. A startup is not a smaller version of a mature company, or a startup product is not a mature, smaller version of a mature product. So when we really look at this perspective, that a startup is something which needs to be going through the metamorphosis, which you heard the way Dilip brought about, where NPCI started and, where the UPI is and going to be. That journey, when we know that this is not smaller one, so many of the things which we try and look at in product management, we try and look at them differently. So now, if we all agree that the metamorphosis is the key at the stage of the startup, so what is the role of a product manager, or for that matter, the placeholder product management in a startup context? Because why am I saying that? If I had put the same question for poll, do startup need product managers? The results would have been slightly different, because many of us feel that in the small startup, whatever is the company, that is an additional cost they can't afford. They feel that, product manager is not required. But what we are saying is that whether a product manager is there, or the founders or the early employees play the role, the product management's agenda is to essentially accelerate this metamorphosis into a mature business. So here is an interesting reference to Professor Steve Blank's work. He actually modeled his hypothesis of investment readiness level on the lines of NASA's TRLs. You all heard of NASA's TRL, how before productionizing a technology, you go through the maturity curve. So if you really look at your hypothesis, or the basic idea of what you talk about is only IRL1. That means if you are looking at, for a startup, you need investments, you need to really look at idea is only the beginning. And then afterwards, the problem solution fit is the next level which the startup goes through. And then afterwards, okay, we have some concept about the problem solution fit, which we could also call as an MVP. What next? How do I really make sure the market is lapping it up or the product market fit happens? And for that, the validating the right side of the canvas, if you were, the reference is to the lean canvas of business canvas. The right side is the customers and the left side is the solution for your problem. So that is where you are improving the success, odds for success of a product. So how do you define a startup? The main goal of a startup is to find a profitable, repeatable, and scalable business model. That means you cannot not be profitable and still be in a business, right? From a stakeholder point of view. So from that, if you really look at the researchers, what they say is software startups are quite distinct from traditional mature software companies. And they are also different from micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Why? Because these micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises are very clear about their business model. They are small, they are regional, but they are profitable. They are addressing their stakeholders' expectations, whether the investors, whether it is the employees, as well as the customers. But a startup has a potential for making it much larger, which has a venturable component into it and which requires to prove its business model. That is where the focus of an SPM or product manager is to drive the experiments and get the validation for the business model, which is what we are going to focus on that. ISPMA, as you all are aware, is a not-for-profit body of experts, both from industry and academia, and the vision being and the mission being promoting the excellence in product management. All these fellow members, which you also saw yesterday from Hansman's presentation, are really focused on bringing out the syllabus in a maximum level of thoroughness and applicability to the industry, both the rigors of academia in terms of the conceptual validation as well as the applicability and the suitability for various industrial uses, vertical uses. That is what's gone through every part of the curriculum. So right now, as you all know, ISPMA has the curriculum for foundation syllabus, which is a 360-degree view of the product management, and also deeper focus on some of the areas of product management called the strategic management, product strategy, product planning, as well as orchestration. So here is where this new syllabus, which is being launched, beta launched today in this event, thanks to the persuasion by our ISPMA India chairperson, Professor Sadagopan. This was supposed to be launched in March in Frankfurt in the event in the first week. But Professor Sadagopan made a strong case. India is the third largest startup hub. And this is where we would like this to be tried out and this to be brought in. Thanks to Professor Sadagopan, we are able to get this beta launched today at ISPMA Summit. Professor Sadagopan, you wanted to say something?
No, nothing special. I think I am glad that all the way from Hans, all the fellow members in ISPMA agreed for this, because together the fellow members hold the intellectual capital of ISPMA. I think it is nice of them, and especially Hans, to make it happen. Thanks. And I think the credit goes to you all. I think there was also a lot of ground level. A lot of you who participated wanted also some USP. Sir, what do I get? Especially participating in ISPM India 2022, and this is the one thing which you get. So I think this is something which you can proudly kind of remember that. Thank you, Hara.
So now these are the details of various syllabi ISPMA has put out, which are being used both for academic as well as industry programs. In fact, this has been the syllabus foundation syllabus has been part of the curriculum, both for business school and graduate program, as well as for tech schools in graduate program and now undergraduate program world over. So the authors of this startup syllabi are, Barbara Heusel, who's been an industry expert, Professor Samuel Fricker, professor in requirements engineering from Switzerland, in fact, Lucas Weber is a product management professional and author from Finland, Hans Punt, the chairperson of ISPMA himself, and I've had the good fortune to team up with them as the work group to write this syllabus. And we've had Gerald Heller, who was part of the editorial team and author team of the SPM Foundation syllabus, had a diligent review along with all other fellow members you have seen. So that's the making of the syllabus over a period of time, which is what we're going to get a glimpse. So what is the need for this syllabus and who are the target audience? First of all, startups, as well as new products in large companies. And as we all seen just now, contrary to general perception, startup needs better management skills because they are skating on thin ice and frugal means. And as we looked at the problem solution fit and the product market fit are critical for startup and new products. So the target audience are founders, early hires of startups, incubators, students of entrepreneurship, and the innovation labs. Now, you talk about every large company, they want to build their new products the way the startups build, so they want to learn from the startup ecosystem and look at what are my practices which are no longer relevant in this, and how can I really validate my product early and go through the journey of validated learning. Right. So the syllabus is tuned for a half a credit elective, if you will, or 2 days workshop. And the certification process is getting ready. As you all know, ISPMA certifications are done by an independent agency called isqi.org. You can look at it. So this will be, right now it is beta. Once it is formalized after the beta, the certifications also would be ready for the startup syllabus. And the path for upgrades into excellence, etc., would be through foundation. So if you go to ISPMA website, it has been updated day before yesterday as we did the workshop. This has been added as a beta on the syllabi. All of you can download that student edition and you can go through that. Okay, so while we have another 7 or 8 minutes, let me just give you a brief flavor of the ISPMA framework for startups as well as the syllabus. This, as you all know, is the framework 2.0. Many of you have been practicing it. Yesterday, you saw both in Excellence Award applications as well as in student showcases, many of them using this framework to really get a 360-degree view of product management for all of us. So this as the basis, the framework 2.0 as a framework, we look at the startup framework. So for convenience, what I did or what the framework shows here is all those areas of the SPM framework in a mature context, but which are not yet relevant for a startup context are grayed out. As you can see, portfolio management, resource management, operational marketing, etc. And there are a few new elements which are added in this, like competitive strategy. Like yesterday also you talked about moat for startup products and how product manager can help create the moat. If it is a invention related product, how do you create IP as the moat? Or if it is an innovation-related product, how do you really look at greater user adoption or some of the complementary assets in terms of the ecosystem as the moat? That is where we address the competitive strategy. Funding, as you look at, is the oxygen for startups, but the funders come with a specific timeline and agenda and expectations. That is where the product management's focus on making sure that those exits are given for the investors for further raising the capital is a critical component in that. And the most important one, the product market fit. How do you really translate this from a kind of an experiment into a regular business by validating the business model? Those are some of the additions in the startup syllabus. And as I said, this syllabus covers all the 3 stages of the startup. Essentially, the scale up is nothing but largely getting into a mature model, like many of the companies you've seen. But early stage and growth stage startups are what are the focus area for that, because the problems or the focus areas are different between these two. An early stage startup is looking at understanding the problem discovery, and what is the solution hypothesis, as you looked at in the IRL, which Steve Blank talked about, and finally finding the problem solution fit. And in the growth stages where you have the product market fit. So this slide nicely summarizes the entire journey of a product from the concept or spotting the problem all the way to making the product as a de facto standard for the market. And if you really look at, there are 3 pieces of information I would like you to process. First one is look at the foundational steps in the bottom. If you really look at a discovery phase, you are looking at spotting the customer problem. You never go with saying that, hey, I have an idea. Then you are looking at observing the patterns, then looking at the alternatives. In fact, just now, I loved it when Dilip said that I am competing with cash. Right? So for a startup, you do not have a competition most often. So your competition is with the alternatives, what the customer or the user has. So how do I really look at the alternatives rather than just be worried about the competition, both in terms of bettering that as well as making the price advantage in that. So that's how the desirability is the key focus at a very early stage of discovery. And at the next stage of MVP, that is the problem solution fit part, there you're looking at the feasibility as well. Yesterday we had Muthu and others talk about this extremely well, so I won't take much time. But look at there in that stage, you're building the core product, you're looking at validating the product with your early set of customers and sharpen the core product. So, but getting the problem solution fit is only one part of the site. That means you got a product which at least, like MVP says, at least a small set of the target audience find it valuable for them to pay for it and use it. But now, how do I extend this product to the larger potential target segments? And that is where you're looking at defining the whole product. That means bringing in various ecosystem components which really are essential to meet the full needs of the customer, which is also called as the jobs to be done, and then try and focus on monetization. Ultimately, why this product is in existence, it has to address the value. And if I'm not getting the price, I'm not very sure I'm seeing this product valuable for my customers. So the value maximization, both for the users as well as the business, is the key at the second stage or the growth stage. And in a scale-up stage, it is all about market, mainstream adoption. Even if your product is the best in the world, if it is not adapted, it is going to fall by the wayside. Then market leadership and the de facto standards. That is what would be the focus of the product managers. And that is what all this syllabus addresses. So, we talked about the product market fit, the competitive strategy. Ecosystem is a very critical element for a startup because you do not have all the capabilities inside the organization. You are still very small. So how do I really forge? In fact, we've seen many examples when somebody says that, hey, you know what, I'm going to use a chatbot for my business. I don't need to write the chatbot APIs I can use. But the thing is that the cost of that APIs is higher than what I'm going to price my whole product, then I'm out of business. So you need to really look at who are the potential ecosystem players, at what stage I engage them, and at what stage I mainstream it into my product, and rather than depending on the third party. Those are very critical pieces for the startup product manager to think about. Then competitive strategy, we talked about creating the moats. And a moat is something which you need to be careful about, not at the beginning of the journey, but all through. So what are the potential moats which you saw? Examples like, in India itself, commerce companies, they created user adoption and user acquisition as a critical mode where I have taken a market share of 50-40%, then it is very difficult to be dislodged. And you see high-tech companies, the IP, intellectual property itself, as a mode, so that somebody has to really struggle to get to the point where I am. And then the product market fit we talked about. And so let me leave at this point of time with 6 more minutes for a little bit of an interactive Q&A rather than me being in a monologue position. Of course, I can talk about various other things in how do you achieve the product market fit, how the metrics are going to be very different between a mature company and startup company. All those you can read in the syllabi itself, but let me open the floor for questions. Shubha?
Sure, Professor. So I request the audience, if there are any questions, to direct it to Manisha, and then we can take the questions from there. Professor, there are no questions as of now, which we have from the audience currently.
Perfect. So let me then add some more points to that. Yeah.
Professor, sorry to interrupt. I think Kanishka Bose has raised her hand. I would request Kanishka to post the question on the chat window, and we could take it from there.
Yeah, Kanishka. Manisha, sorry.
Yeah, I'm waiting for her question on chat.
Can he speak up? Otherwise, can you unmute?
Kutrish, can you please unmute Kanishka?
Yeah, she can do it on her own now.
Okay.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, Kanishka.
Yeah. Good morning, Professor. Just to understand one thing, I mean, thank you for your valuable acumen and the presentation on the startup front. So while we are trying to achieve the product market fit, how can we optimize the marketing cost versus, I mean, building great products for great customer experience? So, I mean, while we are kind of scaling up in the last phase, so there is always a dilemma that how much to invest in the marketing cost versus building greater products in the Indian ecosystem, specifically I'm referring to.
So what do you mean by marketing cost? Is it sales or pure marketing?
Yeah, it's kind of pure marketing, a bit of sales. So mix and match of both versus building great products, which requires a lot of tech investments. So how to optimize that?
So there are two schools, you know, and if you talk to different founders, you find different answers. You know, some people say that fake it until you make it. You know, that means, you know, your marketing story is the, you know, what you call the architecture is the go-to thing. But there are some people who say that, you know what, without the product, you know, the whole market is going to fall through. So it's a chicken and egg, you know, you can't really say that I need market first or I need the product first. That is where I wanted you to really look at, without getting into a functional overview, look at, first of all, understanding of the market, then marketing. Okay. Our early phase of the journey is all about discovery. And so for that, do you do surveys? Do you do observation? Do you do pilots? Do you do interviews? Do you, whatever you do, and how expensive it is something which you can address. The second one, which works very well in many cases, again, there is no silver bullet in that, but typically in a B2B context, you can have a customer zero who could pilot and who could be your beachhead as you really go to the market. Right? So that is a potential one. But until really, if you are talking about the pre-funding, post-funding in an early scenario part of it, if you are really bootstrapping and if you have not raised the capital part of it, and you may not have much money to really market it. You know, you need to really look at, that is where you need to figure out how you could use the ecosystem better. For example, you know, you could use some of the partners who could go to market partners can help you on that. So it depends, but you need to really balance out in the stages which we're talking about. The whole viability paradigm comes much later in terms of the cost part of it, but you need to have something to show, and an MVP is nothing but at least few customers, a small percentage of the total audience, but some percentage should feel that your product is valuable and they are ready to pay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Professor, we have one more question here. So how do we capture product market size, and is the time of deployment of POC? That is the question from Kanappan Ravi.
Okay, so this again is I have only 1 minute, so I will keep it very brief. This again, you need to really look at the whole concept of desirability has not gone. That means your engagement with the potential audience will keep continuing and you're polling it. More so, in fact, when you go into the next segments, as we look at the whole crossing the chasm after the whole product market fit is all about how big is my next segment and what are my complementary assets in a whole product to take them to the next level. So in the first phase, it's good enough for you to get the MVP for the early adopters, but you can never be blinded on the larger market because they are the ones ultimately making you market leader and making it viable and profitable. So these two are, even if they look discrete, they are a continuum, and that is, you need to think about it right up front.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Any other questions, or we are concluding?
No, Professor, done.
So this session is until 10:30, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to be on time. I know already we spent another 30 seconds. Over to you, Shubha.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Hara. That was an interesting session on the certification and the syllabus from ISPMA. So with that, we complete all the plenary sessions for the first half of the day today. We now split into academic and the industry tracks. These tracks run in parallel. The current session will continue to be the industry track, and there is a separate Zoom link which is provided for the academic track. Professor Lakshmi Gunapudi is the program chair for the academic track. She's the adjunct faculty at IIM Bangalore, IIM Trichy, and IIM Vizag. She'll be chairing most of the academic sessions today. The academic sessions end at 12 noon, after which the academic track participants can join the industry track for the plenary sessions again. I now request the presenters for the academic track and the audience interested in academic sessions to join the academic track. Thank you. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, I again welcome you all to SPM Summit 2022 and to the industry track sessions. Our next session today is product-led growth strategy. This will be presented by Mr. Ramani Shivaprakash, a product manager from ThoughtWorks. As Tathagat mentioned in the morning, Ms. Madhu is unable to be with us today, and Mr. Ramani will be making the presentation. I would now like to introduce and invite Mr. Ramani to the summit. Ramani has diverse range of experience across product management, strategy, marketing, and consumer behavior. Mr. Ramani has led multiple B2C product teams and is motivated by identifying the right consumer problems to focus on. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Ramani. And we will have the last 5 to 7 minutes of the session dedicated for audience questions. And Ms. Manisha Rati will be moderating the questions. Manisha is a doctoral student at IIM Bangalore. The audience are requested to send their questions to Manisha over the chat window. Manisha will be consolidating these questions and will be presenting it to Ramani towards the end of the session. Thank you. And over to you, Mr. Ramani.
Thank you. Thank you for introducing me. You able to hear me, folks?
Yes, we're able to hear you.
Yeah. So apologies for the background. I'm trying to fix this, but it's not coming. So hope it's fine. Let me share my screen. So today we are going to sneak into one of the interesting concept called product-led growth. I think I've been a product manager for the last 15 years, currently in ThoughtWorks as a consultant, helping the CPOs and head of products for various global clients for us in terms of strategizing and identifying the problem solution fit and the product market fit. But before that, I was part of multiple startups as a product manager, hands-on, helping understanding the core problem and how do we solve using product, right? So I'm going to share some of those learnings, stories, and how product-led as a concept helps in making sure you achieve this at a very faster rate. That's the agenda for today. As we know that Madhu is a little unwell, so I'll speak on behalf of her. So today we are going to cover on broadly the 5 aspects. One is what is the customer expectations and how it is changing, and how product-led growth can help. What is this whole noise of product-led growth is all about? And me and Madhu have built a framework on the building blocks of product-led growth, which we have applied into our multiple product stints in ThoughtWorks. We will share that framework to you folks. And then finally, I'll touch upon 2 stories, real world stories where we were able to use this framework and how we were able to achieve the actual product outcomes. And finally, the key takeaways of the session. So what is that today the customers are expecting, right? Like if you look at the Gartner C experiment, right? And it's very similar to your Maslow's hierarchy, right? The needs of the users are changing. Initially, you had the basic needs and then very transactional in nature. Then you have these emotional needs where the user want to feel good. And finally, there is a stage where you need to anticipate what user are looking for. And finally, you also make sure that they are more powerful and empowered. We use this word, especially in the product management world, like customer obsession, right? Like that is more towards how you can have that as a culture in your product thinking or a product culture and make your users more powerful. Applying how business has been responding to this, right? So how do we react to this, right? Like initially, if you look at in the early 90s or in the early 2000, right? We used to use technology for improving your operations. And that kind of solved some of the back-end problems we faced, and it is not still catering towards the emotional needs. And then to cater the emotional needs, the businesses reacted saying, hey, we have a huge customer support team. Today we call this as a customer success team, where they react when the problem has occurred, right? And then we kind of, to anticipate customer needs, we provided multiple services. If you look at in 2010, there is a huge number of VC investments came to India, and a lot of product companies started coming in where they were not providing one services, multiple services started coming in. Today, if you look at, right, like the biggest noise happening in the social media in the product world is like 10-minute grocery delivery. It's making the users more powerful. So this is how the business is reacting. But all this, if you put it in a nutshell, right, we are only talking about the digital natives. In our experience in ThoughtWorks in the last 5 years, we have been engaging with a lot of large enterprises who wants to adopt this thinking, right? So digital natives have capital in hand and chasing market, whereas large enterprises already have market in the hand, capital also they have. But how do we make sure that the trusted customers which we already have, we don't lose in this race of changing customer expectations? So that's the million-dollar question for most of our clients, right? And how do we actually go and help them? To tell that in a nutshell, right, what is product-led growth? Let's take an example of Netflix, where we have been popular in the last 2 years watching movies, right? Like people normally associate product, like at least the modern product managers associate that as the journey would start in digital. But if you look at deeply, right, we had this concept called brand management long back in Procter & Gamble, and then from FMCG to it moved, right? But if we have that thinking and apply here, like how they use the traditional method to grow their overall brand, and how we use technology to grow the overall product, right? So that transition, if you can see that as an example via Netflix, right, how they transition. So it's not always digital natives who had the luxury to start scratch and they will kind of go and eat all the Fortune 500 companies. It's not there. We are already seeing the trend, like we have seen in India, geos, how they could quickly master using product as their base, right? So this is a classic example favorite for me, right? How they moved from a DVD rental in 1998 and then they moved to monthly subscription services and online streaming, right? This is possible for them. One is they experimented a lot. Netflix, their core value system is experiment till you get it right. And if they're not only going on gut based or through experience based, some business leader had an idea. It's not like that, right? So when large enterprises, which had multiple products, multiple services, if they can find experimentation as a concept, then their product-led growth achieves much more faster, which is the crux of any large enterprises which is non-digital moving to digital, like how Netflix were able to move from a DVD rental company, and today I think they're creating content. I mean, the evolution made sure that they are now dictating terms instead of creating content, right? And the power of Netflix is also like how you can launch a movie today in 150 plus countries. And that is the growth we are going to talk about, right? Like you move a small needle using technology and you kind of get the power of reaching to multiple countries sitting in a single place. So we call this an evolutionary adaptation, like how we as human beings or animals try to adapt to the change. Organizations have to adapt to this change, and that change which is happening is the product thinking. So what is this product like? To put in a very nutshell, like a very academic way to define this is, it's a go-to-market strategy on using your product to do the basic things which you achieve in a traditional marketing world, right? Is to acquire customers. Once you acquire, you need to activate and then retain. So this is predominantly the job of any product leader in the world, right? So now in the traditional marketing world, we use sales and marketing to generate leads, advertisements to promote your brand, and you had your support teams like engineering, design, you have other operations teams who help in getting your overall users and activate them and return, right? Now, if you eliminate all this and put a central team around all of these teams, right? How your product itself can sell by itself, rather your sales teams focus on qualifying the leads. How product itself can market itself, right? Like word of mouth, viral marketing. Rather your marketing team is more focused towards understanding the users. So similarly, the different teams come together rather than competing with each other, right? In my earlier days where I was not applying product led, right? Even if you're building a technology product, teams are competing, like sales want incentives. So they don't use technology, but rather go offline, build relationships. They think that the relationships is what bring more business, right? Now, today, I think most of the B2B products, you don't have demos. You don't have people actually going and doing demos, right? So the relationship is more towards the product creates that. All of us would have studied IDA model, right? Awareness, interest, desire, and action, right? Traditionally, this is a very non-linear way of, linear way of going and approaching a customer, right? Now, today, if you use product, it happens, all these 4 stages happens in a single journey. Like you log into, let's say, Zoom, you actually get awareness at that moment. You acquire the customer there. They experience the product like 40 minutes they provide free. So they experience the product with the similar time, right? So all this has become non-linear when we use product as the base rather than we depend upon different teams where they have to orchestrate together to achieve the single most value the customer wants. Now, why we are all talking this at this point of time? There's a lot of money. It's not only about the concept we madly love, but there is a lot of money available, and as a business, at the end of the day, I think the previous session I was listening, like the end goal is to get business value, right? A lot of startups today go to the stage of problem solution fit, but fail miserably at the product market fit because you don't know the viability of the business. Right now, from a product-led growth concepts which has been there in the last 5-6 years, if you track the companies in Silicon Valley and even in India, right? The amount of investment which is going there is because the potential it has. So as product leaders, it's not a concept which is theoretically on the paper, but people are really making good market capitalization and good revenue. So that's the reason I thought I'll kind of put this here. So in a nutshell, before I go to the stories, what is this all about, right? So when I was a marketing student way back 14-15 years before, I was fascinated about this Peter Drucker's statement. Like the aim of the marketing is to know and understand the customer so well that the product or service fits them and sells itself. It's a very fascinating when I was reading consumer behavior that time. And like, you don't need a salesperson, you don't need a marketing person to tell something, right? Like Peter Drucker has coined this so well very early, but if he's alive today, he would appreciate that the digital products which we are building today, if you replace the word marketing with product-led growth, that's what he intended to say is what I would say. So now we'll go into the building blocks of the product-led growth, like as a concept, how we are going to apply, right? Because the real world, theoretically, it's great, but how are you going to apply? So you need a framework once you start the journey, right? So let me quickly walk through the framework for you folks. Sorry. We coined this as a 4-pillar model. The first one is experience, where you always start with the user. So you need to make your user feel better, safer, and powerful. And how do we actually create that frictionless product experience? In my experience, frictionless product experience people normally associate to UI. And design is not what you see, design is what you feel. This is a phrase I keep in my mind, right? You need to feel what users will experience and not spend more time on crafting your UI. So that part is very important. How we do it is, I think most of you have heard this word called empathy, and it needs a lot of in-depth understanding of customer, right? Like you go there, you talk to users, observe the users, their body language, and you need to go deeper, understand. And you also look at data for this to understand the insight. So this part I call, if you want to create a greater experience for your customer, you need to be a good person in terms of generating customer insights. Second part is the product itself. So many people ask me this question, right? Define product, right? Like if I want to put it in a very nutshell, it's a new channel to deliver value. Traditionally, you had distribution models, right? It's a new distribution model which we are trying to capitalize because it gives the power to scale. So now, rather than thinking as features while you are building your product for growth, think as capabilities, because capabilities do not die immediately, right? If you think very tactical, you think a feature. If you think long-term, right, for your problem to be solved, you have to think capabilities. The third pillar I would say is data. Now, there are two sets of leaders here, right? I have seen founders, I've seen business leaders. They say that, okay, I think this will work, go ahead. It has worked 2 out of 10 times, gut helps. But not everyone is like MS Dhoni, right? They come 100 years once. So how do we make sure we replicate the success we produce? So that's where running experiments, right? We are all not genius. Even Reed Hastings, the Netflix CEO, said, I'm not Steve Jobs, he said, because everyone cannot follow Steve Jobs. So if you are not that person who can intuitively understand what user wants by observing, then the third pillar supports you, right? You quickly understand from designing experiments. You have a small set of data, right? If you want to like go and crack the grocery market in the India, go for a smaller tier 2 city, do a prototype, run experiments, learn from the data, and from you kind of build the product. The fourth one is technology. I think most of you know, like that's the base here. Now, how initially, I think when I started my career, I used to do the perfection of my delivery of features, but today it is more of progression. We have a lot of support and tools to do that. How did we apply this in our product stints? I will go for my first story in the interest of time. I was a consultant for one of digital native product in Southeast Asia market. The problem statement goes like this, right? So the business had a wide network of low income users, female entrepreneurs. What they do is they sell products in neighborhood, like they sell cookery items, household items like cooker, small furniture. You can think of in the Indian context how in small villages or in tier 2 towns or even in cities, right, where women in the neighborhood kind of have a group of people, they pull in money like a chit fund, right? That's an analogy you can think. Or even products like Amway, where you have used this network marketing, Tupperware. These are the few products I can think of. So very similar concept in Southeast Asia market, where the business was running for 6-7 years offline. They were able to achieve a certain revenue, but when they want to move from one city to another city, when they move from one geography to another geography, the challenge they were facing, right, they have to depend on their sales force. They have to deploy sales force because salespeople only can go and hunt these female entrepreneurs in each villages and cities. So you need to pay money for them. You need to set up offices. So business came to us and saying, hey, we are facing this challenge. We wanted to apply technology lens to see if we can solve this problem. So that's from a business perspective. The use is what they're facing, right? If you are living in a locality and you will have a network of people in your locality where you go and refer, like the Amway products I mentioned, right? You cannot grow your network beyond a certain point because you will have a closed networks in a physical world. So that's the challenge they faced. So what we did is, how do we solve this problem? We applied these lenses and looked at if we can use product-led as a concept to solve this problem, how it will be, right? So the first lens, as I said, is experience. A lot of networking happens here. So we thought influence between human beings is very critical here. So how do we apply social influences as a concept is the first learning we did. The second one, the product itself, right? Because what is the core of the product here? It's the distribution channel. So the network has to be strong together, because when the salesperson is not able to scale, the network has to survive itself. So we made sure that the core value of the product is to enable network strength. Third is, once more people come to the network, competition comes, right? Like, hey, I did more references, so give me more money, right? So this is not like an Instagram or a Facebook where it's free for use. It's kind of people's bread and butter. They sell products and make money from this. So it's more algorithm driven to rate the user. And finally, to survive, they have to use multiple services. And we went ahead with the super app as a technology framework. So applying these four lenses, we were able to solve the business problem and the user problem and arrive at a solution. So what are our learnings here, right? So if you look at in a traditional world, you have a scale-free network, which is your Salesforce model, right? Where if you look at here, the nodes are very loosely coupled, right? If one salesperson in that node goes away in the scale-free network, now the overall region or the geography goes for a toss, and you need to replace that salesperson. Whereas if you look at in the right side, the small world network, it is the people and the communities form the network. So it does not depend on one particular node. So even if one person drops off, the community or the small world networks make sure that it's very tight. So this is applied using digital as a platform, like the social concept was applied in the mobile app, and we were able to create outcomes which were they're struggling. Like we were able to acquire close to 50,000 users once we onboarded in the first 2 months. More than the acquisition, right? The business was operationally not viable, because if you want to scale, you need more fund. Technology solutions gave that, right? They had a 30% reduction in cost of acquisition. And finally, there is a customer churn rate, which is also reduced to 5%. So what it made sure is it creates a long-lasting relationships. In a typical Salesforce model, right? The relationship is very short-lived, because if the person goes, I mean, relationship is here with the brand and the product by itself, right? It is only between the people. So that was able to achieve, and loyalty was more because it's not very random network. It's a small network, and the loyalty has increased. So to summarize, small networks can create long-lasting relationships for a sustainable growth. So a lot of products today, I think, even in digital commerce, you would be reading a lot about social commerce, how social as a concept has now been applied in digital product world. So that's the power of applying these using product-led frameworks. Story 2, this is in a different context. It's a cinema chain. They had close to 70 to 100 screens. And the problem statement is very simple. I think most of us, the days when we used to watch movies, we had this unique concept of interval in India, right? A lot of countries do not have that. So people, especially when there is a blockbuster, a superstar movie comes, right? That 20-15 minutes interval, people go and stand in the queue to buy the popcorn and the samosas and the other stuff, right? So customers are frustrated, right? If there are 1,000 users watching movies on day one, the real challenge for the business is how do I serve food to all the 1,000 users using the physical point of sales in the lobby? So that's from the customer perspective. But business was saying, hey, I have a limited inventory. I can't sell more than 1,000 seats. Whereas the digital businesses, if you look at it, they acquire more users. So I am more inventory-led business. How can I identify new digital revenue opportunities? Similarly, we applied these PLG framework, product-led growth, right? In this context, we know scale is not the problem. Like in the previous story, it is about the scaling. Here it is about the adoption. I don't want to scale. I have a limited set of users. I can't go beyond this. So what we did is, it's about experience. So we defined the signature moments. Signature moments are wow moments you create in the product. Identify those wow moments for the users. The product by itself, people were using already mobile app for booking tickets, but unfortunately they are not using the mobile app for ordering food inside the cinema hall. The reason we found, right, we went deeper and understood that most of the users who want to watch movies, they tend to not use the mobile phones inside the cinema hall because it's a disturbance for them. And they are not able to pre-plan the food also. Like many people who have used airlines, if you book tickets 1 week before, and if they ask whether you eat a biryani or let's say a pizza, it's very difficult for humans to actually predict appetite 1 week later, right? So we kind of narrowed down that part, right? Okay, the consumers are struggling to pre-plan because appetite as a human sense is very natural. And we also observe that in lobby, people smell the food and accordingly decide. Now, these are like human senses. How do we recreate that is the biggest challenge we want. So we moved from mobile app to a different form factor. So as product leaders, what you need to think is don't restrict yourself to mobile app. That's the mistake I made when I kind of encountered this problem, right? Mobile app is the only solution available in the world, right? And as users, we can't download more mobile apps also because there is a space restriction and you are frustrated with multiple mobile apps. So this to a different context where physical experience, it's a cinema experience where we move to a different solution. We used data to understand the intelligence science and the self-serve platform. So this is the crux of how we arrived at the customer insight. Like we applied consumer psychology. This is a very deeper concept where I would allow the product leaders of tomorrow to go deeper on understanding the psyche of the customer.
Mr. Ramani, sorry to interrupt. I think we're running a little late. Maybe you could wrap up the session soon so that we have time for the audience questions.
Sure. I have only one slide, so I'll manage accordingly.
Thank you.
So the second part is the data insights, and the third part is the business outcomes. If you apply these three principles, you will be able to understand, discover insights, and basis that you will know how to improve the adoption. So the one-line summary is food is an emotion, so don't treat it as a transaction. Today, most of the product managers treat that as a funnel, treat that as a transaction, right? So that's the biggest challenge, right? And how do we go and understand the deeper human emotions? So we kind of moved to a kiosk-based solution in a cinema hall, and that kind of helped in achieving the adoption. So that transition in changing the form factor is the learning form. So key takeaways, if you want to accelerate your product-led growth, stay customer-focused, make your journey more frictionless, rely product on a channel which will reduce the acquisition cost, stay away from idea presentations. I made that mistakes, falling in love with ideas, experiment till you understand what customer needs. You have no choice, leverage your technology because disrupt the disruptors. And finally, last but not the least, if you don't know how to measure it, don't build it. I'll stop here, open for questions.
Shubha, shall I go ahead with the question?
Yeah, Manisha, please go ahead.
Okay, so there are a few questions. So first, I'll take the first one. The PLG, that is product-led growth, requires culture change involving executive leadership. Do you have any pointers on that?
So that's a very interesting point. So in my journey today, what is the trend happening, right? The cultural change, if you see large enterprises, we are seeing in 2016, I used to interact with a lot of CTOs, chief technology officers. Now I'm interacting with a lot of chief product officers. I'm not talking about digital natives. I'm talking about large enterprises, US, UK, India, right? Even India, the maturity levels is so high. That tells that it has already set in, which means the cultural change is going to happen via the product leaders who are going to join these organizations, which has traditionally been petroleum, manufacturing, automotive, can be any industries. You could see the change already happening. So these product leaders will be responsible to bring that change is what I am sensing. Otherwise, it's going to be really, really difficult if you put that on the CEO's plate alone. And CEO should work very closely with the CPO. I would urge all the companies which are wanting to do this transition to look for good product leaders. And that's why I think we have a lot of people who want to aspiring take this role in future. And I started this role in 2007-8. I think I feel very bad. I should have started now. Right? It's very crazy, actually.
Okay, thank you. And I see the other questions are related to this. So I think we are done with the questions. Thank you.
Thank you for this.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ramani, for a very informative session on the product-led strategy and how to understand the customer needs and to build robust products. Our thanks to you as well as Ms. Madhu. And now we have a note to all the participants. We have exciting prizes and goodies to be won by the participants for the best tweets and the LinkedIn posts. Please use #SPM Summit while adding your thoughts and key takeaways. So that would make the sessions more engaging, and we want to understand your experience at the summit as well. So please go ahead and post your tweets and the LinkedIn posts. We look forward to that. Thank you. Mr. Ramani, we really appreciate you being here with us today in spite of being unwell for the presentation. We wish you and Ms. Madhu a very speedy recovery. And on behalf of IAMB and ISPMA, I express my sincere gratitude to you and Ms. Madhu for the presentation and to the audience for a lively session. Thank you. Now is the time for the break. I think we break until 11:15 a.m. for a coffee break, and I'll see you all at 11:15 then. Thank you. Thank you, Manisha, for moderating the questions. Thanks.
My pleasure.
See you then at 11:15.
Hey Manisha, am I audible?
Yes, Jay, you're audible.
Yeah, I'm slightly a bit under the weather, so you might find a bit of quiver in my voice. So apologies for that.
No problem, Jay. That should be fine.
Oh, sure, Jay. I think you're coming across fine. But thanks for being here despite being unwell. Really appreciate that. Hope it is not really a stretch. We
No, it's
obviously don't want to inconvenience you.
No, thanks a lot.
We appreciate your joining specially. Thank you, Jay Prakash.
Thank you, sir.
Shubha, thank you for managing time well. So I think stick to it, because managing time goes, it's a very interesting characteristic of good conferences.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank
Professor.
you. Thank you.
Professor.
Jay, where are you based out of?
I'm based out of Pune.
Pune, okay.
Yes, sir.
Oh, nice, okay. One of our volunteers, Abhijit, is also from Pune.
Yes. He's a part of, product community here. So I know him by interactions. Nice. Yeah. Seen him a couple of times in some product conferences.
Sure.
See, Tathagat, we in academia, we actually say that the product capital in India for IT is still Pune, not Bangalore. Even though my Karnataka friends, government don't like it. But if you actually see that, good old days starting from Mastech, okay? So, and then parametric technologies and, a whole bunch of them. So they all used to be.
And Turbo Analyst.
Huh?
Turbo Analyst.
Yeah, that was, that was the telco, that private that, but Mastech had a ERP, a whole bunch of them. And, our Godrej man used to run a interesting CAD software company that got sold out. So that was also based on Pune. So, yeah, level 50 we should start. Yeah.
Yes, just give me a second. I'll just increase the fan speed. Just give me a moment.
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We're all set to present the next two sessions on product management and development. Our next session is from Mr. Jay Dembani, Senior Product Manager from Avalara Inc. He'll be presenting the topic, Platform Mindset, a Product Management Perspective. Mr. Jay is a seasoned product management professional with over 16 years of experience. His experience involves building and managing scalable B2B SaaS products, spanning across multiple domains using AI, blockchain, and automation frameworks. In his current role at Avalara, Jay manages a portfolio of platform integration products called connectors and extractors. Welcome, Mr. Jay, to the summit. And the last 5 minutes of the session will be dedicated to the questions from the audience. So I request the audience to send their questions to Rahul, who's a doctoral student at IIM Bangalore. He'll be moderating the questions and he'll be presenting the questions to the presenter. Thank you. I now request Mr. Jay to take over. Over to you, Jay.
Thanks a lot, Manisha, for a very nice introduction. Let me know once my screen is visible. Just give me a moment. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see.
Just give me a moment. Okay, so the topic of today's presentation is platform mindset. In product management, we say that product management is more than anything else but a mindset. Same goes for platform mindset. And the idea of today's presentation is, to give you my view of the platforms, which I've tweaked on the basis of my experience on working with product and platforms. I'm going to present my views on external platforms and not the internal platforms, because when we talk about platform is a subject matter of research, and there are a lot of variations within that. So in the interest of the time and for the purpose of this presentation, I'm going to talk on external platforms. And for the purpose of this presentation, I'm going to use Amazon and Avalara, my latest experiences last 2.5 years with Avalara, where we are building, platform integration products for Amazon and a couple of others. But as I said, for this, I'm going to use Amazon as an example. So let's take a quick look at the agenda. We'll start off by understanding what is product and what is platform, and see the contrast between them. Then I will let you know that what are the core concepts if you are already a product company and want to transform to platform, or you want to start off as a platform altogether from scratch. So what are the key core concepts which you have to keep in mind while building the platforms? We will take a quick look at the design and framework layers of platform. And then, I'll share the transition, the way we are at Avalara. We are evolving with every passing day as a platform, from a product family company to, a platform company. And then I'll summarize, with the help of my experience and learnings, what I've learned over a decade or so. So, product and platforms, or product versus platforms. So product primarily is anything tangible or non-tangible, which is available for acquisition or consumption. It can be, a service can also be identified as a product and can be packed as a product, as in the case of APIs. Platform is primarily the businesses which leverage and orchestrate the ecosystem to create a value and in exchange. So what we'll dig down more on these two words. So keep that in mind, with value creation and exchange, and what it means in the terms of platform. Let's take a quick differential analysis between product and platform. So I've identified these 6 parameters on which the core parameters, they can be many, but these are the major criteria on which product varies from a platform. So the asset in the case of product is primarily features, so to say, but in the case of platform, if you are building a product family like we are doing at Avalara, for us, the focus is, and our assets are the different products which we have built over a period of time. From a design perspective, when we started off as a single product company, our focus primarily was on the users, user maps, user journeys, and how a customer would use our product. In the case of platform, slowly and steadily, as we are transforming ourselves, our focus is changing and taking a tilt towards exchange, where the focus is more on the exchange, right? What sort of an exchange which is happening between multiple players of the ecosystem. Revenue stream, as I said, in the case of when we were like single product, it was primarily a subscription-driven product. But now subscription is not just the only revenue from where we are driving, our revenues. It's basically, multiple players in the ecosystem, which are primarily, helping us to increase and support our business model. Drivers, in the case of product, were users and enterprise version of the products when we were building. Now it's more about, different producers, consumers, and the partners. And at Avalara, the focus primarily has been on the partner strategy. So we have got like 750 plus partners, and Amazon is just one of them. From a platform concepts, right? So I will start, explaining the concepts which we have particularly used in building, in transitioning our product to a platform. So network effects, we all have, those who are in the field of the product management, learn a lot about network effects. It's a separate research topic altogether. But in the simplest term, network effect, primarily implies to the value of a product, service, or a platform depends upon the number of buyers and sellers. The greater the number of buyers and sellers, the greater the network effect and the value which is getting created on the platform. Now, as I said, within the network effects, there are multiple types. So there is, a single-side network effect, same-side network effect, also known as, or a cross-side network effects, where within that there is a differentiation between positive network effect and the negative network effects. For this presentation, I'm going to have taken the example of a marketplace like Amazon or any marketplace like Flipkart, we can take into consideration. And just to explain the concept, positive network effect is something which I'm displaying on my screen. Now, so when we talk about the positive network effect here, the idea is that we are transitioning from an e-commerce website to a marketplace platform, and the more the number of the producers and the sellers on both sides of the equation, supply and the demand side, and producers / sellers, which I have used interchangeably. The more the number they are creating more products, which means that there are more options and choices for the consumers on the platform. The more options and choices, which means that there are more customers and buyers which will come on the platform with the help of virality and word of mouth, because supply is matching the demand, and then the more number of buyers that is feeding into the positive spiral growth for the sellers, which will bring another set of sellers onto the platform. So if you see that this is a positive cycle of network effect that keeps on feeding on each other, whereas the owners of the platform, you have to ensure the various parameters which needs to be balanced, and which needs to be balanced to ensure that this effect is not getting broken at any point of time, because once the cycle is broken, the chances of negative network effect is very high to kick in. Now when you're building the platform, the idea is to understand what is our value which is getting exchanged on the platform. So when we say value exchange approach, it primarily means the value on the form of social or economic currency. A producer may create, as I said, tangible or intangible, and deliver value to a consumer who is ready to offer, some sort of a social and economic currency in the exchange. So what I mean by that? So when you are on a marketplace platform, you're buying something, and then you pay for that. So that's more of a, an economic currency exchange. But when you are on a social media platform like LinkedIn, where I shared, that I'm presenting in the ISPMA. I created a post, and then on the response of it, I got the response from people, hundreds of likes and, people resharing that. So as I said, the exchange can be in the form of, social and economic currency, and the value that is getting generated. In the case of marketplace, it's primarily, the goods which are getting exchanged, and the social and economic currencies varies. At Avalara, for us, the core unit value is, creating the transactions or ensuring that your transactions are compliant from every aspect, whether it's your sales order or your purchase order, everything that revolves in a transaction cycle, right from buying to selling to filing of the returns, we ensure that you are completely compliant. So that is, the core unit value of exchange. As I said, in the case of marketplace platforms, the core transactions are the value exchange, or one of the values which are getting exchanged. So when we talk about platform in the value exchange, the simplistic view is to look in this circular diagram where producers and the consumers are two ends of the spectrum. In between there is an exchange which is happening. In between there is a value, as I said, transaction or compliance, which is getting exchanged via platform, and the currencies in terms of the subscription or social economic likes and whatnot. The idea is to increase the value of the exchange, right? So if you are just an e-commerce website, you are just selling, and then you're not, there's only just one sort of an exchange which is happening. When you have to increase the value of exchange, you have to ensure that the user of the platform comes on the platform and stays within the platform. So, that exchange is being increased, the value of that exchange is increased with the help of the partners. So as I said that, at Avalara, when we have got 750 plus integrations, and one of them is Amazon. So suppose, consider a scenario where you are in Amazon and you as I said, Amazon has multiple products. One of them is Amazon Seller Central. So if you are selling a good on the Amazon, and if you want a tax compliant software to ensure that, when you search for a particular tax compliant software, you will get the list of the software which you can use, which are perfectly integrated with Amazon. Now, imagine if Amazon was not having any sort of a tax compliance software on their platform. Chances are that the consumer on the merchant seller side, will move to a different platform where they can get this facility. So, as I said, the partners increase the value of the exchange, the core exchange which is happening on the platform between producers and the consumers, and that ensures that the stakeholders remain in the system. And when I say exchange, partners can be integrated with the help of APIs and microservices. So when we talk about platforms are primarily generally understood as a technical concept, but there's something which I propose is a thought architecture. Right, the core job of the platform is to ensure that these four scenarios a platform is supporting. So the first one is the engage. The platform is to ensure that all the players producers, consumers, and partners are able to participate in that. And the idea is to inform the various stakeholders with the help of online and offline and hybrid ways. Out of home also is one of the ways where you can engage, the various stakeholders of the system. And once they are engaged with you, the idea is to encourage the participation with the help of you let them create, you give them tools, you allow them to create, in the case of marketplace, as I said, product master, item master, and everything else that is required for the successful exchange. And then once you have, you are encouraging them, then the idea is to enable them with the help of, permission role-based access, where one party can have different access than others. The producer will have a different access than a partner or, or consumer. And then the idea is to match the demand and supply. So if I'm looking for, say, for instance, a particular item on the platform, or I'm looking for a particular partners on the platform, in the sense, if I want a delivery partner on Amazon, I should be able to see the exact delivery partner and not the tax compliance partners. So the idea is to ensure the matching of demand and supply. So if I have to present it pictorially, so the idea is that imagine a platform is a central layer, and then the various the thought architecture, which I talked about, where producers are engaging with consumers, where the encouragement is happening with the help of the APIs, where every participant, producer can become a consumer, and consumer can become a producer. And then the idea is to enable them with the help of role-based access on your platforms. And then the idea is to match. So this is a continuous loop which ensures that your platform is continuously churning values for all the stakeholders. And when we talk about the design, we thought we went through the thought architecture, but if you have to put it in practice, these are primarily layers. On the platform, that is, one is a network layer, where you have got producers, consumers, partners, and community. In the terms of infrastructure, you can use the tools, rules, APIs, and algorithms, and then data, whatever the transactions and all sorts of actions which are happening on your platform. How do you ensure that that is getting captured? Now, the fourth most important layer, which is on the periphery of these three layers, is generally that is getting missed, is the communication. So when we talk about communication, it's not just these layers, but the communication can be bifurcated into the internal communication and the external communication. What do I mean by that? That different subsystems are thoroughly integrated with each other, and there is a seamless flow of data which is happening, and all these between these three layers. But at the same time, as a platform, what sort of a communication or what sort of a positioning you want to have for your platform? These days, we are seeing that there are the platforms which are coming up with 10-minute delivery, right? So that is the communication they want to send it across. They're doing everything that is inside a platform which should be happening, but at the top of it, there is a branding layer which is working on the top of these layers. And as I said, communication also does not involve the positioning, but also the customer support. How do you deal with the queries of the customer? Now, when we are talking about the design framework, the core design framework primarily revolves around what is our value, what is happening in the case of your platform. Say, in the case of Avalara, it's about, as I said, creating your tax compliance, ensuring that your business is compliant, and the exchange is increased with the help of the partners. With the number of systems we get, we are integrated with. But on the top of it, there are the functions which we have created for different use cases. Like in the case of Amazon, you have got Amazon Pay, which is using the marginal economics of producing another product on the top of your core platform layer. At Avalara, we have got returns for small business, managed return services. We are using the filing of returns. And at the same time, we have got this calculation of the taxes, right? So these are basically the functions and the features which are built on the top of the core layer of value and exchange. When we talk about the drivers, which will lead to the scaling of the platforms, I've talked about the network effects already, and we talked about smart filters and behavioral designs with the help of nudges and constantly encouraging the customers and the users to come on the platform. The other two drivers which I would like to specifically mention is the marginal economics, where the idea is that once you have built a layer of your platform, it's easier to produce a product family. When you have got your platform layers in place, on the top of it, you can create a product variant with very smaller with a marginal cost. And similarly, in the terms of virality, when you talk about, you get the idea of virality is not marketing I'm talking about, in terms of the design which you have to have in your platform, where you are able to share where you are able to share the exchange which is happening. Like if I'm buying something on Amazon or I'm filing returns with Avalara, I can share it with the external and the internal customers. And the idea is that every time when it goes to them, they are also they get to know about me. So it becomes a sort of a brand ambassador. Every exchange becomes a brand ambassador, and then I am able to get more and more customers using that. So one is feeding into the another. When we talk about the product to platforms, the idea is how do you transition to the platforms? So the idea is to do the analysis, where we are in terms of as-is analysis, understand the benefits of turning product to a platform. When we decided to move from one product to multi-products, the chances were that we were risking the existing experience of the customers by opening ourselves to the partners. And if the partners were not performing well, the onus was lying on us because our customers were getting impacted. So that's sort of a risk which is involved when you turn your product into a platform. You have to ensure that how the core exchange is getting affected, and how are you aligning different layers and the resources back to that while getting for a platform. And when you are transitioning to the platform, you have to ensure that you have achieved a particular scale in terms of the volume in your platform, and you have got certain gaps to fill. That's why you want to become a platform, which cannot be done. Like in the case of Amazon, yes, they have a basic tax calculation engine, but the core job is not tax calculation, right? So that is something we have to ensure. And as I said, you should have the APIs and the developer portals in place to ensure that the customer communication is happening. So what is a product platform? So when we talk about product platform, which is a product which is in transition to a platform, is basically a set of components, modules, or parts where you can produce a stream of derivative products or a product family. So in a simplistic view, you have got the basic layer of value and exchange and various layers of network, data, and infrastructure which are aligned to that. On the top of it, with the help of marginal economics, you are able to produce a variance of a product for different segments of the market. And from a case study point of view, as I said, I've taken Amazon, which is a marketplace platform, and a tax compliance platform like Avalara, where the idea is to power every transaction which is happening on Amazon and ensuring that it is tax compliant with the help of the integrations for Amazon Seller Central, Amazon Vendor Management, Amazon everything that goes, and ensuring that how do we ensure that the transactions which are happening on it are compliant. To summarize, this is the last slide.
Okay.
So the idea is identify the core value which is getting exchanged on your product, and how do you scale it, perform a cost risk benefit analysis, design your platform strategy as to why you want to go and which direction you would want to go. And when there's an important concept of composite design, right? So whenever if you're a legacy product company which is transitioning into a platform, you've got a lot of work to do. But if you are starting, just as a product who wants to become a platform, you have got an opportunity to ensure that there is a composite design. Some of the parts is moving in a particular direction to ensure that the business models and objectives are met. Rollout plan for the derivative products, organize and empower the teams. People are the most important factor when we talk about product and platforms. So that's, I summarize it. If there are any questions, you want to know more about platforms, there are plenty of platforms which have built products. You can reach out to me, and you can certainly have knowledge exchange on the same. This is it. Thank you.
Rahul, if there are any questions, can you please present it to Jay?
Yeah, sure. So there is a question from Mr. Raja. How do you gauge the effects of partners in the platform, both positive or negative, and the reason for the number being quite high?
Okay, so that's a very good question. And as I said, that it's the only way to gauge the effect of a partner is do a lot of pre-work when you are onboarding a partner. So when we are onboarding any partner to work with Avalara, we ensure that the partner which is coming onto our platform has got a certain sort of a brand or a value proposition which is going to fill the gap in our existing product suite. So that's a number one filter which we use. The second thing is that once a platform is getting onboarded, we ensure that all the education materials, be in terms of help guides, be in terms of who is the person can be reached out to from a partner team, to ensure that if our customers are having any sort of issue, they can reach out to them. And then we have built, a lot of matrix in terms of partner matrix. We ensure that, what kind of issues which are coming, and there is a proper partner support and partner management team in place, which ensures that every issue that is being, reported by the customer or our users or their users, say for that matter, we ensure that it is addressed within SMA. So these are the, core factors. Once you onboard a platform, you have done a lot of curation when you are onboarding the partners, but ensuring that there is a separate team of partner management and partner support, which is there in place. Now, what I'm saying is that we are actually following that in practice. It's not easy, but you have to ensure, as I said, that your brand value of a platform depends on that. Partners can enhance your platform and kill your platform at the same time. So it's a double-edged knife, so to say. I hope I have answered the question.
Yeah, thank you, sir. There is one more from Mr. Ullas. Network effects work well when you have at least a few players in the ecosystem. However, starting off is always a challenge. That is getting the first set of suppliers, consumers on the platform. Could you share how you address this challenge of starting off?
Well, I'll just step back and go back to my experience with Icertis, right? Where we have built a contract intelligence platform. The idea was that how do we get what the hardest party for us was to get the people use our platform, right? So when we talk about contracts are basically legal documents. They are hypersensitive in nature. So the idea of getting more and more contract creators and ensuring that our platform is secured enough and making them use was a big challenge, right? So it takes time, but as long as you are proving your credentials, start small and scale big is the mantra we use at Icertis. Once we got the enough number of users of our product, then we started reaching out to the other partners in terms of Salesforce and a few other players in the market that they can come and ensure, since our customers are satisfied with the product, their customers will also be satisfied with our product. So the approach where we took is that we focused on what is the harder side to get on the platform, right? Where it is difficult to get on the platform, focus on that. And once you have got a substantial number, as I said, one of the points that, your product should have enough usage, and usage is possible with the help of the customers. So focus on getting the difficult side first, create incentives with the help of premium and freemium products. And then once you have got sizable number of contracts, right? So when I was working with Icertis, the last count which we were managing were close to like 7 to 8 million contracts. So when we're talking about 7 to 8 million contracts, which basically 7 to 8 million documents, on the top of which we were running a lot of intelligence using data science. Our customers started seeing the value and they started propagating, in one of the cases, one of our enterprise customers went and got the other enterprise partner saying that my contracts are on this platform. Can you please ensure that the integration is built? And once you got one side of the partner, we had a laundry list of the partners who are willing to work with us. So it's a tedious process, but you start, to answer in a nutshell, you start by getting a harder side first.
Rahul, are there any more questions? Maybe we could take it offline with Jay because we're running out of time.
Yeah.
Are there questions, Rahul?
There are a few more, Shubha.
Okay. So a note to the audience, we'll follow up with these questions with Jay and then drop you a note in terms of the responses. Since we are running out of time, we need to move on to the next session. Sorry about that. And that was a very interesting session, Jay, with rich insights on applying platform mindset for the product development perspective. And a note to the audience, continue with your posts and tweets and the LinkedIn posts using the #SPM Summit tag. There are exciting goodies to be won at the end of the day today. And on behalf of IAMB and ISPMA, I thank Mr. Jay Dembani for the presentation. We really appreciate you being with us and presenting an interesting topic on platform perspective of product management, in spite of being unwell. We sincerely hope you feel better soon. Thank you, Jay.
Thanks for all the support and wishes. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, coming to the next session, it's yet another interesting topic, a navigator for your journey to product management excellence. This is a case study presentation by Mr. Franco Gatti from ABB. Mr. Franco is a senior product manager with almost 20 years of experience with ABB Italy and has held several technical and management roles. He's currently engaged in product management excellence journey to enhance the professional level of ABB's large product management community. I now request to present the case study presentation by Mr. Franco. Can you please start the presentation?
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. My apologies, first of all, for not being able to share this material with you live. I will try to make it as engaging as possible, considering this limitation. And just to start, I want you to imagine being in charge of a training and development for a larger community of product managers, okay? Let's just imagine about 1,000 product managers. And your task is to improve their product management skills. So how do you do it? Well, let's start a big campaign. So we'll need approximately 40 classes. And oh, by the way, actually, we have them in about 20 locations, okay? Good. My name is Franco Gatti. I work for ABB, and when I took this position 3 years back, that was exactly the situation and what my task was. And you may wonder, so what's wrong with that? Well, first of all, think about the price. You know, that's going to be a very expensive campaign, right? But then you also need to consider that you know, industry standard turnover rate for product managers is about 5% year over year, okay? So on average, that means that of that 1,000 population, we are going to lose and replace 50 per year. That's an additional 3 classes, so that means that the campaign is not really a campaign, it's something that you always need to execute over time. But then, you know, what happens is that when you do these campaigns, you prepare a training content and you try to cover as much as possible just because of these two issues here, right? So the feedback we got is that of all of this content, only about half of it is used immediately. And what you don't use, you probably tend to forget, okay? So that's another challenge that we face. Another problem is that when we talk about developing, you know, improving skills, it's more than training. There's coaching, there's mentoring, there's on-the-job training, and so focusing on only the training is not covering the full spectrum of development activities. And last but not least, and there's probably more, but lastly, you know, in a situation like that, you tend to create something which will satisfy just most everyone, right? Problem is one size does not fit all, because in the product management population, there's different level of seniorities, different level of responsibilities, different products, different challenges. So part of the content will not be adequate for everyone, okay? So what is average will be too low for a senior and will be too advanced for a junior, okay? So these are challenges, but that's not all. Just imagine, in spite of all these advantages, starting that campaign and then what happens? Here comes the pandemic. If there ever was a black swan, this is probably the biggest of all. And you know, the term big swan refers to some unpredictable event that turns your strategy all over, okay? Because what happens with the pandemic, people cannot travel anymore, so the empty roads, and therefore classes are empty. And so we need to reverse some sort of emergency solution because the world did not stop, and you know, this remote learning has become the new normal. So you see that you know, the traditional big training campaigns just cannot work anymore. How do you train today? Okay, so how do you acquire new skill today? There are many options, and in a live session, I will be able to engage with the chat to see what your experiences are. But I would probably not be surprised to see, as an answer, some professional training platforms. Like in my company, we use we embraced Harvard Managed Mentor, Spark, very high level content. Top quality, top speakers, quite expensive, okay? So because of that, there's probably a lot of people that rely on more, let me say, consumer-oriented type of training platform. Coursera is maybe the biggest one, if not one of the leaders. But there's obviously more, and you can find a lot of training opportunities there, maybe not at the same level or as in these professional platforms, but still addressing a good portion of your training needs. But in spite of everything, if I had to do a survey and ask the questions about what is the most common resource that you use for training today, my money will be on this. I learned to cook. I learned to make paper airplanes. I learned to fix my cell phone when when the glass breaks. You can learn just about everything on YouTube. Okay, in 5 minutes top videos. Okay, so that, in my opinion, and probably according also to some surveys, that's the most common way that people train today. What is so good about that to make it so popular? Well, you train when you need it. You're sitting in the kitchen, you want to cook some dish, you don't have the recipe, you go on YouTube, you learn it, and you do it while you're learning, okay? And when you need it. So train when you need it and on exactly what you need. Very, very well delimited and well-defined skills. And once you do that, you probably learn something else. That today you're a trainer, you're a trainee. Tomorrow you will be the trainer. You can start recording videos, okay? Creating some sort of a learning, share learning community. So these are concepts that if you want to take charge of improving the professional level of a function in your company, you cannot ignore, okay? So they must become an element of your training and development strategy. Now, there are some elements of development that you need to consider. The first one, and most important probably, is the personal development. Your individual development is a lifelong journey that starts when you are a small kid and never finishes, okay? Okay, and this picture kind of conveys exactly this important message. But there are 2 elements of a journey. One element comes from from Chinese wisdom, and there is a saying that goes like a journey of 1,000 miles begin with a single step. This is a long journey, but you need to start, and then you start with a single step. An additional element here is that, and you continue with small steps. But if you do that, how can you be sure that you move in the right direction? And there, Lewis Carroll, the author of Alice in Wonderland, comes to help us, because there is this very ironic statement the Calico Cat gives to Alice: if you don't know where you are going, any road will get you there, right? That means that if you don't know where you're going, it doesn't really matter which way you go, because you'll never be certain that you reach your destination. So these are two additional elements to keep into consideration. It's 3 additional elements. So it's a journey. Development is a journey. A journey, you need to start with a small step and continue with more steps, but you need to know where you are going. Now, let's think about how, before the technology days, how would you manage your trips? You will start with a map, plot your destination and your chart, and chart your the itinerary. Grab some instruments that would help you understand where you are at any point in time, and get ways to get you there, right? How do you organize a journey today? You don't. GPS navigator, okay? You just tap your destination in your navigator, start, and it will measure continuously where you are, and will give you directions on how to get there. But what you recognize is that, yeah, that's technology, but the three elements are already there. They are also in the GPS navigator: destination, understanding your position, and actions to take to drive you in the right direction, okay? Keep those in mind. Those are fundamentals. Because what I want to describe to you today is the way to manage the development using a development navigator. And the development navigator will have these three components: the definition of a destination, the instruments to measure where you are, and ways to get you there. What does it mean in practical terms when we translate this from an actual journey to a development journey? Well, the destination is the set of competencies and the skills that you need. So your competence profile, your target competence profile for the job that you need to do. And there may be a profile for a job, it may be a profile for a role, it may be a profile for a task. It doesn't matter. What are the tools to measure where you are? We are talking about assessments. You need to do an assessment to measure your current skills in relation to your desired skills. And you get the map. What does the navigator do with this map, with this gap? The navigator, using a library of development resources of coaching opportunity, mentoring opportunity, practices, will create your itinerary, your development path, okay? So that's the idea and the vision of the development navigator. Let's take a deeper dive into each one of these three elements. The destination. We define destination for product management in this way. So as the product management excellence. The product management excellence is a blueprint that you will use to develop the excellent product management function organization. What does it mean, product management excellence? It means the ability of an organization, and keep in mind the organization, to efficiently, effectively, and consistently, and also keep in mind these three words, execute actions, tasks, and processes to create, deliver, and sustain customer value. Okay? So remember organization and remember efficiently, effectively, and consistently. So what is the organizational excellence? Well, first of all, what is an organization? Organization is a group of people that work together in an harmonic and coordinated way. Okay? So the organizational excellence is built on the balanced aggregation of the maturity, process maturity of the organization and the individual competencies. And the result is efficient, effective, and consistent, meaning doing the right things, doing the things right, and being able to consistently repeat it with the same, with a strong level of quality. Okay, so that's the general definition of the destination, the product management excellence. But what does it mean in practical terms? In practical terms, ABB defines a product management competence framework built on three layers. There is a core layers, which we call the core values. Here are the 4 C's, and we will see in a few seconds what that means. Then there are functional competencies, which are specific to product management, are the soft skills needed by a product manager to be effective in his job. But then there is the product management organizational model and practices. So basically a group of processes to do jobs, okay, to do your job, and tools. Let's look individually at everyone. So these are why the 4 C's, because these are the ABB core values: courage, care, curiosity, and collaboration. Now, these would probably require a session just by itself, so I cannot spend time to delve more into these aspects, and because it's also rather self-explanatory. But these are at the core of ABB. Okay, so every employee embraces these core values. These are the functional competencies that we define for the product management skill set or competence set. So you see here a set of 8, depending on what kind of product management job you have, your profile will have up to 5 of them at a certain level of definition. Okay, so you see the higher is the number here, the higher is the level of this competence. If you are the manager of a product management team, you will need to have a very high business acumen, a very high influencing skills, very high market and business intelligence, very high planning and prioritizing skills, and very strong systemic thinking. Okay, so this is just an example. So this is the way we define functional competencies. And finally, the organizational model and the set of practices. If you remember from the diagram, they are divided into groups. Here I selected one. This is the monitor and manager portfolio. Each one of the groups is defined as a set of jobs to be done. So in the group of monitoring and managing, the jobs to be done by a product manager are portfolio management and analysis, life cycle management, financial performance, non-financial performance. Each one of these jobs is supported by a set of tools and resources on how to do the jobs. So these are the 2 levels, jobs to be done, how to do the jobs. And this is repeated for all the areas. So that defines the organizational model and practice that applies to the organization, but also to the individuals. So this layer, jobs to be done, is the organizational definition. These are the individual competencies, okay? So that defines the excellent profile for a product manager, the destination of your development journey. Now, how do you measure the position, your current position? Well, we decided that the core values are absolute. We are not going to measure. These are required to everyone as a license to operate in ABB, okay? So there is no assessment specific on this part. The assessment starts at the functional competence level, and the way we do it here is depending on the seniority. So the more senior levels, we define a strong assessment process, which is based on the self-reflection and then on interviews with certified assessors. To address the larger population with more junior levels, we also provided self-assessments that replicates more or less the process, helping you to reflect on yourself and defining and identifying gaps or development areas for you. The last one is the assessment of the organizational level and practices. Now, here we need 2 because we need to assess the organization, and we do that using the capability maturity model by Carnegie Mellon. But we also need to assess the individuals on the how to do the jobs, okay? And for this, we keep it simple, and it's just a set of interviews and questionnaires, the questionnaires on the individual tools and resources, okay? These are examples. This is the result of the functional competence self-assessment. So you see here that for each competence, there is a target level and the result of the self-assessment. If you want to investigate a gap, you just select the specific competence. You will see here what the gaps are, and also how to see these are development areas which are identified. You can also map into the development library and create a personalized development plan to address these specific gaps. This, on the other hand, is the result of the organizational assessment, so the capability maturity assessment for product managers. This is a real example. So we assessed an organization where we have identified these areas where improvement may be needed, and there is also a visual representation of the current status. Good. So now, once you have your assessment, then we need to look at the third element of the navigator, the development resources. And as I said at the very beginning, when we talk about development, we are specifically addressing the need to go beyond the formal training. ABB embraced the 70-20-10 model. which tells you that formal training should cover only the 10% of what you invest in your development. 20% is social development based on mentoring, coaching, discussion boards, and so on. 70%, the larger portion, you learn on the job. And you learn on the job, applying practices, applying gamification to what you do. There are several techniques and several practices that you apply doing your job, okay? So these are the three elements of the navigator. Now, let's look at some specific scenarios, because something I didn't mention is that there is actually an ecosystem based on Office 365 that implements the behavior of the navigator for the development. And these scenarios, potential scenarios are: you've done an assessment, you have identified gaps, automatically create your development plan by pulling resources from the development library according to the gaps. So that's a typical scenario. Another typical scenario would be predefined development tracks. So for example, you've changed your destination, because you have changed your ideal product management profile, then you need to create a predefined development track to cover the gap. So differential training. Another typical scenario is to want to strengthen a specific skill set. So you want to strengthen the digital skill set of your team, as an example. Or you're introducing a new product type in your portfolio. You were doing software before, now you're doing hardware. Well, then you need a set of skills that you didn't have before, and then that's how you create a predefined development track. Other typical scenario could be a change of your personal position. So you are joining the company, okay? Then the navigator will guide you to reach your expected profile. Or you have been promoted, or you would like to be promoted, or you are trying to prepare for a promotion. So you assess your new position, and you will identify where do you need to strengthen your skills to be ready for the job. Or you transfer to another organization with different type of products. In that case, you will also find the gap in your profile according to the new organization. So these are other examples of how the navigator will support your development challenge. Also, the user experience will help you do free navigations. For example, you are curious about influencing. What kind of development resources do we have available for influencing? You just select this area, and we will show the interested person what kind of resources are available. Okay. So let's wrap this up. There are 4 key takeaways from here. Remember that development is a journey, and be prepared to navigate your journey. And in a journey, the first thing that you need to know is where you're going. So be clear about the set of competencies that you need to achieve for your job, for your role, and for your task. Once you know where you want to go, you need to know where you are. So be prepared to spend time reflecting where you are, doing some self-assessment or working with colleagues to assess your skill set. Based on that, you also need to create a personalized development plan, which is specific for you, which is cover only the gaps that you have in relation to what you need to do. And important, development is not just training, so be prepared to work with colleagues for coaching, mentoring, or understand how to learn specific skills while you're doing your job. So I hope that this has been engaging enough in spite of being recorded sessions. Unfortunately, we don't have the opportunity now to interact with questions and answer at this point in time, but I'd be glad to take any question that you want to submit on my LinkedIn profile or by email. So thank you very much for your attention, and have a good rest of this Software Product Management Summit.
Thanks for the great presentation, Mr. Franco. That's a very useful set of inputs for the organizations for excelling in the product management competence and processes. On behalf of IAMB and ISPMA, I would like to thank Mr. Franco Gatti for the insightful session. We are delayed by 10 minutes for the next session, so I think we will spill over 10 minutes into the lunch hour. I hope that's okay with everyone, and apologies for that. The next session lined up is a panel discussion on security, privacy, ethics, compliance, risks, and governance. These are very important socio-technical aspects in building sustainable products and platforms. Mr. V. Srinivas Rao will be moderating the discussion. The panelists include very knowledgeable industry specialists. Mr. V. Srinivas Rao, also called by the name VSR, is the chairman and MD of a business technology company, BT&BT. He was the former senior vice president and chief digital officer at Tech Mahindra. VSR is the chairman of the IET India Open Digital Innovation Working Group. He is the author of many books: Ignite the Spark to Build a New India, Software-Defined Smart Cities. These are some of the books that VSR has authored. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. VSR.
Hi, thank you so much.
Next, I would like to invite Mr. Puneet Tutliani, a panelist for the discussion. Mr. Puneet is the CEO and co-founder at AppSentinels.ai. Puneet has over 25 years of experience in building software, world-class software products from grounds up for startups as well as large organizations. As a technologist, Puneet has a deep understanding of the various verticals of cybersecurity. Here's a warm welcome to you, Mr. Puneet. Welcome to the summit.
Thank you.
I next invite Mr. Abhilash Verma, Vice President Product Management at Citrix. Mr. Abhilash is responsible for the strategic direction of Citrix application delivery and security portfolio, which is used by a wide range of customers and partners. Before joining Citrix, Abhilash worked as information security consultant with Mahindra Consulting. He has spent a good amount of time with large enterprises and FMCG providers, securing their entire infrastructure. A warm welcome to you, Mr. Abhilash.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Ms. Shobha Jagatpal, the Managing Director and India Chief Information Security Officer at Morgan Stanley. Ms. Shobha has over 22 years of experience in various information technology disciplines, focusing primarily on enterprise application development and consultation. Shobha has built large information security organizations, which have aimed to secure billions of dollars of transactions and protect enterprise data. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Shobha to the panel discussion.
Thank you.
So the last 10 minutes of the discussion will be for handling audience questions. The audience are requested to send their questions to Rahul via the chat window. He'll be consolidating the questions and presenting them to the panel at the end of the discussion. I now hand over the screen to Mr. VSR. Over to you, Mr. VSR. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much for the introductions of the panel. So I'm excited to be part of this, and I welcome my co-panelist. So today we are going to talk about a very interesting topic called intelligent software products. Of course, we are talking about the products which are very intelligent. The car is autonomous, or the washing machine is autonomous. Nowadays, to the extent the baby diapers are becoming very intelligent, or the bed sheets are becoming intelligent. They are all the products in the line of business side. But we are all from the technology side. When we talk about intelligent software products, I think we need to really understand. So what are all the features? And when we say that the software product is intelligent. So let me set the context, and after that, I would like to request my colleagues in the panel to share their thoughts. The first important characteristic, if I say that the software product is intelligent, there are less human interventions while developing the software or during management or maintenance of the software. And the intelligent software product will have AI, ML algorithms, and it becomes very intelligent to perform itself. And it can even provide the recommendations automatically. That's where we call it as intelligent software product. It could provide system recommendations automatically based on the data analysis to the consumers, the customers, or employees, and so on and so forth. More and more, the software products are becoming intelligent when we integrate, for example, this blockchain smart contracts. There is no need to have, again, the human interventions for the necessary approvals or regulatory compliance related. The product itself is intelligent to ensure that we comply with whatever the compliance requirements are there. And also the policies can be implemented automatically. So the products are today becoming very, very immersive, the software products. Now everybody's talking about metaverse, then how the software products have to be changed to support this metaverse type of a thing and all. And they are location aware, so where you are, how are you working, and all is known. Finally, today the software products are managed with no ops, AI ops, or something related things. So if this is the context, and when we say that intelligent software product, which is entirely different from the past generation products, it is natural that they are very much exposed and everything is connected to internet. We will have so much of cybersecurity vulnerabilities, safety, security, and most importantly, the privacy of the people is in question. Then, in this era, what are those ethics and digital ethics needs to be introduced so that the people attitude and behavior will be changed. Hence, the vulnerabilities will not be exploited. And other important thing, while developing and managing these intelligent software products, how you take care in such a way the governance, compliance, and risks are properly managed throughout the product lifecycle management. I think this is the context. Now let me start my session by inviting the panelists again. So I would like to request all the panelists, Puneet, Shobha, and Abhilash, to share their thoughts. Everybody is talking today the fourth industrial revolution. Okay, and what changes did we observe in terms of the consumers or customer needs, wants, behaviors, or something like especially the buying behaviors? Before we talk about intelligent product, we need to understand the needs and the necessity of having the intelligent product, software products precisely. So can you start with Puneet? What do you think? What the changes you have seen or observed, especially the consumers and customers' perspective?
Thanks, Vesar, and good afternoon to everyone. I think as part of the fourth industrial revolution, what we are seeing is I'll talk briefly about the trends that we are seeing, especially from the user's perspective. Users want a very immersive experience. When they open an application, that application should pull in data from various multiple sources and display all of that data connected in a single pane of glass. Users also want, ubiquitous access. They should be able to access all the services anytime and from anywhere. Now, as part of the, so these are user trends. What we are seeing in the digital transformation that every single vertical is getting transformed to a technology organization. Right? Business leaders are demanding faster innovation from technology leaders in response to the market demands and competitive pressure. Now, as a response, engineering leaders are evolving the application architectures. Applications are transforming to the cloud. They are being built using all the cloud native technologies, using less infrastructure, and using pay-as-you-use models. All kind of legacy and new applications are getting connected to each other and to the internet. Now, on the edge, as we see, our users are becoming more powerful, whether it is IoT, mobile, web, autonomous vehicles, everything is connected with each other and is getting accessed via APIs. Right. In all of this, the real concern that we are seeing is the security of the infrastructure and application and privacy of the user data. Now, this is more or less a $250 billion question because the entire industry is figuring to solve and create a ecosystem of trust in all the digital dealings that users are having. I think the entire digital transformation is hanging by a very weak thread. And that's one of the biggest challenge that I see most of the CIOs and technology organizations are facing today.
Okay. So that's great. I think you mentioned about the immersive experience. That means more and more the consumers are looking for some personalized experiences, and probably they also want entertainment while doing shopping or while doing education or even healthcare. And the other important point you raised is omnipresent. Anywhere, anytime, using any devices, the consumers are looking for information or services, and they are hyper connected. I think these are all the key messages. So, Abhilash, what do you think? What is that you see the change in the consumers and customers? Why we need to really have the intelligent products today, the software products?
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Vaisar, BSR, and Puneet. Thanks for sharing your perspective. I pretty much agree with what you said. When I look at the changes, right, I actually think back on what happened in the previous revolution, which was all about a huge inflow of information, and but the system expected you, the user, to find what you need, and it expected you to consume and act on it. Versus the fourth generation revolution is going in the direction where consumers expect the system to do most of what humans did in third era, right? That's a fundamental difference of the third generation and fourth generation. Now, Puneet talked about the immersive experience. Absolutely, right? Maybe let me bring up a few additional areas which are kind of changing in a very, very rapid way. Automation, for example, right? I mean, we have all gone through this change of automation in the last 20 years, but now automation is no more about code automation. It is about RPA, right? It is about automating your day in, day out tasks, right? Which humans used to do. Then it is no more about analytics. Everybody has data. What can you do about the data? So how can you take actions on the data? Can you run your ML and AI, technologies to make sense of the data and take the right actions without having to bother the end user, right? I mean, you don't want the consumer to worry about it. Then, for example, drone technology, right? Could you depend on drones in the fourth generation to be your delivery boys, right? Then think about the chatbot experience, right? The systems are coming all integrated.
Okay.
Right. So all of these, and same in healthcare, right? I mean, go to the Manipal hospital here in Bangalore, and the initial experience is your interaction with the mainframe system, right? Where the system can tell you what's your diagnosis because it has all your data. So the entire experience is going to evolve in a way which where the consumer is at the center, right? I mean, we all always say customer is at the center. Here, the consumer is at the center. The consumer, by the way, may not be your customer. It's a very subtle difference that the consumer may not be your direct customer, because the AI is no more responsible to run the modeling on one set of data. It's going to be autonomous in this new generation, and it's going to look at varied data sources and then generate the experience which is going to fit into the consumer need, right? And I think you said about metaverse, right? Metaverse is one of that example.
Sure. So I think in a way, in a lighter way, so the people become more lazy and we probably gain more weight. So everything we expect the systems to do it, everything system needs to recommend, system needs to do with RPA, whatever you mentioned. So I just want to observe, and with the eyes I see, observe. I think that seems to be the expectation. So that is I think, but anyhow, so that will really help the users to take the right decisions at the right time. And that really get them what experience they want. Okay, Shobha, so do you have any thoughts on, have you seen any change in the buying behavior of the customers? Or any tolerance levels or patience levels have gone down? So what do you say, Shobha?
Okay, so first of all, thank you for having me here. I would like to thank the entire SPM organizers to giving me this opportunity. And thanks to my own organization, Morgan Stanley, to give me the time to speak in this forum. And thanks VSR for moderating it. I think for this question, both Puneet and Abhilash covered a lot of aspects with respect to the behavior, and you really touched on the key aspect, right? Our customers' behavior, the drastic change that we see is that everything needs to happen in the fingertips, right? They don't want to put in any sweat. When they want it at their doorstep. When they think of it, I think they just want things to get done. So that is the way the behaviors of customers are going at this point of time. Going back to some of the observations is, I think this pandemic has taught us a lot of lessons on how do we shift our way of thinking and way of working as well. When we talk about intelligent products as well, we are living in a world of, I would say, connectivity, as all of you said. And then as I would say, more than a customer behavior perspective, where everything they are expecting is to have as seamless experience as possible, as easy as possible. From intelligent product development perspective, I think the companies or the firms have a lot of things to do on their own. That is where I would kind of want to focus on, because what you used to do traditionally may not work now. So if you have to include an AI model in your software, that is something that you're offering, you need to think on how do you continuously test it, what the traditional mechanism that you had for testing.
So Shobha, so what I will come to that question. So I think you also highlighted about the seamless experience is very, very important. And Puneet mentioned about the omnipresence, anywhere, anytime, using any devices, and people are getting connected in real time. Then Abhilash also mentioned about the system has to do so many things and all. Anyhow, all these things basically got changed because of the technological innovations. Now, my question to you, Shobha, anyhow, you have started talking on that. Do you see maybe 5 years back, the way we used to develop the software products? There is a life cycle, there is a product life cycle management exists. So do you see any changes, the way the requirements, the needs are captured? And Steve Jobs says that customers don't know their requirements or needs. I will create the need. And it seems, I think, most of the times in the enterprise also, it's not just in the consumer industry. Every day we see the change. Customer tells something today, and tomorrow they learn something, or they learn something from the internet or from competitors or from different sources. Then they will change immediately the needs or not, right? Because they want to get more and more. So I'm talking about customers means the enterprises. Okay, so in that context, what changes you have seen in the whole product lifecycle management with the changes in the needs and experiences of the consumers?
Thank you. Yes, I think this will help me to answer my unfinished thoughts in the previous section, as well as connect to what you kind of asked in this flow. So entire software product level development lifecycle, if we think of, I think the newest word that is being used is shift left strategy, right? So this was there earlier, but it was not spoken. People were not very vocal about it. Now there are a lot of tools which are available. Any offering that you see, specifically in the application security side, people offer it as a CI/CD practice or a offering that will help you to achieve CI/CD in a very seamless way. So when we talk about, again, continuous integration and development, we will have to branch it out into two ways. One is to look at how we do the normal software development, where we have static code analysis to ensure that vulnerabilities are minimum during the development life cycle, and products which are offering to help us static code analysis will tweak the false positive to as minimum as possible to make it the most used product in the market. Again, going to the development, continuous deployment aspects, I think now everyone would want to deploy it to cloud. So how can we have extra cautious and measures to ensure that the configurations are right, the microservices architecture is taking care of upstream and downstream challenges, the deployments are ensuring that it is not going to break the system in any way. How can we avoid additional security measures can be automatically, during the deployment itself, offer some of the technologies or measures to avoid data exfiltration or threat and protection, those kinds of things. Again, during the runtime, I think telemetry plays a key role. For any software that is developed, I think it becomes very important for us to understand when it is running and it is serving our customers, how do we ensure that it is highly available? How do we ensure that the data that is handled by this product is secured in many ways, either at the storage or in the transit or these two areas, as well as when it is exchanging data with any third-party application. How is the product sustaining the threats that would come internally or externally when a product being used? How do we have a resilience mechanism during the runtime? These are certain things that are changing, and I think people are giving importance to it. Many products have come to address these challenges in technology perspective, and many are kind of adopting it as well.
I think you highlighted most of the non-functional requirements also, because of course functional will come from the consumers or customers, who we call. So continuous integration, continuous delivery, and then availability, resilience, and high security. So that means you are emphasizing the fact that the product lifecycle management, the needs and requirements, these areas also needs to be factored. So that's a very important point. Puneet, when you say continuous integration, continuous delivery, why that has become so much significant? I mean, is it linked directly to the freshness and newness what consumers are looking for? Facebook is releasing every day 10 code drops or something like that, but that's where people say, why you need to do that? Yeah.
So I think Shobha covered a very wide gamut of the shift left and DevSecOps strategy that organizations should adapt to. As you are asking, one of the things we all know is that security is an evolving subject. Right? Threats are not static. Threats keep changing, and new threat vectors will emerge. Hence, in my experience, when I have seen organizations, they are not taking security so seriously. Security mostly has been an afterthought. It gets in at a very late stage, and this has to change. Security in many organizations are all about audits and certifications, and it's mostly about one-time effort. And that must change, right? The security requires planning, continuous effort to improve the security culture of organizations. Like things like threat modeling to identify the security requirements, looking holistically at different kind of threat actors and threat vectors a product will face as it evolves, pinpointing threats and vulnerabilities, risk assessment, because you would always have more to fix than the manpower to fix, prioritizing remediations. All of this needs to be plugged into the entire cycle. Security is and has to be made a continuous process, plugged into every single stages of the product life cycle, whether it is built, it's being updated, it is already deployed, and application security and the cloud security, especially in the fourth generation, digital world, becomes a lot more important, a lot more centric to the way the security is going to be done in future.
Okay. So that means, I think in the past, when we used to construct buildings, there is a structural work and also there is an interior work. I'm just giving analogy. Now people are saying the interior work is becoming more expensive. And what I'm saying is the functional needs are considered as hygiene. But on the top of that, what Shobha and you spoke is too much about the availability, resilience, then security, privacy and all. That means, do you see there is a lot of additional effort to be put in while capturing the requirements in addition to the core functional needs? So you have to spend time to understand non-functional requirements. Of course, non-functional requirements are there even 20, 25 years back. But you see there is a lot of significance in the non-functional requirements or digital requirements. What do you say, Puneet?
Absolutely, this has to be the case. The security requirements, non-functional requirements, are the key, because if you cannot offer security, you can't succeed in the digital world. the days of organizations getting breached and data being scrapped from them, that has to change. And I think the governments have to bring in tighter data security laws, just like what we have in Europe and some of the United States. Yeah.
Abhilash, I think you have been into the delivery. So can you highlight the life cycle perspective? Okay, in a simpler terms, I don't want to get into so many variants. Okay, we have requirements, we have architecture, we have design, build, test, deploy for any software development, whether it is a product or an application. Do you see any change in the last 1 decade or last 5 years? So the methodologies, the tools, the practices, or lifecycle activities, or any deliverables or work products when I am developing an intelligent software product. So can you please highlight your experience on how the software product lifecycle management got changed?
Yeah, well, VSR, actually, everything has changed in the last 10 years. There is nothing similar to what we used to do, like, let's say, 2010, 2012. We don't do any of it now, right? Everything has changed from being waterfall-based model to an agile model. Everything has changed from, your tracking systems have completely evolved. Everybody depends on Jira now. Everybody depends on CI/CD has been talked about a lot by Puneet and Shobha both. I think, one specific point maybe I can add on this whole model is that a lot of security, right, which was being provided by IT, is now being merged with the application stack. So for example, if you're delivering a web application, right, IT was responsible to make sure they, do web filtering or application firewalling. And now with what Shobha talked about left shift, what is happening is all of these security capabilities are expected to be merged with the application stack, right? So you are like, what really happens is, see, there was a big gap. IT never understood, I shouldn't say never, or rarely understood the actual application requirements, right? And it always created gaps in between what policies IT puts and what parameters app is validating. Now, when these two things come together, as DevSecOps start to merge web filtering and application firewalling with the application stack, they exactly know what needs to be protected. And it is built in the application stack, so it's much more secure. Okay. And those are the kind of practices which are new and evolving.
So I think one important point you mentioned is, like Shobha also mentioned, the continuous integration and delivery. The speed at which we have to deliver the software products got changed. Maybe when I started career 95, 18 months to 24 months is an upgrade cycle for SAPs and Oracle of the world. But today, as I said, YouTube or Facebook release probably every day some 5-6 releases, or Salesforce might release every 3 months once, whatever it is. So that's where I think the agility is required. I think Shobha very much clearly mentioned about continuous integration and this one. And I think you emphasized one important point. The security is now the application stack itself. You have to integrate. I think that's a very important revolution. And most of the people, unfortunately, don't consider the security requirements as a part of the programming. And that means the code effort may go up slightly. That's fine. While you are taking at the cloud and infrastructure side, deployment side, you also need to take care of at the development side. I think you bring out a very important point. Thank you so much. So, Puneet, coming back to you, I mean, everybody's talking about platforms. I think you might follow this gentleman, I think Sangeet Pal Chaudhary. He talks about something like pipes, platforms, and now he's talking protocols. So, can you highlight software product versus a software platform? So, any difference you find, because a lot of people really mix up both of them. So, have you seen any difference?
Yeah, let me start by sharing what I had seen some couple of years back. So there was a Cisco annual security report in 2018 that highlighted that a average medium to small enterprise is using 56 different products for security. And this was an average, and this includes identity, networking security, like next-gen firewall, IDS, IPS, endpoint security products, vulnerability assessments, SIEM source, AppSec products, or GRCs, right? So, we hear this every day from the customers when they say that they have, more tools than number of people in the security teams. So in essence, Platform is something that allows multiple functionalities or point products to come together and integrate with each other more effectively, where a 1 + 1 is greater than 2, right? And the way the security industry evolved, right, which is a $250 billion industry, the largest player had hardly 4% revenues, which is so highly fragmented. What has happened is that now the job of integrating these point products and looking holistically at a security breach actually got transformed to the cloud, to the customers, and the security vendors just wash their hands off. This has to change, right? The platforms is the future. Point products may still continue to exist, but even in these point products, they should build a more modular integrations architecture via protocols. They should expose the decision logic which can be consumed by the external entities. More so, they should adapt more platform traits than just living independently, unconnected to rest of the enterprise ecosystem.
Sure. I think this is one of my favorite subjects. Let me also share my view here. As you rightly said, so that I think a couple of categories might be there. One, a platform might be useful to develop a product, software product faster, better, and cheaper. It might be having its own probably reusable components, the frameworks and drag and drop type of things and all. That is one category of platform, probably in the context of the software. But there are very important trends I observed, and you also observed, is Apple has its platform in such a way. They bring the app developers and consumers like us onto the iTunes or such type of a platform. That means what? It's not the product now. They're building an ecosystem around that. There are few millions of apps being developed by developers. They bring onto the iTunes. Consumers like us also brought into the iTunes. There is a matchmaking between the developers and the consumers. I think this is another way I think we can look at even Google Android, for example. Okay, this is at the software side. I mean, we are from that space. But if you look at really in the business side, Uber is a classic example of a platform. Airbnb is a classic example of a platform where there is a producer and consumer. So I think my view is more and more platforms needs to emerge, like Abhilash and Shobha mentioned. How do you ensure all these characteristics of continuous integration, continuous delivery, resilience, availability, security and all? For that, we need the platforms where one side you have the producers and the other side you have the consumers. Let it define who is the producer and who is the consumer in our software product perspective, and then bring them together so you get best of best and best of best software products.
So we
I think that's
so we say from the security perspective, especially the topic of the discussion, there was a class of products like the SIM products and the SOAR products that were meant to do the bring in different security functionalities onto them and process all various independent events and report an incident of a breach. That has so far not succeeded. So, in a security world, we need more of a platform approach, more of a product platform approach than independent products. I mean, people are tired of using point products and managing those independently.
Right. So what I'm looking at is, let us say we have the producers who use the security components. Okay, maybe in the form of RESTful APIs or small components. They are the producers. I bring them onto the same platform, maybe millions of the experts available in the world. And then I have the developer from your company. And there is a matchmaking. I can simply use those components which are available. But of course, we have to look at such type of platforms to emerge to ensure that I will use best of the best and assemble them.
Exactly.
So there is a producer and there is a consumer. Consumer could be a developer. Consumer could be a software developer or an infrastructure provider like us, right? So I think that is very essential going forward. So with that, now let me come back to Abhilash. Abhilash, the software products and also software applications got changed. So I want to put it something like when we all started career or prior to our generations, mostly software products were used to automate processes, whether they are for industry processes or business processes. So we used to say, okay, IBM mainframe, mini frames, client server, then ERPs have come and all. But after that, like our friend Puneet said, people want immersive experiences. Then the software products got emerged to engage the users. It could be media sensitivity analysis or metaverse. That means the category of software applications is not only just the process automation, you also need to look at why you are automating the processes you engage the users. Okay, it's not enough. Now our friends came and told, hey, why you want to do manually? There is something like Internet of Things. A lot of things would probably, you said, right, yourself, system has to do it. So there are so many new products are coming in which talks to the devices, which talks to the things and to the internet and all. And all these things now, you have a lot of data coming in. Then some people come and say, hey, how you use this data? We don't want data rich and insight poor. Drip. It have a lot of recommendations, insight, foresight, and all. So this is what the complexity of products today. That means they are process automations, engaging the people, connecting to the things, and from that you are getting a lot of data and all. What vulnerabilities you observe in this landscape of complex products? It need not be one, right? You have to integrate them. So it's not like when I say systems of record, systems of engagement, systems of things, systems of intelligence. So much integration happens with APIs. And a lot of data is getting emerged. So let us discuss what vulnerabilities we in this whole ecosystem, what data privacy challenges are there, so how to address them.
Absolutely, yes, sir. So as you said, right, if you just start with IoT, Internet of Things, right, very few companies have really thought about device. So in the older world, like in the last generation, we all knew the concept of perimeter. What is the concept of perimeter in an IoT world, right? Nobody has, that's not thought through. There is no device hardening. Every device can listen to you. Every device can take your picture, take your videos, but where is the hardening? Where is the data being stored, right? How is the data being transferred? How's your personal information being shared? I mean, I was just telling somebody yesterday that, hey, I come out of my house and the opposite house has got a webcam on the top, right? So like me coming out of my house and coming back in is being recorded. Now, isn't that personal information violation, right? So there are so many of these new kind of threats which are going to emerge. And and by the way, we all talked about AI. Now, AI-induced attacks are going to be the next generation of problems. I think Shobha will definitely have to deal with as a CISO. Because the attacks themselves will be smart to kind of masquerade itself, right? No developer has to do it, right? I mean, the scripts will intelligently do it by themselves. So, I mean, if I talk, there are so many hundreds of such examples. The point really is, BSR, that we are so fast running behind, whether trying to become a platform or trying to capture the market share. And we only come back to security when we get hit, right? Mm-hmm. This has been the culture. This has happened over the last 40, 50 years of information revolution. And it won't be a surprise that one fine day, you'll figure out that with IoT, all of it is in air, right? So, yep, I think the industry will learn from the usage and then come down to figuring out how to secure all of it.
So software product probably controlling the pacemaker, somebody can hack and change the electrical pulses and you can kill him. Absolutely. That's the biggest challenge, right? And our friend Elon Musk coming with brain-computer interface, somebody can hack. End of the day, we are required, the software products are required to operate all these things, right?
Yeah.
And somebody can cyberbullying you in the social media. So the software product has to ensure that maybe Facebook put so many bots to eliminate the indecent and derogatory comments and all. Still, they are struggling, right? So I think the products have to be, what vulnerabilities can you highlight further a little bit? What vulnerabilities are there in the context of interacting with people, interacting with things and data privacy, all these things? One or two examples?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about secure storage and transfer of data. It is not taken care of today, right? Then the personal information, you gave the example of pacemaker. There are examples of these intelligent smartwatches and devices actually reporting incorrect heart rate, incorrect measurement of your health information, and then user end up panicking, right? All of this are vulnerabilities. I mean, because the human life depends today on software all around us, we have to, like, all of it impacts how we live, how we think, how we deal with anxiety, how we make decisions. So it is all to do with how we interact and share data and process information, and how these systems kind of make sure that we don't end up into loss of identity. I mean, the next big thing, one more thing I will add by BSR, is identity theft for consumers is going to be the next big challenge.
Yeah, that's right. Privacy and getting into private lives. I think the software products have to be designed, considering that's the point why I'm highlighting this point is, so the software product conceptualization and design is too complex today. We have to factor, like you mentioned, all the vulnerabilities throughout the life cycle. Then how you ensure that the necessary steps are taken to avoid those things. So I'm sure we all saw the video. One guy operate everything with the voice, right? To open the door and do ironing and all. And one fine day, I think he went to the dentist and something surgery is done. Then his voice got changed. Then he went to the home and says, open the door. I'm sorry, I can't recognize you. I can't recognize you. I'm sure you saw that, right? So I'm sure most of the people might have seen it. So I think then how do you handle such type of situation? So you are in a home and it is highly smart. Somebody hacked and locked all the doors. So how my software product will ensure that even I can come out? I think these are all the situations probably we have to really spend a lot of time while designing and conceptualizing the products and all. Shobha, I think you are a CISO, and I want to give an analogy. Any country, if you don't have policies, if you don't have acts, rules, regulations, I don't think we can really have responsible citizens. Human beings have naturally animal instincts. Okay, unless there is a control, it is very difficult to have that type of a responsible behavior. In the same way, when we are developing products or when we are managing the products in the whole life cycle, as an organization, how I ensure we understood the context now. What sort of practices, regulations, governance, risk identification mechanisms we have to incorporate, whether it is a cybersecurity governance, whether it is a data governance, whatever it is, right? So in our view, so that I think everybody, developers, the users, everybody will adhere to that, we will not have the problem. So the GRC in the context of the governance, risk and compliance in the context of product lifecycle management. Can you share your thoughts?
Thanks, yes, sir. I think that's an interesting question. Again, very broad based on how I would answer it. So I'll answer it at a very holistic level and would like to break it into three aspects, right? One is governance, risk, and compliance. When we talk about governance, when an application or a software is already deployed in an organization, at this point of time, we are not to a state where we can continuously govern. What changes are happening? Are we able to get an automated telemetry of it? Do we have enough mechanisms to understand if this software or an application is integrated, the platform offerings, all the offerings that are provided, is it fully used? Is it serving our customer needs? I think we need to go into such a governance mechanism. And I believe Abhilash also touched on identity, right? So how do we ensure that who is accessing the application? Is he authenticated? Is he authorized? Those kinds of governance are basic things that needs to be taken care. And then again, breaking it to technology, process, and people. Do we have right technology? Are we integrating ourselves with the platforms teams? Are we integrating ourselves with the developer community? Are we integrating ourselves with the SSS? Those would come into play. Going to the processes, I think we have to first look at the policies and standards. Is our policy and standards up to date enough? Is it catering to the older legacy systems that are there and the emerging or the new technologies that are getting governed? And do we have a way to govern all through, right? Not that only thing that are developed and deployed new need to be governed. Whatever was there as legacy also needs to be governed. So are we taking care of those aspects needs to be taken care? And people play a key role, right? So it is always people who either break or make things for us. So
right.
How do we continuously engage with them? Do we have awareness? Do we have plans to kind of upskill them? Do we make them as our partners to govern and help us be secure, help us to secure the data that we are handling of our customers? All this will play a key role.
Sure.
Coming to the risk, I think we just have to classify and tell the application owners on how risk needs to be handled. Where you are offering a software which is dealing with sensitive data, what are the measures that needs to be taken care? You're offering a software that is dealing with network data, what kind of things needs to be taken care with respect to connectivity that get established. All those risk aspects need to be considered. And the last one on compliance, which is heavily driven by regulations, right? Some of the geographies, as Abhilash mentioned, have strict requirement. They got to take care of things, otherwise there's a huge fine. So how do we automatically leverage technology, people, processes to avoid ourselves paying huge fines? How do we ensure that all the compliance, which are periodic, are regularly assessed, and we have ensured the measures are available? And the evolving unknown threats are also being looked when we talk about the compliance needs. So I think we need to break it up and then again break within each of governance, risk, and compliance on what we do for technology, process, people. And also holistically all together, when we bring in third party, it even improves the, or I would say it increases the challenge. So how do we handle these third party risks that comes to us, even though we are not part of it, but we are part of it. So we got to tag them along.
That's fantastic. Actually, it's not just development, product development, intelligent product development. You very well articulated. We need to have policies. We need to have processes. We need to have probably standard operating procedures. And some of regulatory things, country specific, even organization specific. If as an organization, I have a great regulatory requirements in such a way, or policy requirements, which will enhance the product security and all. So I think, and other important thing you highlighted is the risks. If anybody is developing the product, software product, if they are not able to foresee the risk, the basic villain for risk is the assumptions. I mean, we will write some thousands or hundreds of assumptions. This will happen, this will happen, this will happen. But unfortunately, nobody reviews them during development, but the assumptions will make our life miserable, right? So I think the risks are another critical thing you highlighted. Okay, this is all hard aspect. But I want to come back to Puneet. I think even I again give an analogy. If your country's culture is not changed, the behavior is not changed, if the country people are not following the constitution, with the required digital, whatever the rights, okay, it's not only just duties, rights and all. So there must be soft aspect. If you want to develop or maintain a product, so-called the intelligent product, effectively, what are the digital rights, digital duties, digital ethics, or digital behaviors, or digital diet? I'm calling everything digital. Okay, I think those are all needs to be institutionalized in the society and also in the organizations. So what do you suggest in terms of bringing all this as a culture, as a behavioral change, to make the responsible users and responsible producers of intelligent software products?
I think I'll keep it very short, BSR. It's a very broad question. You know, we need to really look at how we educate our, the entire education systems. And I'll go as far as saying that, when we introduce a curriculum of computers to our primary and middle schools, we need to have certain training, certain awareness, from that level where, kids should know what is cyber security and what is his identity, because, as Shubha mentioned in the beginning, the pandemic has changed everyone, right? And more so of those small kids, right? So they are dealing and they are exposed a lot more compared to maybe, many of us. So I would say that we have to start there. We have to make sure that, the governments take this a little more seriously. And along with teaching computers, they should also teach or at least make kids aware of the cyber security and the risks that are involved there, right? I think we have to start from that, and maybe in a few years, we will start seeing a much better educated system. I would also say a few more things here, that cyber security is not a single person's ownership. right? You cannot put, while there are roles which have been created in organizations, I would say more to put the blame in case of a bad event, but essentially speaking, cybersecurity is everyone's responsibility. Right from the top of the organizations, the boards, right, and to the front desk.
Okay.
That is the kind of cybersecurity culture we need to create in every organization.
Sure.
And I think Shobha already mentioned that people are the biggest weakness. We need to bring awareness and training that instead of weakness, they become the first line of defense. Right? And I think Abhilash also talked about application security stack. Shobha also covered about DevSecOps and shift left. We need to, in most of our curriculums and in universities, we teach programming, we teach computer science basics. We don't teach how to write secure code. Unfortunately, writing secure code comes when an engineer is possibly had already written thousands of lines of code and it's already deployed in the production. That has to change.
Okay. Right. I think you emphasized a very important point. The education must include, like in the past, we used to have moral values as a subject.
Exactly.
Now we have digital values or digital ethics since probably the kindergarten. And that is one aspect. And second, I think in the corporate enterprises also, a lot of training needs to be established and digital ethics. And, digital
and another thing, possibly that's the last point here, other than making security everyone's responsibility. Organizations, I think we have discussed in various forms. Organizations are very reactive in their approach to cybersecurity. As Abhilash mentioned, industry will wake up when there is an incident. That should change.
Okay.
Organizations need to adapt a more proactive approach to cybersecurity.
But people are thinking nowadays, Puneet, all these adding requirements is expensive. So even in other industries, I observed, if you look at construction industry, they invest a lot, but finally when it comes to quality, okay, okay, chalta hai. Anyhow, so thank you so much. So Abhilash, Puneet mentioned about the importance of DevSecOps in his discussion thread. Do you see DevSecOps ensure a bit of more security and vulnerability resistant? Maybe very quickly, can you give your thoughts on that?
Yes, absolutely, Vesar. I mean, the reason there was this gap in between applications functional value versus security vulnerability was because the people who were responsible to secure the applications did not understand the application functional structure in and out, right? So DevSecOps kind of brings that gap to close, and that has that's going to have a major impact on how applications will behave and how much vulnerabilities they will show up. And actually, there are industry reports which are already showing progress in that space. Maybe to Puneet's point, I can add one thing, right? On the previous discussion you're having, VSR, is that as a consumer, right? See, we talked about consumer, we talked about rights, and we talked about governance and compliance. But as a producer, what is our responsibility, right? Because I take care of producing softwares and product. If you feed wrong data to an ML algorithm, it will generate wrong result.
Sure.
And many times you will see that because while you train the algorithm, you did not feed it right data, and you don't get right recommendation, and you go on making wrong decisions because the recommendations are so. That is a big issue industry is dealing with. The second issue industry is dealing with is ML bias, right? And large companies, I don't want to name anybody, large companies created these ML bots to do things like blogging, to do things like news engagement, and they did wrong things because of that bias, which was not taken care of when you design these. So these are a lot of responsibilities on us as producers of technology and product and software, which have to be taken care of, along with the rest of the points Puneet and Shobha covered.
So I think you highlighted developers, security specialists, IT operations guys. Please start talking from day one. Don't postpone everything to last minute. So please involve. DevOps brought developers and IT guys, IT ops guys together. Now we are also bringing these guys, security guys. And tomorrow AI ops, maybe AI guys also have to come together. So it's all now automating the operationalization, whatever. Okay, this is sort of a rapid fire. We have only 5 minutes now. Maybe next 10 minutes we want to get into few Q&A. Shobha, what do you think? You gave a bigger picture of processes, policies, procedures, but most of the people think it is too much overhead. Okay, unless automation is there, it's very, very challenging. So GRC automation is very critical. Very quickly, can you tell blockchain smart contracts have any role in reducing the human interventions and enforcing these compliance or whatever GRC, or you keep it aside, at least the governance and regulatory perspective, any compliance is possible with less human interventions during product lifecycle management?
So I'm not an expert, but I'll just give it a shot based on my understanding on what smart contract is all about. So definitely smart contract is going to help us get a transparency, widen the transparency. And there are possibilities that the stakeholder engagement will also improve by using smart contracts. But when we want to apply it in real life scenarios, I'm not sure that where all it has actually facilitated in an automated way to look at the compliance aspects, right? So we can again break it up into periodic, known, standard areas where no monitoring is required, predefined contract elements have been identified. I believe in these cases, smart contracts definitely will play a vital role for us to automatically assess the compliance and have the compliance information in a block of the entire blockchain for us to validate. But then there are scenarios where ad hoc, not known things we will have to revisit on case-by-case basis. I think in those scenarios, smart contracts needs to still evolve and then prove itself in the industry for leveraging it. That is what I would want to.
Sure, I think it's a food for thought. I'm sure they are evolving. I think certainly for GRC and blockchain smart contracts, my view is it should reduce our manual effort to do audits. After the things happen, more and more it should be preventive and ensure that a secure product is developed with the proper compliance and all. So now I think all three, my probably last question, then we'll get into few Q&A. So what you think, no software product today, when we call it as intelligent, exists without any data, artificial intelligence, machine learning algorithms and all. So like Abhilash mentioned, there are few cases where algorithms are written, but if the algorithm is written and wrong data is sent to it, or if algorithm is written wrongly because of intention. Yeah, I am a coder and I am compromised. I compromised and probably I have an access. Okay, so then the algorithms could be compromised, the wrong data, and we can train the bots. Maybe so many wrong bots are there and all, right? So the product development is becoming so many challenges are there, and it may create very unpleasant situations, especially when you are using artificial intelligence, machine learning algorithms and data and all. So can you quickly share what and the lessons learned or best practices to be implemented, especially when we are integrating so many algorithms and the data, so that my product will be behaving as expected? Anybody can start. Puneet, you want to share?
Sure. I think Abhilash touched upon the topic when he was explaining about the bias related attacks. In essence, when we look at intelligent products or AI and ML, the two things are core. One is obviously the models that are being built. The other is the data which is being fed to those models. Essentially speaking, if you look at this, right, our models have a implicit trust on the data being fed, right? That has to be changed, where these models should not assume that the data that is being fed to it is absolutely right. What happens if data is being poisoned and the recommendations go haywire, right? So some of the foundation principles of data security, like discovery, ensuring that pipelines feeding the data are clean and secure, data is kept safe and away from unauthorized access, where it cannot be tampered with. All of those data security principles apply very well to the AI/ML world. Second aspect that I would like to talk about, especially with AI ML, is we have seen frameworks like Keras and Scikit, right? These platforms or frameworks, they allow you to build AI ML models with maybe 5 or 10 lines of code. It doesn't mean that only 5 or 10 lines of code is being run, but what it means is that there is a large open source community code that gets pulled in when you're building such models, right? So the supply chain security, which is a huge challenge the industry is facing, and we had a great example last year when SolarWinds got breached, and the SolarWind repercussions reached all the way to the White House. So the supply chain open source security is extremely important along with the data security. These are the two, I would say, foundations of securing our AI, ML or intelligent products.
Okay.
I'll stop here and let my other fellow panelists share their thoughts and ideas.
Yeah. Thanks, Puneet. Abhilash and Shobha, a very quick comment. So 30 seconds, 30 seconds.
Sure. This is just a quick time check. Just a quick time check. I think we'll need another 5 to 7 minutes for the audience questions. So I think in the interest of time, if we can wrap up quickly. I think
that's where I said 30 seconds, 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So
Well, I won't even take 30. So only two points, right? There has to be, what we are doing is, a concept of ML supervision, right? You cannot just let it run on its own. There has to be a supervisory body. There has to be a process in the producer's world, that how do you supervise and control what you feed in. And then second is very high level of ethical and you can say the development, I think Shobha raised that in the previous question, very high level of ethical standards into the development practices when you are dealing with recommendation engines. So those are the 2 points I would add to the conversation.
Yeah, I think a very good point. Ethical. Yeah, that's very good point. Yeah, Shobha, please.
So I'll keep it to 20 seconds because Puneet and Abhilash have already addressed it. One is complexity. We need to understand that we are getting into a complex way of looking at things. So we got to understand how do we protect on testing and validating the models in this complex scenarios. And second one is that there is no unique or lack of uniquely widely accepted ways of integrating and testing things. So that needs to evolve. So I think those two are, in addition to what Puneet and Abhilash shared, I think we need to take care of it.
Sure. Thank you so much. Probably in the next 5 minutes to 8 minutes, we can have a Q&A from the audience.
Thanks, VSR, and thanks to the panel. Rahul, can you present the questions, please?
Sure. So we have a question from Samit Roy. So he's observed that big and old oil gas companies like Shell, BP, Exxon takes decades to move from waterfall to agile process. Even sometimes mindset doesn't really change for top management as they are in the company for over 20 to 25 years. So his question is that how can they really adopt the agile methodology to the core to stay competitive with core tech companies? Every time outsourcing might not be the solution, whereas they're spending billions for internal IT competencies.
So Abhilash, you want to answer? After that, I can add my points.
I'll give a very quick one. It's all about mindset, right? And sometimes, and this question is so valid. I cannot tell you, like interacting with so many clients, sometimes changing the mindset really takes billions of dollars and years worth of hard work and experience. But believe me, I was interacting with one of the clients you just called off, and they are like really going on very, very aggressive on the agile methodology and trying to adopt. And they called me to actually talk about what are the new software development or product management practices, how IT organizations are doing it, how are we leading. So there is a change happening, but you are absolutely right. That change is taking much longer in these companies.
Okay. I think my view, last 15 years, I've been observing there is nothing like perfect agile. It doesn't work. We tried, most of the organizations tried and failed. Even we tried agile for ERP and even custom development. I don't think 100% pure agile defined in the manifesto works. It is a hybrid model. So the initial stages may be requirements and high level architecture could be waterfall. After that, the complete development could be done in Agile in multiple sprints. But we can't go, in my view, architecture in a too much Agile way, then it may not support. That's my view. Yeah.
I just wanted to add one thing. I think ultimately it is business, right? So a business is there to make money. And if we can look at past and learn from things or examples like Kodak, right? If they don't adapt, if they don't change, they may not run long. So, and if the business is absolutely working fine and it is going to work fine for next 5 years, they don't have to change. But if they want to go up to speed, upgrade, offer what is coming in the market, be, I would say, very valuable to the customer whose expectations increase, then probably the senior management has to think, answer 5 times why, and then take a call. That's what
it's an excellent point. It's all market driven forces.
I think it's all about the competitive space. We have seen banks now reacting fast and trying to move in response to the threats by the neobanks and the fintech companies. I would say that it's just a matter of time. The kind of companies that were named, they would face and they are going to face threats from the green energy revolutions and the fintech or the startups that are coming in that space, and they would be possibly moving as fast as possible. And just take an example here, JP Morgan, which is a huge financial organization, is spending $12 billion on their IT budget. I mean, it will beat possibly the most technically advanced organizations, right? So it's all about the threat landscape.
Okay. I think it's all market forces. I think like Shobha mentioned, whatever you do, organizations will not change unless there is a pressure from the market and competition that, oh, if I don't do it, I will sunset. If that is the situation, they will invest. Otherwise, it is comfortable, especially oil and gas. I think they can take some more time, but not the retail and banking probably, or hospitality. Okay, please, next question, please.
In the interest of time, VSR and Abhilash and Puneet and Shobha, I think we'll have to take the questions offline. There are quite a few questions from the audience, and audience are very interested in taking up the questions forward. So we will share that offline with the panel and with you. Maybe we could follow up with the audience.
Sure.
If we don't cut short this session now, I think it will impact the other sessions which are time bound with the post-lunch.
No problem. So yeah, so thank you so much. And I think Puneet, Abhilash and Shobha, we touched upon the whole life cycle of the intelligent software product life cycle management, the vulnerabilities, the security, the governance, risk compliance, ethics, values, all those things, I think very much essential. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On behalf of IMB and ISPMA, I thank the knowledgeable panel, Mr. VSR, Mr. Puneet, Mr. Abhilash, and Ms. Shobha for providing your rich insights. I also thank Rahul for moderating the questions. We will follow up with these questions with the panel later. Now is the time for lunch break. I think we've already extended by 14 minutes. Sorry about that. So we'll break for lunch till 2 p.m. We have an interesting panel discussion on AI, ML, and big data at 2 p.m. So see you all in about 45 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
KT.
Hey, hi Rahul. Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for joining. We'll just check other ones. We still have 10 minutes before we start, but I was just looking for other speakers. I think Nishant, I can see. Hi Nishant, good afternoon. Can you change your name, Nishant? It's showing Venkatesh Balakrishnan. If you can change it, and then I'll request Kotresh to please upgrade him as co-host. Hi Shailendra, good afternoon. Hi. I think we'll just make you as a co-host so you can also unmute and come on here.
Yes, Shailendra. Like each of you guys, whenever I give the question to you guys, you have 2 to 3 minutes. Don't take too less than that. Otherwise, you'll be left too much time.
Okay, I'll just check Mitali. I think Peter, you are there. So if you are there, Peter, can you change your name to your name so that we can locate you and then we can make you the co-host. And Mitali, I'm not sure if you have already joined on the call. If you could please correct your name if you have joined, and then we'll
name.
Yes, Peter, you need to change the name to your name. It's showing.
Yeah, but how? Okay. In the chat window, just locate in the participant window. Locate yourself. There will be a when you go over there, there will be a more there. Just click on it. It will show you rename there.
I'm in the chat, but I don't see anything like that. Like I never had to rename myself in Zoom. That's like completely new to me.
Let me share screen and show it to you. Can you just stop sharing? Let's say you go to yourself, right? 1 second. Participant list. And then here you will see more. And then
we are seeing another screen, Rahul. So it's showing your mail.
Mail, is it? Oh, that's bad. Okay. 1 second. You are not able to click on the participant list. On the participant list, that pop-up comes up. Then it lists down all the participants. Just go at the right at the top. You would be right there at the top. The name would be coming as Venkatesh Balakrishnan for you. Over there,
I just did it.
Okay, got it. Yeah, it shows up right, Peter. Thanks a lot. Hey, Nishant is, I think, already there. And Mitali, are you already on the call? Kotresh, can you please make all our panelists co-hosts? So yes, I think Shailendra is.
Yes, sir. I did, but I'm waiting for Mitali.
Okay, great. I'll just.
I just wanted to confirm if the background shows the right orientation, or does it, because to me it shows a mirror image.
No, it shows correctly, Nish.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I didn't change the background. Did you send the screen for that?
Yeah, it was in the mail, but I can mail you. We still have time. I'll mail it to you right now, Rahul.
Yeah, I can. No, I don't see it.
For me, is it showing mirror image? That's what it's looking like. It really looks like.
No, Shailendra, it's looking perfect here. Yeah, for some reason when we see it shows, but this is showing correctly for you.
Okay.
Can you mail it to me? I'll just set it up.
Yeah, just give me a minute. Yeah, Rahul, you should get the mail anytime now. Is Mitali on the call already? Let me just call her otherwise.
Sir, Mithali ma'am joined, sir.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Good afternoon. We have another 5 minutes, so we still have. But really appreciate, Peter. I don't know which time zone you are in at this point in time, but I'm sure it's pretty odd time for you. But thanks for taking the time out and being on this call.
Of course, George.
So Rahul, in 5 minutes, we'll have Shubha start and then she'll hand it over to you after we introduce.
Yeah. Again, guys, I'll hand it over to each one of you with every discussion point. Take 3-4 minutes each, right? Don't go too much beyond that. Don't take too much less than that.
So we had really good last 3 days actually. We started the day one with the workshops, and yesterday was a full day till 6 o'clock. And today now, after this, we have the award ceremony after the tea coffee break. So really coming on very well. Last 3 days have been really hectic for all of us. But thanks all of you as well to be a part of it.
More than glad.
Yeah, I must say it was a commendable work done by a group of volunteers here, and amazing to see this session pan out in the way it did. Obviously, in a physical world, it would have morphed into a very different shape, but it is just amazing to see this.
Yeah. So this is the 4th edition that we have been having, and the first 2 were done at IIM Bangalore campus because it was in the pre-COVID time. Last year was virtual as well, and this year also virtual. And but we are glad that we were able to get all of us together on the same platform. Kotresh, we can bring the slide back on so that everyone's aware of when we are starting. Or Shubha, if you can please take care of that.
I think Kotresh needs to upload that. I'll just check.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome everyone for the post-lunch sessions today. Next is a panel discussion on the popular topic, AI, ML, and big data. This will also be the last panel discussion today and for the summit. Mr. Rahul Rawat will be moderating the discussion. The panelists include very eminent industry specialists and have a rich experience in AI, ML, and the big data areas. I would now like to introduce and welcome Mr. Rahul Rawat as the moderator for the discussion. Mr. Rahul is a seasoned veteran in the IT industry for over 20 years with over 20 years of experience. He's working as the Vice President of Engineering Data Platforms at Walmart Global Technology, where he manages the AI, ML, and the big data areas. Rahul is well experienced in critical business and technology transformations using cloud and AI, ML. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Rahul.
Thanks, Shubha. Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. I guess you all had a nice break and you have been having a nice time with the SPM Summit 21-22 so far. Some of the sessions which I attended were really nice and contentful. So I hope this session also appeals a lot to each one of you. So the agenda we'll keep for today's session is going to be around building safe, scalable, and smart digital platform and products. And with me, I have my esteemed panelist, Peter Stanliker. He is Senior Director Product at Freshworks. I have Mithali Sodhi, who is the Associate Director at Upgrad. And then we have Shailin Sharma, who is SVP at Daily Hunt. And then we have Nishant Chandra, who is the Director Product at Visa. So I want to first of all extend thanks to all our panelists to actually coming and agreeing to share their thoughts on this topic today. So welcome all the panelists. So I think the topic which we have today is a pretty interesting one. I think AI, ML, big data is really a buzzword around, and people have been really talking about it, right? And most companies today really recognize that artificial intelligence has the potential to completely change how organizations work, right? They can envision a future, for example, retailers deliver individualized products even before customer even request them, right? Perhaps on the same day the products are made, right? And the scenarios may sound like science fiction, but that is a true reality today, right? But this doesn't come easy, right? To capture the full promise of AI, however, companies must reimagine the way they do their business models and the way work gets done, right? They just can't plug in an AI into an existing system to automate or add insights into it, right? And it makes it even more harder, right? When companies must and more costly when you have to get this AI to scale, right? Because each far-flung team must reinvent the wheel, and they must they must look with respect to the stakeholders, buy-in, training, change management, data technology, and more, right? So handling this huge amount of data and making it really scalable and getting a meaningful insight is really a challenging problem today, right? So maybe we have our panelists who represent different industries today. Maybe we can start with Peter, who actually comes from a B2B background. So Peter, if
Rahul, can I just interrupt for a while? This is regarding the Q&A session at the end of the session. I think we'll plan it for around 10 minutes at the end of the session. And Rahul Pon, he's a doctoral student in IIMB. He'll be handling the questions from audience. So I just want to let the audience know to drop their questions to Rahul Pon via the chat window. And Rahul will be consolidating these questions and presenting it to the panel at the end of the discussion, after 50 minutes of discussions, maybe.
Okay.
Would that work?
After you need 15 minutes at the end of the towards
10,
the end.
10 minutes should be fine.
Yeah, that's already planned as part of the
okay.
Right. So with that, maybe I want to I want to maybe have Peter share his thoughts from the B2B background, right? How do they really go ahead? What are some of the challenges we see in the B2B industry with respect to the amount of scale of data which we have to deal with? How the B2B industry is shaping up, right, to really get a meaningful insight from it, right? Because as I said, right, AI ML is not something which you can just go and plug in the next day when you want, right? There's a lot of work required towards it, right? So with that, Peter, can you share how B2B industry you see evolving and how is it making use of that?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having me. And I would say the first thought that comes to mind is that I would argue that everyone knows that when it comes to AI and machine learning in particular, that it's all about like relevant data. I call it ample and relevant data, right? And in the B2B setting, you could argue that you're challenged even more so than in maybe like in a B2C setting or other industries, right? And I think the first thing that I learned myself is before Freshworks, I was at Salesforce responsible for Einstein. And one first realization was that even at Salesforce, like if there's one place where you would suspect there's a lot of data and a lot of relevant data, that would be Salesforce. And even there, I then realized that the data that we're all like requiring to then predict a particular use case is not available. Like out of all places, you would then you would have suspected maybe Salesforce has it, but even Salesforce doesn't have it. And then obviously one way to do it, if you don't have it, is to then go buy data, right? Like I think we've all probably seen, and if you haven't seen it, is like just the emergence and like the popularity of so-called synthetic data, right? So whether it's like SemaSource or like Sema, depending on how you, like now that they renamed themselves, you can actually go and hire people to help you gather relevant training data. That's not as good as if that data was actually collected organically from customers and from employees, depending on what use case you're trying to optimize for or build. But it's at least a stepping stone. And I think that's like pretty pervasive. Like when you look at chatbots, when you look at a lot of other use cases, those use cases are typically trained on synthetic training data. And what I mean by that, it's data that's been created almost for the purpose of using it in those use cases. And typically, if you're not familiar with companies like Sema or SemaSource, as it used to be called, it's a platform, and you can then hire almost by the hour or by the minute humans or so-called agents who will then create data according to your specifications, right? Like you could ask, could you actually go ahead and pretend to be a customer and a support agent, and could you possibly create, let's say, 1,000 customer interactions that we can then use to train that data? So to answer your question, the biggest challenge is to gather ample and relevant data. And the reason I say ample, it's not about a lot of data, but it's about having enough data, right? And I think one thing that a lot of people do is synthetic data, but I think a new path that companies like ourselves, like Freshworks, are using is that we say, let's actually fix the actual problem. Like, let's actually help our brands, let's actually help our customers collect the data organically in our tool. And for those that are not familiar with Freshworks, but I would hope that that's not the case for most people in India, is we offer, amongst other capabilities, a CRM. And a CRM, first and foremost, tries to help you understand like what opportunities, what sales opportunities could possibly close more likely than others. And what better way to ask your sales agents to help you do that. And it means in our tool, what we do is we don't necessarily go buy training data. We actually help organizations collect relevant training data within their tool. That means every time a sales agent or a sales rep logs into our tool, we quickly ask, like, how likely do you think this deal is going to close? And then more importantly, we ask you, why do you think that's going to close, or why do you think that's not going to close? And those questions asked and collected and gathered from the sales rep on a recurring basis, on a constant basis, will eventually and leads eventually to what I would call a sufficient amount of data, and more importantly, a sufficient amount of data of high quality training data that we can then be used. A little bit of a long answer, but I hope that kind of explains a little bit like the perspective that we kind of have on the B2B side, or like my perspective on the B2B side. and how actually over the last several years, I think in the B2B world, there have been multiple different ways of how to solve it. And I think synthetic data only gets you so far. And the actual solution is to start helping organizations collect the training data that they need with the tool that B2B vendors provide.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. That was insightful. So, Nish, coming to you, right, on the same thing, right? Like you come from a fintech background, right? And Peter just talked about usage of synthetic data and some aspects of it, right? So, I want to hear from you, right? What do you see? Like, how easy is it to really generate the synthetic data in the finance world? Easy because it really talks about the financials of someone and can be really a sensitive data in that aspect. And the second thing is, the other aspect which really comes out in the fintech industry is the amount of data which is available, right? Today, almost every transaction is online, right? And I think a lot of that eventually gets recorded somewhere or the other, right? So how is fintech industry, do you see, evolving with respect to make the data, keeping the data relevant? And then is it really dealing with the data explosion, like the massive amount of scale of data which it really needs to handle today? And if yes, what is the fintech industry evolving as, and what is it looking forward to make this really, what Peter summed it as, right, ample and relevant data?
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you so much, Rao, for that fantastic question. And I would say we are on the opposite end of the spectrum when we talk to Peter. In the fintech space, specifically in the B2C fintech space, we have quote unquote atrocious amount of data. Inundated with information, as you correctly said, that every transaction gets recorded some way or another. There are billions and billions of transactions which are happening every day. And having said that, this has led to some challenges around obviously data engineering and scale of data engineering, but those are good problems to have, right? Because what you see is the shape of the industry coming into variety and veracity, which we had never really intended, because pre big data world, in a fintech space, a company was known by the volume and the payment volume it creates, right? Or the amount of money which changes hands. That is how companies used to be known for. However, the entire premise of big data has created these immense amount of companies which today do not make actual transactional value, but they sit on potential landmine. And I'm kind of bringing certain names out here just to bring some relevance to what I'm talking about. For example, think about cred, right? The business model of cred has nothing to do with money exchanging hands. It is about the value which that data creates in the background, right? There are several companies in India specifically who make absolutely zero money in exchanging of UPI transactions. Absolutely zero money. The MDR is 0.0%. However, these are billion-dollar companies because the value of data which they create for themselves. So bravado to big data, which has brought us to this place where we have this absolutely transforming way of reevaluating how companies should be working. Does it bring challenges? Yes, there are challenges. There are challenges around privacy, which you talked about. There are challenges around sheer engineering of it, and we will possibly dive deeper into that as we go along today on both these topics. But do I think these problems are not solvable? No, I think we have solution. We may have to think harder, but we have solution to all of these problems. And yes, all of this is leading to this is leading our industry into a domain which is unprecedented, positive consequences.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Nish, for sharing your thoughts around it. So extending the thought, Nish, Shailendra, like you are like really plugged into the content aggregator, right? Like you really deal with news feeds and content aggregator, right? And we see like everything now, right, catches media attention, right? And almost anything is a news today, right? So scalability, again, from the news perspective, from the content aggregation perspective, what do you think is like, how is this industry evolving on that aspect of the world, again, to keep the things ample and relevant, right? Because I'm sure you also have the same problem and really not looking to generate data. It's a synthetic data because there is data all across, right? For you if you start a crawler on Google search, you will just keep the crawler running for days and months and all, right? So how is the content industry and the feed industry dealing to make sure that we have a scalable system, and how do you keep it ample and relevant?
It makes sense, Rahul, and I think it's a good question, essentially, right? So, essentially, like I represent Daily Hunt and Joe's, right, like, which is India's largest news and media company, right? And AI and ML is essentially the core for us, right? And we are thriving because we are able to deal with such a large volume of data, right? We are able to basically extract out a lot of value out of it, essentially. Most importantly, essentially, we are using AI and ML and such large amount of data to create actually a virtuous, basically, flywheel for the ecosystem of these creators and consumers who are consuming and creating content for basically in local language, essentially, right? Just to give you an example, right? In Daily Hunt, we have almost 235 million monthly active users, right? For Joe's, we have around 135 million basically monthly active users, right? Which is a large basically amount of users we are dealing with, essentially, which creates like lot of data, right? Because when it comes to Daily Hunt, for example, like we have around 40,000 creators, around 80,000 stringers, right? In case of Joe's, everyone is a creator, right? So it's like almost, we are getting almost 5 million content created on a daily basis in case of Joe's, essentially, right? In case of Daily Hunt, it's basically 500,000 stories we are getting on a regular basis, essentially, right? And it requires like a lot of engineering, lot of basically AI and ML, right? As Nis mentioned, essentially, it's not an easy problem, right? But we have been on this problem for a while, essentially, right? It's almost starting from 2016 or 2017, right? And we have had multiple generation of work in this space, right? And we essentially, like I would say, the current success which basically Daily Hunt and Joe's is seeing is all because we are able to solve this large data scale problem, right? Just to give a few more examples, right? Like using this such a big corpus of data, right? We are able to build a very large scale recommendation system, which actually personalizes the content for user, gives like not only the relevant content, but also the diverse content for each user, essentially. The secondly, like we have also basically deployed like a lot of NLP and video tech, right, to identify basically content quality issues, which is a better content, which is a bad content, right? Detect breaking news, detect trending news, trending videos, like that, right? Again, we are not only detecting trends, right, at a essentially global level, but also at a location level. We basically, like, for example, we deal India, not just India, essentially. We deal at each individual city level, essentially. So we treat each individual city very, very differently. Location is a very important element for us, essentially, right? And when we track the performance of a content, when we track the basically creators, we are tracking at that level, essentially. And this all we are able to do because we have such a large amount of user interactions on a regular basis, like coming to us, right? Yeah, and there are lot of things to talk about, but I would basically limit and I think go into details as more questions evolve, essentially, right?
Okay, so Mithali, coming from the same perspective to you come with an online education platform, right? And that too at a very niche set of online students we target here. So I want to know, in this industry, where do you see the challenges? The challenges with respect to, again, with respect to the amount of data which is available and how to keep it relevant. It's all about the data quality to make sure that we have a scalable platform, or it is, again, we are running into an issue wherein we don't see enough training data available, so we are generating a synthetic data, and if so, how, right? Because that seems like education is one field where it's very, very tough to generate a synthetic data unless we have a lot of other attributes which are available across for that particular individual.
Yeah, thanks so much, Rahul, for that question, and thanks so much for having me here. So yeah, you rightly pointed out, like, I think in every industry, one of the biggest challenges that everyone faces is the quality of data and the quantity of data as well, right? Some as I think Nish mentioned, it's a good problem to have for a few of the folks, but for others, it might be one of the biggest challenges, right? Being the quality of data as well. So speaking specifically from EdTech space, I would say that the quantity of data is not a challenge for us. So the way we see data, or the way we want to consume data, is to give more of a personalized experience to learners, more of a personalized learning experience. So we all have gone to colleges, right? And I'm proud to say that I went to IIIT Bangalore. Professor Sadavakopan sir being over here. So yeah, greetings to you, sir. So we all have gone to colleges, and we all have been in that offline mode learning setup. Right now, things are evolving. In space is a standard learning process for everyone, where we attended colleges and classes, and we kind of had a similar experience that every learner had, right? Being in a classroom setup. With the online space picking up, now people and learners are looking more for a personalized experience. So these data points, basically modeled into what times do you learn, what are your weaknesses, what are your strengths, what exactly you want to upskill on, what are the skill sets that you are lacking, and exactly what are your pressing points that you need to improve upon, is one of the biggest challenges that we need to solve in the EdTech space. So for every learner, although the destination is the same, but the journey might be different. And that is where we kind of help them to get them into their own personalized journey. That is one aspect. Another aspect that I want to bring up is to reduce bias, right? So especially in the EdTech space or the recruitment space, we see a lot of, maybe there are biases still available, right? Still they do exist. So one thing that is very key for us, and we actually tend to solve for, is reducing this bias by sort of hiding the PII information from recruiters and giving a common, unbiased platform to every learner and equal opportunities to everyone after they have completed the course with us. I think these are the two major things that are key to EdTech space.
Yeah, thanks, Mithali. So now, since you should diverge a little bit on the biases and the other aspect of the data, right? I think it's a good segue for us to get into like safety, right? The governance, right? Like that's like a very, very crucial part today as part of building a safe and scalable smart digital platform, right? You can have models generated for almost everything, but the biggest challenge the industry is facing is how to have the right governance and right safety around them in place, right? How do you ensure there are no gender biases getting created? How do you ensure there are no socioeconomic biases getting generated? And that is really, really the hot thing which every industry is right now dealing with, right? And that's a challenge everybody, and there's a lot of investment which is actually being done in this area, right? And everybody is very, very conscious about it, because a little bit of leeway on this can be a dampening thing on the company's trust which the customers have, and also it can be a huge financial burden also, right? If you do something wrong, right? A bias can really, really help tamper the image of the company, or it can really throw things which are really should not be going out, right? Because of the bad calculation done, right? So Peter, coming on this topic, right? What do you think, what are some of the initiatives being done in the B2B industry, right? To make sure we have right safety and governance in place, and we are trying to avoid these kind of issues in the B2B space.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very relevant topic for a couple of different reasons, because obviously in the world that we live in, we want like equality, right? And I think that was something that I was able to see firsthand at Salesforce, right? And like how, let's say, ethics and AI were kind of brought together. And I think the big learning, or like the big insight for me, was the following, right? So when I like what Mitali said, right? It's not about eliminating bias, but it's about reducing bias, right? So you won't be able to ever get rid of it entirely. But I think what I've seen, and what made sense to me, is that a lot of AI was built around existing data sets, right? Because you're not going to go and start building data sets from scratch, but you're going to use existing data sets. And that in itself brings the risk that the data was collected in a manner that creates bias, or that increases bias. And what the learning basically is that the debate is, well, maybe there was value in just using data sets without necessarily questioning and without having controlled the data collection process, right? But now that we're in 2022, and like I said, these thoughts and processes are, I would say, as recent as 2019, it's all about controlling and having a conscious data collection process. And what I mean by that is that if you just use an existing data set, you have no way of measuring. I mean, you can measure bias after the fact, but you can't, it's very, very hard to eliminate bias after the fact. That means after the data was already collected, but it's much, much easier to try to reduce and keep it at a minimum before the fact. That means if you constantly think about what labels are we going to use? What are the labelers? Like, who is actually going to help label us data sets? That's when you kind of proactively, like similar to like building software where you kind of, let's say, do a test driven, right? Like we kind of have a test driven software engineering process. It could be a bias reduction driven data collection process. That means you constantly think about what labels to use. You're constantly thinking, what's the process? Like how many labelers, or like how many agents should be used concurrently to measure possibly outliers? And then what are you going to do about outliers? Are you going to then look at outliers and somehow believe that it was just that it should be averaged out? Or are you going to look at these outliers and then realize that that by averaging it out, you will introduce bias? So what I'm trying to say is we've come a long way, because obviously AI and ML is a challenge in itself. And I think in the beginning, we just like blindly oftentimes used data sets that were available, and didn't really think about the amount of bias that was already contained. But now that we're a little further ahead, we can actually choose and constantly go about collecting these data sets. And the most critical part is to be constant about the process. And at the end of the day, it comes down to basics, like I said, labels, the amount of agents, and then also the feedback loop, right? Like, how do you make sure that you like pay attention to outliers and use those outliers to then use as a corrective to correct the data set?
Thank you, Peter. That was insightful. So, Nish, if we look at the safety and governance aspect of building a safe and scalable digital platform, I think there would be no industry which will be more concerned about it than the fintech industry, right? And
absolutely,
what do you think are some of the initiatives which are happening in the fintechs? How is it evolving to ensure there are no socioeconomic issues or there are no other biases which are getting in? So can you share your perspective on that? Like, where do you
absolutely
see?
Yeah, thank you so much, Rahul. So yeah, exactly, the data of yesterday is the model of today, right? There has been as a society, we have always had certain biases, and those biases had percolated into small data of yesterday, and when models of today were built on the smaller data of yesterday, those biases, unfortunately, one gets mortified when you see those biases getting percolated into bigger scale, right? If somebody has seen the movie Coded Bias on Netflix, you get to see the egregious amount of cases where such biases have led to certain very strong sentiments in people's mind, right? And that happening when something like that happens in scale, when it happens in global society, it is something that has to be cogitated about. And having said that, specific to your question, what are we doing, right? So yes, in the fintech industry, I would say that there is a very conscious effort to ensure that we meticulously kind of look into every single stage of data governance, data privacy, and ensuring that biases are minimal at the most. There will always be extreme cases, and those things are repetitive. Unfortunately, those extreme cases do become news. But over a period of time, that would go away too. Having said that, the specific steps which the industry is taking is built by regulators also, right? Regulators are leading the way today in terms of ensuring certain biases do not creep in. There are regulations in Europe, there are regulations in US, there are certain data storage norms specifically for certain countries, including China, Russia, India, and all sorts of those things. And this, while it's difficult for every industry to confound into those regulations, but piecewise, those regulations are also helping in certain ways, right? So that is. And then the last thing, the third part of all of this is that companies by themselves are ensuring that you do not want to get, you do not want to build models that is not just the cultural DNA of the companies revolve around making sure that right justice is given to every individual, and hence there is a conscious effort within the company to ensure that biases like these are removed. So those are, I would say, three different things which organizations are working on today.
Okay, thanks, Nish. That was helpful. So, Shailendra, coming to your domain, like the news and the content area, this can be really a very sensitive zone, right? Because news today, the way things are published, a lot of them are already very biased, right? So a lot of articles which are coming, because with the freedom of internet and the freedom where people are able to push and publish their posts, either it be on Twitter or Facebook or any other media, it's really getting an attention pretty soon, right? So what are some of the initiatives which are happening in your industry to ensure that there are no further biases getting created by such content which is floating around, right? And are there other initiatives or other proactive measures being happening in the content area and the news and content area, which to ensure that we have the right regulation and safety in place?
Yeah, makes sense. So it's actually news and short video space, right? Yeah. So actually, you may have seen like a lot of bias in similar industries as we are dealing with. For example, like if you may remember Facebook case, right? Like where stories were coming very polarized, essentially, right? Even a year before, I've not seen recently, but a year before YouTube, like if you go in a basically incognito window, essentially, right, you would see a very different type of feed coming to you, essentially, right? Very spammy type of feed, right? And so even these basically biggies were not able to like control the bias of, I would say, whether it's a geographical bias or whether it is a content nature bias and all, essentially, right? But in Daily Hunt and both in JOS, we have been very, very sensitive about it. And I would not say, okay, this is a problem which is basically 100% solved, right? There are like, I'll talk about certain areas like where we still like hustle on it on a daily basis, essentially, right? But so I'll give you some example, right? In May 2019, essentially, like we launched a campaign called Khud Ki Soch Banao, right? It was actually around the same time when the elections were happening, essentially, right? And we custom built a lot of data science solutions, essentially, to ensure like whenever we are showing some story on Daily Hunt platform, right? It's not that story is also having along with it like differing views, essentially. Like if a story is talking about, as an example of one political party, like whatever the party has said, essentially, we would have a story along with it, essentially talking about maybe another party or another verdict to it, right? So we did a lot of data science work there, right? We also did like a lot of user experience work there because it was very important, okay, whenever we are serving it, it is right there in front of the user eyes, essentially, right? And we basically connected this with a TV campaign. Actually, we actually created a TV campaign, Khud Ki Soch Banao, and it was a very hit campaign, and that was a different thing altogether, essentially, right? That is one part, right? The second part, as I was mentioning, right, recommendation platform in general, right, run with a risk of polarization, right? And I personally have dealt with this and dealing with this on Instagram as an example, right? Because it totally depends on how you are building your recommendation, basically, strategies, right? If your recommendation platform is all essentially about what affinities user has, if you're basically generating recommendations only basis the affinity, what is going to happen, right? End user will be only in that loop. It's a vicious loop, right? And it's very hard to come out of that loop, right? And on Instagram, personally, I'm not able to come out of it, right? But the type of algorithms, type of strategies we have deployed in case of JOS and Daily Hunt, right? We ensure there is a good enough amount of degree of diversity like in each recommendation. There is a novelty in the sense, basically, whatever you are serving, there's some surprise element, and that novelty is not without the relevance to the user, essentially, right? So and there are, of course, there are very standard ways of doing it. There are complicated ways of doing it, and there are much more complicated ways of doing it when it comes to deep learning, essentially. And like, of course, this didn't come in one go. We essentially like mastered that art over multiple years, and then ensured, okay, there's lesser and lesser bias. And it's also important. See, bias is not just about the risk, essentially, right? It's also a risk to the product, right? Not from governance, because when you are having a polarized feed to the user, right? What happens? End user would say, oh, this particular application does not have a breadth of the content. He may not stay for longer, right? So even for that purpose, you may want to essentially ensure the feed you're serving with a lot of novelty and diversity, essentially. So that also becomes one more reason for us to basically ensure there's lesser and lesser bias and lesser basically polarization, essentially, right? One area I would talk about, like where we run with a risk of certain risk of bias, essentially, right? And as basically Peter was talking about, I think the labels and labelers, essentially, right? So one part, fortunately, like for local language, we need not buy content, we need not generate content, because there's we deal with this space, and we have been dealing with this space for so many years, essentially. So we have organically lot of content basically to run our AI and ML, essentially, right? But when it came to the moderation aspect, okay, what is the safe content for work? What is not a safe content for work? What is the content which is basically we should not be serving to a 5-year-old, we should not be serving to a 15-year-old, blah, blah, right? At one end, we basically built like a lot of machine learning algorithms, deep learning algorithms to detect those, right? But again, that detection had a inherent bias of how and which data scientist worked on it essentially, right? Because from a ex data scientist perspective, somebody is very liberal. He may say, okay, basically half body visible, like half part of the body visible, it's okay content, right? But from another person like who may be 50 years old in the team, he may say this content we should put it down essentially, right? So those type of conflicts basically started coming, right? But of course, what we do, right, like we ensure with these conflicts on a regular basis, right? We continuously retrain these models, right? And third is essentially like we have also incorporated an operational process, and there's a 3-stage operational process, right? Which we call it a first stage is basically like we review a content which is like has got some X number of views, let's call it 500 views or so, right? Then we review a content basically once a content has got, let's say 10,000 views, we call it a QC, right? And once the content has got 100,000 views, essentially we call it the audit process. By reviewing the content manually in basically 3 different stages, and the nature of these basically desks are different, essentially ensures, right? Okay, the bias is like this risk of bias in the moderation phase is constantly getting removed, essentially, right? So it's a very interesting thing, and we definitely deal with on a regular basis, right? And our third area is essentially fake news, right? And I don't think anybody has an answer to that, right? Of course, there are basically companies like ActiveSense and all, like basically promising solutions in misinformation and disinformation and fake news and all, right? But we, of course, again, we have built a lot of heuristics around that, right? So, for example, whenever a news comes on Daily Hunt, right, we ensure, okay, who are the, like, if it's a news affecting some celebrity, right? Let's say there was one particular news 2-3 years before about Priyanka Chopra, something, I forgot the news basically, right? But that news became viral, right? On some platform. But on us, essentially, we could control that news very quickly because we checked, okay, this news is also being published by which all platforms, right? Because you can actually rely on the credibility of the different publishers which are partnered with us, right? So that's how we typically do, right? So it's just not about the content piece. Like we just don't treat the content piece at individual level. We are treating this content piece in the entire ecosystem of the publishers who are giving us this content, right? And even things like, okay, how many publishers are publishing this, right? What is the credibility of these publishers, blah, blah. I think all these things help us control the fake news aspect and all this, right?
Listening to Shailendra, phrase comes to mind. I would say it's conspiracy of privacy. And you know what I really mean by conspiracy of privacy, it's like catch-22, right? You have to impede privacy to provide diversity and so on and so forth, right? So it's an interesting world challenge, you know, for you. Absolutely.
I want to answer that. That's a good point, essentially, right? So thankfully, see, I think privacy for users becomes a concern, right? If we are providing this data to a lot of third parties, right?
Indeed.
Right. We have taken a basically very conscious decision here, right? Not to do so, actually, right? All the data remains in like, of course, now, of course, within JOS and Daily Hunt. Now that is a trust end user has put on us, essentially, right? But that trust we are not like breaching by giving the data to other parties, essentially, right? So that's why like, we do a lot of things, maybe on a slower track, right? But we ensure we do a lot of those things basically in-house rather than like
unfortunately not a lot of media companies are doing that, right? A lot of media companies are actually trying to sell their data to make more headway into customer acquisition and retention.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So that was interesting, guys. And so Mithali, coming to the online education front, right? What are some of how is this industry evolving, right? What are they doing to ensure that when the job offers are being made, there is no bias in the system? How do we ensure there is enough safety in place wherein no external influences are being made and people are really getting jobs or people are really being recognized based on the merit, right? So what are some of the measures taken in this industry with so much of AI in place, and how do we ensure that the platform we have built is really safe enough to cater to all these different checks? And is there any governance body around this? Like the finance industry has it. I think the retail industry is also seeing governance coming in shape here, right, in place. Is there anything which is governing this, or it's still a very open industry and people are doing and learning from the mistakes and from the experiences, and then they're adding things in place?
I think I lost my internet in between, but Rahul, was that question for me?
Yeah, that was for you, Mithali. Okay, can you hear us now?
Last part. Yeah, I did hear the last part about reducing biases in the job offerings, right, that we provide as a platform. So I think that, first of all, like a key takeaway for me, I think from all the discussion that we had so far and hearing everyone's new views, Peter's, Nish, and Shalin's, that the definition of bias and diversity is very different across industries, right? Hearing what is there in the fintech space to what was there in the media tech space, it's very, very different. And I would like to add, in the edtech space also, I think it is sort of different in a way that that we want to reduce the bias when we actually try to give outcomes to the learners, right? And that starts from very beginning, from the stage that we collect their data. So I think Peter and Nish were also mentioning that the models of today are the data of yesterday. So whatever we have been collecting so far, and we have collected, or we should be collecting from now onwards, right? We should be very cautious about what data points we are collecting. And then, because using those data points itself, the models of today and tomorrow are going to be built. So that actually adds a lot of key value in terms of the final outcome or the output that we get out of these models. Talking and tying this to the recruitment space, right? Whenever we try to provide a job board to the candidates, the candidates matching to the recruiters and the recruiter matching to the candidates, we try to keep it as unbiased as possible by ensuring that we do not share any PII information. And we also rank candidates, score candidates basis the efforts they have put in so far in learning that course, the kind of skills that they have acquired so far, right? So all these things added together just talk about the credibility and the kind of potential of the candidate. They are nowhere a reflection of the race they belong to, the creed they belong to, the region they come from, right? Or even the kind of gender they have. So this is one thing that can be done probably, and which we are trying to do from our end to ensure that there is as less bias as possible in this entire process. I know that there are certain organizations which are into maybe technical assessment spaces. I worked with a few organizations before, which even are going to the extent that the name of the candidate, the email IDs of the candidate are also not shared with the recruiters, so that there is no inference drawn from it, right? And it is all in the form of very masked information, where you just get to see how the candidates have actually performed on those assessments. So similar kind of model can be replicated maybe in the other industries as well. In the edtech space, what we are doing specifically is just giving more and more merit and credibility to what the candidate has performed and how the candidate has performed during their entire learning journey with us at Upgrad. So we do have built AI-based models which kind of come up with one score that tell us that how much a candidate is ready for a particular job, right? We call it the career readiness score, and it is equivalent to the CIBIL score in the fintech space, that we can call it. That it will tell you that, okay, it gives you sort of a leeway that once you have crossed a certain threshold, yeah, you are a good candidate for a certain job. And it has nothing to do with your PII information, right? It is just about what you have been doing so far. So I think, yeah.
In the era of mass resignation, this this score would be very useful, I would say.
I'm sure. Yeah.
So I think we are right about time. So Shubha, did we receive any questions you want to bring forward?
Yes, thank you, Rahul. Rahul will be presenting the questions. Rahul, can you just go ahead?
Yeah, Shubha. So we have a question from the audience. How a product company defines how much AI sophistication is required? What kind of trade-offs are to be considered?
See, can I answer that question essentially, right? Sometimes basically there is a no choice to, since like be behind state of the art when it comes to AI and ML, right? Because when you are in a very, very competitive industry, essentially, right, you need to do things, right, which are state of the art, because otherwise your users would find other place, right? Your people who are giving you revenue, the advertisers, and basically brands will find other places, right? So because for a product like us, right, AI and ML is a core, right? And it means to build such a product, we need to be at the forefront of the technology, right? Which means we need to graduate from simpler algorithms, right, to basically a very advanced algorithms or deep learning algorithms, or even much advanced than that, right? Just to give you context, right? Currently, recommendation system as a whole, basically, right, is actually in typically 4 generations, right? Where generation 1 is all about, okay, somebody is showing mostly the popular stories or trending content to the user, right? Generation 2 is essentially where typically collaborative filtering, those type of algorithms are coming, right? Generation 3 is basically where your DNN algorithms are, and such a GNN, DNN algorithms are coming. And generation 4 is essentially where you're deploying auto ML or DRL type of thing. Most companies are in generation 1 or generation 2, right? While at Jose and Daily Hunt, essentially we have quite much matured generation 3, and we are basically looking to delve into generation 4, right? Where we have done a part deployment of DRL and something like that, right? And we do not have a choice, right? If we do not do so, right? Because YouTube has already in 2020, right, published a paper saying, okay, they are already using DRL, right? And that paper talked about, okay, they got the best lift from that model, the best ever lift from that model, right? Now, can you be behind that? You cannot be behind that, essentially, right? And does most of the people in Indian data science ecosystem understand DRL? Very few, right? So we need to be basically, I think, moving from one simple stage to a complicated stage to be at the forefront of what we are doing, essentially, right?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Shailendra. I think this question is directed to Mithali too. This question is from Lokesh Tripathi. Peter talked about the models of yesterday being used today and the limitation of that in the quantum of AI that can be leveraged out of it. Assuming that data will grow more than 100 times in the next 5 years, how do you think we will build the data models of tomorrow?
You repeat the first part of the question, Rahul?
Sure. So Mr. Peter talked about the models of yesterday being used today and the limitation of that in the quantum of AI that can be leveraged out of it. So the question is that assuming that data will grow more than 100 times in the next 5 years, how will we build data models for tomorrow?
Yeah, so I think it is all about scale, right? The data is never going to stop growing. It is going to grow exponentially. The kind of solutions that we will have to build, or the kind of architecture and pipelines that we will have to build to deploy these models, to consume the kind of outputs or the predictions of these models, they will also have to be sophisticated enough. They should be mature enough to handle the kind of load that we are going to pass on to it, and it is only going to increase. So it all depends on the kind of deployment framework, the kind of architecture that we use to sort of consume the outputs of these models. They should be scalable enough to handle any kind of load possible.
I just want to add a little bit to it, Rahul. The thing is, to what just Mithali said, it's all about driving for scale. And what you do is you need to have a very robust pipeline, what she was hinting at, right, in place, right, where you really monitor your models, right? So ML ops becomes a very critical part of it. You should have the right gates in place to make sure that your models are truly scaling up. And as you see, there is a performance drop. You keep optimizing it and tuning it, right? And you definitely write things with 10x, 20x data in mind, but you have to also continuously keep monitoring it and keep optimizing it. And as you learn, right, from these models, you would find more ways to optimize them to achieve the same thing, right? So that's how you have to. So that's where ML ops is becoming a very, very important aspect in this regard of the question which you just asked.
I would add one more point to this, essentially, right? See, we should not forget there's a Moore's law basically in application, essentially, right? While the data is growing, right, even the hardware is improving, right? There are companies dedicatedly, like NVIDIA, like companies are dedicatedly working on a very, very dedicated infrastructure, essentially, and hardware to process data at much larger scale. They are working 10 years ahead, essentially. So I think all this is like, is not a problem, right? Like, of course, whether it's a data pipeline, whether it's like training a larger scale models, or all would be feasible. It's just like everybody is going through that journey of the data explosion, essentially, I would say, right?
Sure.
Let me just add one more thing, because I'll just keep it short. I think if I understand the question correctly, like we're talking about the data model, right? Like obviously scale and whatnot, it's more about like the infrastructure and whatnot. But I think when it comes to the data model, I think there will be even more so a focus on the metadata, right? And I described earlier how I think when it comes to reducing bias, right? It's critical to keep track of how it was collected, right? Like we'll never know, like we'll never be at a point where it's always without bias, but at least in order to iterate and to like really get to the point where you can then measure and find out what was wrong and what was great, the metadata that helps you understand like how that data was collected, right? And in order to have that feedback loop, I think that's going to be critical.
Sure. So there is one more question from Manisha. The question is directed to Mr. Shailendra. How do you simultaneously address low polarization but high personalization?
Yeah, that's a good question, essentially, right? See, because we are not getting user essentially for a single visit, right? It's we are getting user, right, for a long term, right, where users are getting retained day over day and they are making multiple sessions, essentially, right? So there are definitive basically strategies we employ, right? Like depending on what is the age of the user on the system, right? What is the depth of consumption today, right? The depth of consumption can be defined as session or basically the card depth. Like if you see the feed as like a card, essentially, right? The card depth he's into, essentially, right? So we may start, and the third factor is essentially like how much user has been engaged in past, essentially, right? If you just see all these three things, right, automatically the solution comes into mind, essentially, right? Because a user who has been engaged in past, right, I think is okay to see a bit diverse and surprising feed, essentially, right? But typically a new user is looking something which can wow him, essentially, right? That is one, right? Second thing is like if I'm in basically depth of my engagement, essentially, like I own maybe 20th card or 25th card, right? I can basically increase the diversity. I may start with the first few cards, basically, which are very personalized for the user, and then like slowly increase the diversity there, right? So there are such strategies we employ, right? And of course, this particular right balance is like solving a OR problem for each individual user, and we essentially like of course learn this over time, right?
I'll just add to that. I think, there is a definite science to low polarization, high personalization thing. Think about it this way, right? Google became Google because of very highly personalized search results, making sure that the recall score for the content which was available to the content that was delivered was very high. Right, and hence, this be it a space of data where data is less, or be it a space where data is enormous. I think this is a science that can be solved for.
Yeah, I think I disagree on a Google example here. Sorry for that, right? Because see, sure. Google user is coming with a very, very definite intent here, right? They are essentially making the feed completely personalized is okay, because he knows, okay, what he's searching for. He's looking for a definite answer, right? But in a feed oriented thing, right? We deal like companies like Instagram, YouTube, basically Daily Hunt, Joe's deal with a different challenges. Most of the times we do not know, right, what this user is looking for, right? Because he's just landing on a feed and then he's just swiping up, essentially, right? So that's where I think the question is very, very relevant, and there are definite basically strategies where we need to ensure the diversity also is there, not just the only the feed basis the affinity of the user, right?
So, okay, so because of the time constraints we have, let's take the rest of the questions offline. We'll make sure that we post the questions to the speakers. So I pass it on to Shubha now. Shubha?
Okay, thank you, Rahul. Thanks for moderating the questions and presenting them to the panel. Thank you, Mr. Rahul, and all the panelists for a very informative session on AI, ML, and big data. It covered multiple challenges in different domains like fintech, eduspace, news, and content. And thanks to the audience for a very lively and engaging session. On behalf of IIM Bangalore and ISPMA, I express our sincere gratitude to the expert panel, Mr. Rahul, Ms. Mithali, Mr. Shailendra, Dr. Nishant, and Mr. Peter, for sharing the rich experience and insights on the AI, big data, and machine learning. We have a 15-minute break right now, and we'll break for the next 15 minutes, and we'll reconvene again for our next session at 3:15 p.m. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank
you, Mithali.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Good morning, Hanspan. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm fine. Thank you.
Welcome
Good
to the
morning. Good morning, Hans.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Same here.
Thank you. Thank you for all the support. So things have gone really well. I think we had an outstanding event.
Yeah, I watched some of the sessions, really impressive.
So I think the IAM students have been doing an amazing job of managing the time so that all the sessions are actually going on time, so that things are not spilling over. Is the normally that causes problem. So things have been doing extremely well.
I understand the advice. I will do my best.
Yeah. So Tathagat, good summary on LinkedIn after every session. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Good. So that we are on the time. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, to the session. Welcome back, everyone, to the session. I hope you found the presentations and the panel discussions interesting and enriching. It's now time to announce the winners of the Excellence Awards and the winners for the academic presentations and student showcase, which were presented over the last 2 days. I now request Mr. Hans-Bernd Kittlers, Chairman ISPMA, for the Excellence Awards announcement. Over to you, Mr. Hans-Bernd.
Thank you very much, Shubha. It is my pleasure to announce the winners of the SPM Excellence Awards India 2022. Let me share a presentation for this. Here we go. I hope you can see this.
Yes.
Yes, you can see.
You can put it in full screen mode. Yeah.
Yes. So the SPM Excellence Awards are really something that is in the heart of ISPMA, you could say, because our charter says that ISPMA is supposed to foster SPM excellence across industries. And that's what these awards are about. This year, we had quite a number of applications. And the way we do this is we look at the written applications as a jury. My jury fellow members have been Venkatesh Balakrishnan from IIMB, Sanjay K from EY, both of them in Bangalore, and Andrei Maglias from St. Petersburg, Russia, all of us ISPMA fellow members. So in the first step, we looked at the written applications and selected the finalists of these awards. The criteria that we applied are business performance. So how well is the product team doing in terms of their business results? If that is applicable, and in some startup situations, it may not yet be applicable. Second criterion is the degree of innovation. So both in the product itself, but also in the SPM approach. And third criterion is the SPM maturity in relation to the age of the product and the organization. So when we applied these criteria, we ended up with 7 finalists in 3 categories. Let's look at the startup category first. So these are companies that are less than 4 years old. And we had 2 finalists, App Sentinels with their API security platform, and Eightfold with their artificial intelligence talent intelligence platform. Both of them turned out to be amazing. So we did interviews with all the finalists, and both teams were very convincing in basically all our evaluation criteria. So in the end, the jury decided to declare both of them as winners. So here on the left side, you see the beautiful statue that will go to the winners. That's the limits of the virtual format of the conference. We cannot give it to you as a physical statue, but you can see it here. Congratulations to the App Sentinels API security platform team. In case we have members of the team here, please feel free to say a few words.
Yeah, this is Puneet. This is truly an honor, and we are very humbled to receive this award.
Puneet, we are not able to hear you.
Am I audible now?
I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. We are truly honored and humbled to receive this award. This is a dream come true, and I think this gives us a great, I would say, initiative to continue on the journey and further the purpose of ISPMA. So thank you, IMB. Thank you, ISPMA. Thank to Sir Gopan sir. Thanks, Hans. We are truly honored and humbled.
Thank you very much, Puneet. And congratulations again. The second winner in this category is Eightfold with their talent intelligence platform. Do we have somebody from Eightfold in the session?
Yeah, hello Hans. Hello everyone.
Hi.
Thank you so much, jury, for this award. It's an honor for me to represent Eightfold AI team here, talk about our product, and receive this honor. This is definitely a pat on the back for all the awesome work that we're doing on the product front. And this would definitely inspire the engineers and the product management team, the software product management team at Eightfold AI to go further and really bring more innovative products that would help recruitment, that would actually democratize recruitment world and have a lot of impact on the communities, on the companies, on employees, on candidates, and of course in the entire sphere of employment. So thank you so much for this award. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations again. Now we go to the next category, which is a new software product from an established company. And in this category, we have 4 finalists. You could already listen to the presentations of these teams during the conference. So I will not say too much about the products themselves. So first of all, congratulations to the Oracle Cloud EPM team for being a finalist. this team has developed a product in the area of enterprise performance management based on the Fusion platform of Oracle. Very convincing approach. And so that's why they became a finalist. Muthu, are you on the session?
Hi, this is Silva from Oracle EPMT, if you can hear
Hello. You want to say a few words?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's a great opportunity for us to be part of the finalist, and so we are very happy, and our sincere thanks to the jury, organizing committee, ISPM and IMB. So it was a great experience, and it was a good experience, learning experience, learning about other players, and it was a good experience. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. The next finalist is the team of SAP Digital Vehicle Hub. That's an interesting approach. They want to develop a central repository for the automotive ecosystem. Do we have somebody from this team in the session?
Yes, Hans. Harsha here.
Hi, Harsha.
Hey, hi. Thanks a lot, jury, and thanks a lot, everyone, for choosing us in a complete list of applicants. And this certainly goes to show that we've done a relatively good job in terms of following all the SPM methodologies, as well as trying to release an application which is good for the market as well as for the ecosystem too. And thanks again.
Thank you very much. The winner in this category is the team of Finacle Virtual Banking from Infosys Edgeworth. This is a very, very interesting approach for making alternative communication channels available for virtual banking. As you know, Finacle is a very successful product out of India, has been around for a long time, one of the most successful products in the world in the area of banking. But still, they manage to come out with innovative new products based on the Finacle platform. And so congratulations to the team of Sunil and all his team members. Is anybody on the call, on the session?
Yeah, hi Hans, can you hear me? This is Sunil here.
Hi Sunil, yes.
Yeah, good afternoon Hans. First of all, thank you for this award. Thanks to all the jury members, IIM Bangalore and ISPMA organizing committee. It's really a great honor and privilege to get this award. And there's a team that has worked in Infosys for almost a year. We have also launched this product in one of the large banks in India. And we truly believe that this is going to kind of make a huge impact in the banking space. We're going to probably make the banking more approachable for people in India in their own local languages. And I believe that this will be a great motivation for the team working behind this product. So first of all, thank you. Thanks to all of you for the encouragement and support.
Thank you, Sunil, and congratulations again. You are going to get this beautiful statue here. The fourth finalist in this category is Vuram with the product Trust Hall and the product management team. This is a kind of special case because Vuram is an established company, but not established as a product company, but rather as a professional service company. And they have started product development. Trust Hall is a contract management system. And so you could say that it was a bit unfair that they had to compete in this category of very experienced product companies. So since we really liked the way the product management team works with Vuram, and we are very aware of the challenges that it means to establish a product in a professional service organization, we decided to give a special jury award to Sirisha and the whole product team for outstanding SPM practice. Is anybody from the team on the session? That does not seem to be the case. Okay. Congratulations to Vuram and the whole Trust Hall product team. The third category and last category is that of established software products. So software products older than 4 years. And in this category, we only had one finalist. That's the product management team of Intuit QuickBooks Desktop. Here we faced the challenge that this team had already won an SPM Excellence Award before, and they applied again. And so the jury decided to focus on the product management team's activities, achievements during the time since they won the Excellence Award for the first time. And when we did that, we were again amazed by what they continue to achieve for a legacy product like this. So in the end, we decided to declare them as winners again. Congratulations to the QuickBooks Desktop team. Is there anybody on the session? No? Okay.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, Hans. I think there is a participant.
I think Raman Varma is there. He's trying to unmute.
Yeah.
And Lokesh is also here from Intuit QuickBooks team.
Yeah, the backend team, can you please unmute Lokesh or Raman Varma?
Lokesh, Raman Varma, and Sirisha.
No, it's Pavani. Pavani, any of them. Lokesh, Raman Varma, or Pavani.
Yeah, and then one more candidate, Sirisha from Vuram.
I think Madhu as well. I'm able to speak at this point. I don't know if others are there, but I can just say a quick word. Basically, so good afternoon, everyone. This is Raman here from the product management team from QuickBooks. It's great to be back on this forum and winning the award third time in a row. And it's a pleasure, a humble testament of Intuit's customer obsession and product management and design craft experience overall. We are really thankful to the jury, ISPMA, and IMB organizing committees who are inspiring the community to multiply the impact and raise the bar every year. Right? We are happy to learn from other finalists this year. It's an amazing lineup so far. We enjoyed it, and we look forward to more deeper partnerships within the industry and this community. So thank you again for the opportunity. I'll let others as well from the team who I know are equally excited if they have more to share with the forum.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Raman. Congratulations again to all the finalists and winners of the SPM Excellence Awards 2022. Before I finish this ceremony, let me thank our sponsors.
Hello, Hans. Hello. Sorry, Hans.
Yes.
Yeah, Hans, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Sirisha here. Sirisha here.
Hi, Sirisha.
Yeah, I was actually trying to unmute myself, but I was not able to do it. Yeah, I was actually trying to unmute myself. I couldn't do that. Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Congratulations.
Can you hear me, Hans?
Yes.
Okay.
You want to say a few words?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you so much, Hans. I just want to. Yes. Yeah. So yeah, thank you so much, Hans. I think it's really a big honor for us, and very excited to get that special jury award. So it's really validates our efforts to build these products in the professional services company. So thank you for recognizing all that efforts, and really the credit goes to the team who are behind this trust hall, building this trust hall and making it so long, making it so big, and all the Uram team who are behind this efforts and supporting this. Building this product and then transform this contract space with the hyper automation, right? So that's where our vision is, and definitely this is really a great motivation for the team to build this great product with best practices of product management. So that's really a great motivation, and thanks to all IIMB and ISPMA also, because I am also alma mater of IIMB. So taking those learnings and learnings from ISPMA, really helped me to come up with some of the practices as well. So hope we'll actually continue learning all these and implement all these best practices and build great products here. Yeah, thank you, Hans, and thanks to the jury who are helping us through the journey of this experience, and it's a great experience. Thanks to all of ISPMA team as well who are behind this event and making this a wonderful event, which is really helpful for all this product management community. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Sirisha, and congratulations again. So let me finish by
thank you very much.
By giving a big thank you to the sponsors of the conference, our platinum sponsor, NPCI. They will also get such a wonderful statue, and also our gold sponsor, Upgrade. So I'm sure if we had done this as a physical event, would have been a lot of applause for all the winners and finalists and sponsors. So a big virtual applause to all of you. And with that, I would like to hand over to Lakshmi and Shankadeep.
Thank you, Mr. Hansburn, for announcing the award winners. Now I request and invite Mr. Professor Shankadeep Banerjee, Associate Professor in Information Systems area at IIM Bangalore and Chairperson CSITM IIM Bangalore, to announce the winners for the academic track presentations and the student showcase. Over to you, Professor Shankadeep.
Thank you so much, Shubha. So CSITM has been around for a long time, more than 20 years now, as the center of excellence for software and IT management as part of IIM Bangalore. And we have worked hard enough in last many years to become a prominent pillar of industry academia interaction in IT management, and also supporting research in this field and promoting research and supporting it. So earlier days, it was more about IT management services, and nowadays we are moving our focus for research on digital products, platforms, management, things like that, right? So we are thankful to ISPMA to agree to start a academic research track as part of this SPM summit, which used to be completely practice oriented earlier from the last year. So we introduced a academic track as well, and it has been quite a success, and we have been receiving good number of good quality submissions in this track. And this year also we have received submissions, and the final ones that were selected were across many different areas like healthcare digital platforms, gig economy, marketing mobile platforms, and then learner engagement in online learning platforms, product management frameworks, blockchain applications, AI in marketing, in product management, and developer experience for software platforms. We also had a number of student projects, the live projects that it did for postgraduate students from IIM Bangalore and IIIT Bangalore. So we had a good, healthy participation this time. So I'm very glad for that. And so thank you everyone who made this a success. And now for the announcement of winners. I'm sure many are waiting for that. So let me just share my screen. So I hope it is visible.
Yes, Professor, we can see.
Okay. So one thing, so given the number of good quality submissions, and in a variety of field and in different kinds, some were review papers, some were empirical papers, some were qualitative case studies. It wasn't easy to find out which are the winners, identify them clearly. But we typically largely focused on rigor and relevance and how close the papers were towards journal publications in case of research papers. And we also had a jury looking at student projects, marking them across multiple criteria. And we also have one award for a practice paper, which was submitted from industry people. So it is a little bit different from academic papers. So we had to create a separate category for that. So firstly, I will announce the best project in the student showcase. And based on, like I said, different criteria and the quantitative scores given, it was a tie between two. And so we decided to give the best project award in the student showcase to both these projects. So the first one is Avalara Inc. Taxation and Compliance by Hardik Sangvi, Shrey, Samarth, and Sudipto. So congratulations. And second one goes to VideoKen, Digital Product Analysis by Abhigna, Gayatri, Mansa, and Aarti. So congratulations to both the student groups. I wish you all the best in your career. Next is the best industry paper. So like I said, we received some practice papers as well in the academic track. So which blended both experience from these practitioners and industry, and also some research depth and rigor. So we're happy to look at some of the some very interesting papers in this field. And the winner in this paper, so the best industry paper, that goes to Manojit Basu for developer experience for software platforms, short case studies, and a few key lessons. So congratulations, Manojit. There were multiple case studies in that and very useful insights, and focusing on the developer experience of software platforms, which is not typically done in product management domain, right? Now we have three winners in the best paper category. So ranked as 1 to 3. So the second runner-up for the best research paper category, that goes to Venisha and Dr. Ambigai for investigating learner engagement in online platform through technology adoption and application of the U-taught theory. So congratulations to both of you. Next, for the first runner-up, in the best research paper category. It goes to Purnima and Amoli. So the role of artificial intelligence in marketing, a review of literature. So it was a very interesting paper with an extensive review done in the field of AI and in marketing. So very interesting, and it was still a work in progress, but we could see that it had a lot of potential for a good publication. And finally, the best research paper, the winner of it. So actually, the winner wasn't that difficult to decide compared to the second and third papers, because this was a clear sort of a outlier in terms of the rigor they have put in and how much journal ready they were, right? So this it was a unanimous decision in part of the jury. So this best research paper award goes to Bhavna and Priya on a systematic review and bibliometric analysis of blockchain application in consumer service. So congratulations to all the winners, and Bhavna and Priya. So thank you very much. I hope to see some of you, submitting in the next year's summit as well. So congratulations all of you, and all the best for your career side. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shankdeep, for announcing the awards for the academic track and student showcase. On behalf of ISPMA and IIM Bangalore, I congratulate all the award winners for the different tracks in SPM Summit India 2022. Congratulations, everyone. We are moving to the next session now. It's a presentation from the Honorable Minister, Dr. Ashwath Narayan from the Government of Karnataka. It's my pleasure to introduce the Honorable Minister, Dr. Ashwath Narayan CN, Government of Karnataka. The Minister holds many portfolios, information technology and biotechnology and science and technology, higher education, skill development, entrepreneurship and livelihood. The Minister is a firm believer in technology, and Dr. Ashwath Narayan has enabled introduction of many welfare schemes for the citizens, such as health insurance schemes, pension schemes for widows, and many such. We are extremely pleased to present the message by the Minister. This is a closing message for the conference itself. And over to the presentation now. Can we play the presentation, please?
Namaskar, my dear friends and all the dignitaries. International Software Product Management Association is a very well reputed organization which is very well focused on its priorities to improvise the software services and product. This organization has got excellent framework and methodology to promote the software product and services. So probably in this direction, they've been organizing many programs and consistently working in closely with all academic institutions, industries, government, policymakers, researchers, with all possible stakeholders, with one cause to bring in the strength and to ensure the pursuit of excellence is been prioritized, is been celebrated by all the stakeholders to compete globally and to be the best player over the time. Any given time, we need to be the best product service provider and the best product developer. So in this direction, our country has been heading and leading in this direction since 90s. It has been continued and very well promoted by Government of India in a very big way. In this direction, state of Karnataka caught up with this, and we have been doing extremely well. Probably that has become our identity, and it has led to reforms and improvisation inside the state of Karnataka which has been adapted very well by all the departments and the people. That led to the improvisation in the way the things have been happening, the services or the product, or the way that each professional or each person who is into his respective profession, how they have been doing things has been completely transformed. Economically also, more than 40% to 50% economy directly and indirectly is being dependent on the technology, innovation and entrepreneurship. And Bengaluru has been the hub for the GCCs, GICs, product development, startups, entrepreneurship, ITS services. So with possibly for all possible sectors, we have been doing well. Further, we need to promote, we need to work very strongly and to celebrate, recognize the weakness and address those concerns. And state government, we have been prioritizing and working very closely with the industry by establishing the Karnataka Digital Economy Mission. Probably we are trying to focus on all the 5 areas, ITS, ESDM, Beyond Bengaluru, and talent acceleration and startups and innovation. Probably in this direction, we are trying to extend, not only just limiting to Bengaluru, we are trying to go beyond Bangalore and ensure the uniform development can happen any part of the state. Probably COVID-19 has been facilitating and shown the way how things can be done from anywhere, any place. Probably we are trying to catch up with this and ensure the digitalization and the virtualization will be the way forward, and we need to digitalize to strengthen and promote so that each and every person have and have not, there should not be any digital divide. In this direction, we are trying to digitalize every possible department through e-governance and many more initiatives. Our all possible activity, let it be agriculture department, let it be animal husbandry, any possible department, medical, health, fintech, e-governance, every possible area, it's a technology, and the innovation is playing the big role that can change way we have been doing, and we can compete and become the best possible place to live. Our country can lead from the front and become the Vishwa Guru. In this direction, the digitalization and the divide or the learning, whatever needs to be emphasized during their learning, also we are trying to emphasize, and national education policy has become very much encouraging for the implementation and ensuring in all the levels. Probably coding will start from the school level itself. This is a much impetus what will be given. Even the learning of the maths has become the very core foundation. Let him be in humanity, commerce, science, anywhere, but maths needs to be learned properly, the language has to be learned properly, the leadership quality and the holistic learning, every possible aspects, critical thinking, and all this has been very well emphasized in the national education policy. And even in higher learning, we are trying to connect with the industry and ensure the quality of learning happens properly in a very much better way. So with all these initiatives and whatever digital divide needs to be addressed, the learning to be addressed, and digitalization, adapting, everything will be encouraged. And even our state has come forward to promote the net connectivity, the internet services or the broadband. We want to ensure any place, let it be the remotest place, let it be any place where even humans cannot reach, where there the connectivity should be available. So by doing so, that is the lifeline that can change way the things can happen in anywhere, any place. We can provide all possible services and ensure the quality of living can be promoted in this direction. We are trying to promote even the connectivity in a very big way in the state of Karnataka, and which has been happening across the country also. So these are the good initiatives which we have taken, and we have been working very closely with the industry, and we newly established the vision group for startups. Through the startups, we were able to do extremely well. Now, since if you look at the numbers with regard to the investment, with regard to the number of unicorns, with regard to the number of startups, or any possible area, either in any of the given fields, let it be fintech, artificial intelligence, the machine learning, IoT, every possible area, we are trying to catch up and ensure the best possible things are done here for the entire world, not only inward and outward. Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliant country and a self-sustainable country with all the Swadeshi and Swabhiman and Atmanirbhar Bharat will be emphasized in a very big way, and which we can cater to the entire world probably under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister. We have been doing extremely well and will continue to do so, and we will work very closely with ISPMA in a much bigger way. Our well-wisher and our visionary, who has also been the chairman of our Vision Group for Education, Professor Haragopal, is also the chairman here, and our Rishikesh ji is the director of IIM, who have taken a lot of initiative. I congratulate, and other people also who are responsible for this event, who have been working relentlessly, and their contribution, as you rightly all of you have pointed out, the people who are responsible for this to happen, for this to flourish and grow in the state of Karnataka or India, the responsible people, their sweat and blood, whatever they have given for this development, is always recognized and respected by people of our country. I wish all of you all the best. Your progress and your roadmap in this direction is appreciated, and we are willing to extend all possible cooperation from Government of Karnataka. With these few words, let me stop here and wish all of you all the best. Namaskar. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Those were motivating words from the Honorable Minister. On behalf of ISPMA and IAMB, I express sincere gratitude to the Honorable Minister, Dr. Ashwath Narayan CN, Government of Karnataka, for the message and the remarks for this particular summit. Thank you. We have another message from another dignitary. I would like to present the message. I'm pleased to introduce and invite Dr. E.V. Ramana Reddy, Additional Chief Secretary to Department of Commerce and Industries and Government of Karnataka. Dr. Ramana Reddy also serves as the Additional Chief Secretary to the Department of Electronics, IT and BT and Science and Technology. Dr. E.V. Ramana Reddy is an IAS officer from the batch of 1988 and is one of the most senior-most bureaucrats in Karnataka, with more than 30 years of experience across diverse portfolios such as agriculture, revenue administration, and many others. Due to non-availability of Dr. E.V. Ramana Reddy, Professor Sadagopal will be presenting us the message from Dr. Ramana Reddy. I now request and invite Professor Sadagopal to present the message. Over to you, Professor Sadagopal.
Thank you, Shubha. Let me have the privilege and honor of reading out the message from Dr. Ramana Reddy, the esteemed IAS officer who looks after the portfolio of IT. Let me start. Quote, hearty congratulations to the entire organizing team for successfully organizing the SPM Summit 2022. I would also like to take this opportunity to wish all the winners of ISPMA awards. Your achievements have been recognized today, and we look forward to witnessing you all achieve greater things. Platforms like Software Product Management Summit being conducted today are ideal for discussing challenges, trends, and opportunities relating to building safe, secure, and smart digital products and solutions. These forums bring together thought leaders of industry, academia, startups, and government to plan for a better tomorrow. I once again wish the team all the best and look forward to interacting with all of you in the days to come. Unquote. Thank you. Over to Shubha.
Thank you, Professor Sadagopal. Next, we thank all the participants and the attendees for the overwhelming response for the social media posts on Twitter as well as LinkedIn with the #SPM Summit tag to add the key takeaways and the learnings from this particular summit. I now invite Ms. Radhika, our social media expert, to announce the winners for the best tweets and LinkedIn posts. Over to you, Ms. Radhika.
Thank you, Shubha. Thank you so much for participants for your enthusiastic response to our poll. So with the help of our team, we are able to shortlist the names, and we So thank you so much for your enthusiasm in posting LinkedIn and Twitter posts. So Ramya Tanuja from SAP Labs, Anurag from Persistent Systems, Ashish Kumar from Fidelity Investments, Krishnan Sampath Kumar from SAP Labs, Aisha from SAP Labs, Muthu Ranganathan from Oracle, Sai Kumar Korantla from Ford Motor Company. So these seven are the we announced these seven as a winners, and we'll contact you shortly for the gifts. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Radhika. I congratulate all the winners for this social media post and for keeping the sessions very engaging. Now is the time for vote of thanks and valedictory comments. I now call upon Professor Sadhagopan and Professor Shankadi to deliver valedictory and vote of thanks. Before that, I would request Professor Sadhagopan for the closing day comments and to tell us how the day went and his reflections and comments on the sessions and the presentations today. Over to you, Professor Sadhagopan.
Thank you, Shubha. As we come to the end of the event, it has been a very fulfilling 3 days. The first day, Thursday, we had 3 outstanding workshops, and the last 2 days we had excellent talks, panel discussions, and I think it has been a very fulfilling one. And because there were 2 tracks, obviously we could not do justice for both of them. So what I will do is that both Tathagat and Lakshmi, as chairs for the industry and academia, have been kind of fully devoting and also taking notes, have been also been involved in a little bit of organizational stuff. So I think it is only fair that I request Tathagat and Lakshmi to kind of summarize. Tathagat, can you go first?
Sure, sir. Good afternoon and good evening, everyone. I think it's been a wonderful last 3 days, and today has been no exception. It's been such a pleasure to listen to all the subject matter experts, and I just want to capture some of the thoughts that I took out of my 15 pages of notes. We started the day with Ms. Debjani Ghosh, President NASSCOM's message. I think it was a very inspirational message. She focused on the role of technology, which I think is so important for us in terms of focusing on human values, on human life, on doing things like safe and responsible and truly inclusive technology. So I think those are really very important reminders for us. She also talked about the whole idea of design principles which should be right for technology in terms of in innovation and also building the right security in the systems. And we saw in the AI panel in the afternoon and before that on the security and privacy expert panel how important some of these are. And I think the one clarion call that she gave is, I think, extremely important for all of us. I certainly want to walk away with that, which is upskilling is the job number 1 for the nation and for everyone. And I think we have to really understand and imbibe that one. The last thing that she talked about, which stuck with me, was transformation is the only way we can stay relevant and keep moving forward. So that was really wonderful. Then we had the workshop by Hara, and he spoke about the product management framework that ISPMA has extended for startups. I think we being in the startup city, there could be nothing better than that to really talk about it in terms of the product management practices for startups. I was lucky to also have the conversation with Dilip on the UPI platform, and it was such a wonderful learning for me personally. And I learned so many things about it, things like zero cost, zero touch, zero time approach that UPI is taking, and the kind of goals they have in terms of going global and really making 1 billion transactions a day. We really wish them all the best in that. The talk by Ramani was very interesting. I really appreciate the time he took despite being unwell. The one thing I really liked on a light-hearted note that he talked about was food is an emotion, don't treat it like a transaction. I think sometimes we product thinkers tend to think everything is a very transactional thing. We really tend to ignore the emotional aspects of human needs. It was a very good reminder for that. Then we had the session by Jay in which he spoke very well about the platform mindset. Again, thanks Jay, you were not well, but you still time to be on the panel, on the talk and talk about it. I like the idea of value exchange that he spoke about in terms of how we either have a social exchange of social currency or economic currency. And I think he gave some very enriching ideas on that. Franco's journey on product management competence framework was extremely valuable. And I think the point he made about the development is a continuous journey and everyone needs to make their personalized development plan. I think it was very important one. The first panel discussion that we had, we got some very good insights into how the consumer behavior is changing dramatically. Things like non-functional requirements or NFRs that earlier used to be there. We have been doing it for 20-30 years, but I think they have become far more important, especially in the context of platforms and ecosystems, and as we go on to build the safe, scalable and smart digital platforms there. So those were some of the powerful ones. I like one of the ideas that one of the panelists gave, which was really all about saying that where is the concept of perimeter anymore? We don't know what is the perimeter when it comes to the IoT, because you are working in a very amorphous kind of a environment where it is not easy for you to say where does the boundary of your governance end and where does it begin for somebody else. So I think it's a key factor to keep in mind there. The last panel discussion, Peter gave some very interesting thing. I think it stuck with the whole panel. Ample and relevant data was a very important thing. We sometimes tend to get overwhelmed by the whole notion of big data, but I think he gave a very concise idea of ample and relevant data to really think of that there. And the last point I want to really talk about is the whole idea of reducing the bias in collecting the data practices upfront. So I think those were some very, very powerful insights for me. And I personally felt that it was an extremely well spent day listening to all these subject matter experts. Over to you, Professor Sadgopan.
Thank you, Tathagat. May I now request Lakshmi to give the day's summary for the academic track? Lakshmi,
yes,
please.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, we had wonderful papers today on the research track, academic track today. There were 4 papers. 2 of them were looking at the prior literature. Basically, they looked at the existing body of knowledge, and they had a very unique and interesting methodology, and the rigor was also exceptional. They followed something called bibliometric methodology to understand blockchain and AI, particularly for consumer service and marketing. Those 2 papers were very interesting in the sense they laid down the research agenda in in that particular arena, saying what can they bring for digital products, right? And the other 2 papers, which are having a lot of practice flavor to it, the 2 practitioners who actually attempted an academic paper, and I was thoroughly impressed. And one of the papers he was mentioning product management at crossroads. Do we have enough frameworks which really guide product managers on the ground? And he came up with a comprehensive framework integrating Porter's 5 forces with strategy, agile processes, and a very interesting framework. And of course, the paper by Manojit, where he talked about developer experience. Do product managers really look at developer experience and the need to look at that? He brought in a couple of case studies, 4 case studies to draw his insights and frameworks from. And I'm really honored to be a part of the research track today. I learned a lot. So thank you, sir. It was extremely enriching.
Thank you. Over to you, Shubha.
Thank you, Professor Sadgopan. Now, I call upon Professor Sadgopan and Professor Shankadeep Banerjee to deliver the valedictory and the vote of thanks. And I thank everyone for the very engaging sessions today. Personally, I had a very good learning experience over the last 2 days. Over to you, Professor Sadgopan and Professor
Maybe Professor Shankadeep, you should go first. Professor Shankadeep.
Sure, Professor Sadgopan.
Yeah.
Okay, so this summit, it's a 3-day summit, but its preparation started in August, so it's a almost 5-6 months journey for many of us, right? And so it's a culmination of many months and many people putting in their time and effort to make this happen. So I thank them all. So starting with conference chairs, Professor Sadgopan and Professor Hara. So they really worked hard, meeting almost every day, every week, for last so many months. And then, and of course, this time with Professor Sadgopan's both in experience in both academia as well as industrial contacts, network, and experience. So it was really, much more beneficial, as I could see, being part of previous summits as well. So thank you, Professor Sadgopan, so much for bringing in your, the entire package. So thank you so much. And also a lot of thanks to the track chairs, so Tathagat and Lakshmi. So for these industry and the academic tracks, so they required a lot of work, at the individual level, a lot of collaboration, a lot of scheduling, a lot of filtering out of stuff and things like that. So a lot of thanks to you, both of you. And also to all other organizers who are part of this. So thank you so much. And I would also like to thank some of the unsung heroes. So like manager of CSITM, Venkatesh. So he was the sort of life and blood of this entire, conducting this event throughout, and worked from the back end in the shadows, but very, very important. So thank you. And also Radhika from ISPMA. So again, she was very, very helpful in setting up the websites, communications, so many things. And speaking of communication, our own IMB's team of communication led by Kavita. So even that, so thanks to her for doing a wonderful job. And also the IT team, so without which, virtual conferences like this are not at all possible. So thank you so much, IT team. They were like on call 3 days continuously. So thank you for that. And also finally our MCs, so our doctoral students from IMB, so they also pitched in when they have been working hard. So for last 3 days, getting everything done on time. And so thank you so much, all the doctoral students who participated in this. So thank you so much, everyone. If I've missed anybody, sorry for that, but no. So Professor Sadgopan, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shankdeep. I think, Shankdeep has done a lot of thank you, so I don't necessarily want to repeat, but I think a few I need to repeat. But let me also give a little bit of context. I am kind of a newbie because only on August 15th, 2021, I formally got inducted into the chair of ISPMA India chair. And I think a lot of credit should go to Haragopal to kind of prepare me, and to Hans to actually kind of elect me. Okay, so that is how I got in. As soon as I got in, so we were kind of, before I could get into the job, I realized that this summit is around, and I'm an old-time academic. We normally take 9 months to plan the conference. So I said, look, we can't do it before March, April. And then we found out that just sheer logistics, we have to do it in January. And of course, then this COVID. And with all that, I think we could put together a fairly decent show. And of course, only Hans, because he has been looking at conferences after conferences, I will kind of sit with him and find out whether we got a B grade or a A grade. Okay, so hopefully we got a A grade. So we kind of came out well. And I think there are some special people, I think, because one of the stuff which I also realized is that software product management is still not that well understood in this country, because the moment you put, in this country, 2 things happen. The moment you write software, it gets auto-filled as software engineer. It's very unusual only in India, because most other places, because most of the software guys are engineers. Similarly, the moment you put IT, it gets auto-filled as IT services, because that is what most people see. To make it into IT products and software products is something which I think is the need of the hour, and we are kind of happening. That's one reason why I wanted to have a larger connect. That is why we wanted to have the IT minister, the union minister, Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar also was planning to be there, but I think he got COVID affected. And I also, it's an interesting coincidence, was Girish Mathrubootham, his company getting listed on NASDAQ. Everything was set for his fireside chat. I was supposed to do the fireside chat with him. He decided he had to go to United States, and he kind of landed, and then it became very difficult. That's why he could not have. And I also wanted Debjani, NASSCOM. I think it was very nice of her. And Dilip would have actually been present today, but he had to have a meeting with the finance minister this morning. And what is remarkable is the resilience of the system. And thanks to the technology, that we could have most of the people as planned. And I think a lot of thanks once again goes to Hans and Hara. I want Hara as a co-chair also to add his views. And a special thanks to Tathagat and Lakshmi for managing the tracks. And Pawan, you have been such a silent worker. We did not give you many opportunity to speak, but I think your presence was felt throughout. Thank you. And of course, Radhika, you have been kind of keeping all of us, week after week, we have been bothering you. So thank you so much. And Venkatesh is a smiling person from IMB. He is what is called the master. He kind of pulls the strings from behind, but all the strings are pulled together so well. Thank you. And of course, Professor Rishi Krishnan must be a special call out, because both as an individual, as a faculty member of IMB, as a director of IMB, he has been supporting all through. And of course, so many youngsters from IMB have been a great support. And I think Soumya yesterday and Shubha today, they took the whole day. I think they did an excellent job. And in Bangalore, the lots of things which Infosys does has become the folklore. And Infosys used to use an interesting stuff, under promise and over delivery. And in the conference sense, I always say under promise and over delivery conference means start on time, end before time. And we are actually doing that. We are actually going to end before 5 p.m. So that's kind of good. And I want Hara. Hara, you got me in. And I do hope that we deliver together. And your last words.
So you turbocharged the whole thing. And, I can only say thanks. Also to all the volunteers who worked at the back end. In fact, normally in a physical conference, we would have had a standing ovation for all of you coming on the stage. So, in a virtual conference, I don't know how to do that, but we are promising we'll all catch up over a nice dinner once the COVID dust settles. But I personally learned, it's amazing every year how I come back and learn a lot more. And definitely turbocharge is the word I can think of for this. And this team, starting from the leadership with Professor Haragopal and the program tracks and everyone, you set a very, very high benchmark. Like Professor Shankadeep said, now we can't start in August. We need to start from March itself for the next events to really match, leave alone surpass this kind of performance. And definitely the quality wise, at least, I've been privy to everything, all the 4 editions. Everything has been top class and world class, like we all discussed. And so, in fact, when I put my ISPMA hat, we are putting tremendous pressure for the events in Frankfurt and, of course, US later this year. So, good show, ISPMA India, and great show. Our leader, Professor Haragopal, and thanks a lot, Shankadeep, again for the partnership between IIMB and ISPMA. We'll get stronger and we will be relevant, and we'll continue to be relevant and do this good work. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
And one special thanks to 2 people. One, all the participants, so this time around, almost we're touching close to 375 kind of a thing for taking time out and registering and following it up. Big shout out to all the participants, and following it up. So, and another silent performer like Venkatesh is Benny, who's been doing meticulously all your registrations. And, in fact, she's been has been a pillar for this event from the beginning. Thanks a lot. And Kotresh and the entire OLF team, you all have been amazing, so we couldn't have done this without all that support. As I said, a virtual standing ovation to all of you. Great show.
Thank you, and see you in the next
Over to you, sir.
Next summit. Yeah, thank you. And Hans, Hans, are you there?
You're on mute, Professor.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Hans, are you there?
Yes, I'm still here. Congratulations.
Okay, so I think you will have the last word.
Congratulations to all of you. I had a chance to watch quite a number of sessions, and I was delighted with the high quality of all these presentations and panels. I think it was a great conference, and that's due to the work and engagement of all of you. Special thanks to the two chairs of the conference, Professor Haragopal. Thank you very much. And also Hara, thank you. Like Hara said, this sets a high benchmark for our Frankfurt conference in March.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Bye.
Thank you.